That was indeed the evening serve with Nat Edwards. It's AO Radio and we're at Margaret Court Arena this very evening. Steve Pearce and Courtney Walsh with you in commentary. We've got a whole host of good matches to bring you this evening, the first of which will be Mira Andreeva, the 18-year-old, but she's seeded 8. Don't let that age disguise the fact that she is a very, very good prospect to go deep in the women's tournament this year. She's coming up against Donna Vekic, herself a quarter-finalist here before at Melbourne Park back in 2023 when she did eventually lose to Aryna Sabalenka. There is no disgrace in losing to Aryna Sabalenka. A whole host, as I mentioned, of other great matches that we're going to be able to bring you tonight, included among that the man who used to own this court, and he'd still say he's got a bit of a mortgage on it, Novak Djokovic, the 10-time champion, coming up in his opening round match against Pedro Martinez. So many big names to keep across and keep an eye on, but Courtney, first of all, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Steve. I know you've been locked up calling some of the great tennis on court. Stan Wawrinka, what a win by the Swiss veteran on his farewell lap of the globe.
Isn't it great?
In terms of his tennis, of course. Great to see. I've been out and about just in the last hour or so. Just went for a bit of a wander between my writing duties to see what was going on around the grounds. It is packed. The atmosphere is electric. I was catching up with a couple of people on in between court 5, 6 and 7.
Oh yes.
What a great location to watch some tennis. The vibe for mine, it's just been magnificent, and I think a lot of people are looking forward to this match tonight in particular. It
looked, I mean, when I was out walking around the grounds myself a little bit earlier, it was a pretty warm day today as well, I've got to say. It was packed. It was absolutely heaving. I don't know what the attendance... Of course, we'll find out the attendance, I've no doubt, at some point this evening. But it felt like almost there were as many people here today for the day session as there were yesterday, because it felt like there was just no room to move. It was heaving. And
that's quite remarkable, given yesterday, of course, a weekend day. You're going to probably have a few people coming in. I know it's still school holidays. We've got another week to go in terms of that. But people are back at work. It is a later start this year, just the way the calendar has fallen. So the people back at work, and yet that does not seem in any way to have dimmed the enthusiasm of those walking into Melbourne Park. People from around the world. It's always a great thing when you jump on a tram late at night and you hear all the accents of fans coming to Melbourne 100%. For this very fine event.
And my daughter Amy amongst them. I got a very happy photo of her with her friend Amy enjoying the sunshine this afternoon, as many people would have done this afternoon, just sitting out in Garden Square, which is so well set up now, isn't it, to on the big screen to watch tennis, and you can sit there and listen to some music as you watch the tennis, acoustic sessions strumming away, a glass of champagne or a glass of orange juice, a bite to eat. It's perfect setting, really, isn't it?
I'm sure she was enjoying a spritz while listening to your fine commentary on that last match, surely.
Undoubtedly.
Or unless she gets enough of her dad's voice at home.
Undoubtedly. We're about to get the players out onto court, Donna Vekic and Mira Andreeva on Margaret Court Arena, where we're bringing you the live action on AO Radio to start things off this evening. A bit later, we'll be back into Rod Laver Arena for Djokovic and Martinez. The players out onto court, Donna Vekic, first out.
We see a few flags waving in the crowd, not surprising. She's a very popular player. She has been around for a long time. Mira's quite young, but Donna hit the scene about 15, about the same time. So Andreeva walks on the court, and Andreeva sort of burst on the scene at 15. Donna was a very similar player in terms of a young prodigy coming through.
100%. Not so young anymore, but still only 29, so still a good few of her best years ahead of her, or certainly she would hope. And as you mentioned, Courtney, the semi-finalists at Wimbledon 18 months ago, Donna Vekic, which was a terrific performance. Semi-finalist herself, Mira Andreeva, that same year at Roland Garros.
Had the good fortune of being at both of those events, and I guess the interest in both of them, the young phenomenon coming through in Paris, to see what Mira has been able to achieve already in her very brief career, but exceptionally good career, has been phenomenal. She's, I think, closing on about 30 Grand Slam wins, may have 28 under her belt at the moment. And then to see Donna, who had been around a lot, she'd had some ups and downs in terms of injuries, as all players do, to make that run to the semi-finals at Wimbledon. And it was a glorious semi-final as well. Could have gone either way. The emotion surrounding that performance, I think it was really welcome to see her get so deep.
All right, the players are making their way to the net for the coin toss. Scott Noble's in the chair for this match. Certainly there's more of Mira these days than there was, hasn't it? She's strengthened up her upper body immeasurably, hasn't she? Let's hear the coin toss.
You have the coin toss clock and the serve clock in all 4 corners. 25 seconds between points. Coach seats in the booths at the side there and there. Towel boxes are in all 4 corners. If you take the blue one, take the white one. ELC is calling all the balls. We have video review for touch, not up. Any questions? Okay, Emily, would you like to ask Mira? You're AO or Mark Edmondson?
AO.
Mark, Donna, receive. Okay, one picture
So
just
Donna
over here.
Vekic has won the toss and has chosen to receive. For anyone listening who's thinking AO or Mark Edmondson. Now, who is this Mark Edmondson chap? Courtney, you can throw some light on that. Of course, some people may know the answer to that, but it was a long time ago.
50 years since the last Australian man to win the Australian Open, the local Open, Mark Edmondson, who had a fabulous moustache and a great attacking game. It was one of the great upsets in tennis. He was ranked, I believe, about 200, 212 or so at the time, going up against the mighty Nuke, John Newcombe, another Australian favourite who had a grand career. Edmondson had spent part of the time working as a hospital orderly in New South Wales to fund some travel. We know that Chris O'Connell, a current Australian player who would dream of winning the Australian Open, worked on a boat for a period to try and finance some travel, etc. Mark, a hospital orderly, come good. He carved out that fine career. It's been great to see him doing the rounds over the last sort of couple of months, building up to this anniversary. Of course, Australian fans would be hoping Alex de Minaur, who was so impressive earlier today on Rod Laver Arena, can break that drought, but it's a long one.
It's funny though, isn't it? You know, with Australian tennis, with such a rich history on both sides, but in the men's game, there's so many big names, and there have been so many big names over the last 50 years. It's extraordinary still that Mark Edmondson is still that last men's Australian winner. Of course, there have been close calls, but he still stands out. And it's, you know, for so many years, you know, from my British half, you know, putting up with that ridiculously long drought until finally Andy Murray broke it at Wimbledon.
I thought he was from Scotland.
So I remember he's from Great Britain, Connie. Gee, that was a story back in the day, wasn't it? But it is quite the anomaly, isn't it, that 50 years have passed since an Australian man has managed to win this home tournament. That, of course, was down on the grass in Kooyong, down the road.
Exactly right. And look, we've clearly had some great errors through that time. You talk about some of the close calls. Pat Rafter was really good here a couple of times. Lost to Andre Agassi. You remember sweating like you wouldn't believe in a semi-final. Pat Cash. I still remember talking to Pat in the last couple of years because it would have been a milestone of some sort for one of his losses, either at Kooyong in 87 or here in the very first Australian Open played at Melbourne Park in 88 to Mats Verlander, where he got beaten in 5 sets. And flip side of that, he said, an old nightclub in Melbourne Metro. They both ended up catching up many hours later after that and discussing was that volley on the line or not. And then Leighton Hewitt in 2005, a fabulous weekend of semi-finals, to then go up against Marat Safin, who had knocked off a pretty handy player in the semi-final, Roger Federer.
Yeah, and saving a match point.
And then Leighton had played exceptionally well for the first set and a bit, and Marat just caught fire and played magnificently. So we've had some close ones. It's been a while though. Alex, a quarter-finalist last year. But good to see. I love the acknowledgement, Mark, having the coined in his honour. It's a great tribute.
It is. It's a lovely tribute, and it's entirely appropriate because although he may not be a greatly known tennis player around the world, you know, he came here, he won, just down the road, but a major singles title, and it's lovely to see him honoured, although he's probably... he could never have imagined that he would still be the only Australian men's winner 50 years later.
And I think Chris O'Neill, who was the most recent women's in 1978 until Ash Barty famously broke that drought. Right. I think at the end she was saying, just get there, Ash. Please get there. I've had enough of these phone calls from people like myself and yourself saying, what was it like to win that? Can we get it done this year?
Surely it'll happen. It's funny that you talk about Alex de Minaur. So, you know, I mean, we've got the big two We've got the next level down, I'm guessing these days, which is someone who, Djokovic and Zverev, who you would think, well, if something goes wrong with Sinner or Alcaraz, maybe. And to me, de Minaur is that next sort of mini step down from that, because he hasn't quite delivered to that level yet.
I would have Novak as the clear 3, and I think you only need to look at last year where he made all 4 semi-finals, and I think it's funny, you look at Novak and he's probably disappointed with that year. Most other professionals, in any tier in any year, we go, wow, I've made the last 4.
His benchmark is a little bit higher, isn't it?
And then I would have Alex absolutely firmly in that next little run with, Zverev's made it 3 finals, including here last year. Can he take that next step? Look, I really hope so. He wasn't that far away from beating Novak at Wimbledon last year in a 4th round. He had a chance against Felix Auger-Aliassime, who cramped today. We talked about the conditions. It was pretty warm. But Felix was playing exceptional tennis, just edged him. He's stronger. We talk about Mira Andreeva in this match, and you look at her, and the difference between a couple of years ago when she was a 15, 16-year-old to now 17, not too far away from turning 18, and she's notably stronger. Alex, I went back, I've written a story today saying that he has claims, in my opinion, to be Australia's greatest athlete at the moment. Now, of course, that will inflame some debate among people, but he's number 6 in the world in a truly global performance. He's taken about 10 years to really bulk up. Mira, in a couple of years, is a lot stronger.
Well, she looks 100% stronger, but then you look at the top player in the women's game in Aryna Sabalenka, and you can see the sort of power that she can deliver, and Mira and her team have probably identified that let's mix it at that level. We're getting underway here as Andreeva just pushes a forehand into the tram lines. Courtney Walsh and Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio this evening. Beautiful evening in Melbourne. The sun is not quite out. It's a cloudy evening, but it's a lovely temperature and good conditions for tennis. A bit of a breeze on some of the outside courts, but maybe not playing so much of a role on Margaret Court Arena. As Andreeva serves to the forehand of Vekic, that's just pulled wide into the tram lines. Vekic in a white long sleeve top and red skorts, I think. Is it a skort?
Skort. Is that the skirt?
Short
combination.
We'll call them the skort, I think. I'll come back to that. And Andreeva, I'll let you describe Mira's outfit.
Are we saying lemon meringue pie?
Yeah, good. Nicely done.
No, a very eye-catching, I suppose, lemon dress with a black slash, a lighter green flourish as well, and the yellow visa.
Nicely done.
And the very lemon yellow shoes with a couple of black splashes on them as well.
Quite striking, you'd have to say. Quite a striking outfit. So that's what the two players wear. You don't see players wearing long sleeves too often, do you? But that's what Donna Vekic has chosen as her outfit for this match. Goes with the big forehand back cross court. Met with Andreeva. She tries to go up the line. Landed that right near the baseline. Jumping in. A couple of high balls from both players here. Onto the forehand of Vekic. Straight back down the middle of the court. This time the backhand from Donna. Meeting it with her own forehand was Andreeva. She goes back, cross. There's the drop shot from Vekic, bringing Andreeva in. Goes deep onto the baseline, just chipped up, and Andreeva just calmly putting the forehand away at the net. Just easing it over the net rather than going with a big swinging put away.
Probably not the time in the rally to play that drop shot. She was well behind the baseline. The disguise wasn't magnificent, but I don't mind. I think we'll see that tactic from her a little bit because she knows Andreeva is so strong from the baseline. She needs to try and disrupt the rhythm. Perhaps an early indication of what we might see tactically tonight from the elder Croatian.
40-15, Andreeva into the net. Second serve. Lands this in. Vekic with the forehand back really deep, and that surprised Andreeva. She tried to pick it up on the half volley, but couldn't control the forehand.
Yeah, both of these women are very, very, very prodigious ball strikers. We're going to see a lot of winners hit, a lot of power. I think Andreeva's got a little more subtlety to her game in terms of the shape, what she can do with the ball, but Vekic just a power. Laser beams off the racket, basically.
Andreeva serves deep in the box, and that was too much for Vekic to handle as her backhand flew long, and the opening game goes the way of the 8th seed. And it is 1-0 on Margaret Court Arena. Now, we would like to hear from you this evening. Wherever you're listening to us, right around the world, do drop us a line. let us know your thoughts on anything to do with tennis, or we will take all your thoughts as well, just even on the weather, what you're up to as you're listening to us. It's lovely to get a sense of who and where you are listening to us from. So the email address you might ask, well, I will tell you, it's aoradio@tennis.com.au, or you can use the Ask the Booth form, which you can get through the app, the AO app, or ozopen.com as well. So keep those messages coming through. They'll come through to Courtney, and he will get onto that. I think this afternoon we came up with some excellent suggestions to replace Lucky Loser. I can't remember exactly what Jill decided was the final winner, but she did give us a commitment that she will implement it right across the tennis world.
The final winner? I don't mind that.
Well, there was Redemption Qualifier was one of them as well, I think. Second Chance came up with quite a bit. There were quite a few. That's nicely done by Vekic with the backhand down the line. But do keep your messages coming through.
The rebuttal, the reprieve.
I don't know if we had a
reprieve.
It was important to me that it was a two-letter acronym, and it was important to Jill that it sounded good when it was announced in the player area. So they were our kind of terms and conditions, if you like.
Which makes absolute sense.
I thought so. Vekic serving here, finds the net. They've played once before, Courtney, which of course it was 2024. That was the year for everything, all the stats to do with this contest in Beijing. And went the way of Andreeva in three sets. Yes.
And that was
it's a nice inside-out forehand there from Vekic for the winner.
And that was at a time when they were both playing very, very good tennis. It was coming off the strong Wimbledon run for Vekic, the strong Roland Garros run for Andreeva, who was on the way through. I think it was probably a time where Donna was really realising her potential and her promise as well. So, without a doubt, not surprising in that really good tournament that it went to that stage.
Vekic serves here, gets a short ball and puts it away well, moving into the service box and putting away the forehand cross court as Andreeva moved into the opposite side, trying to cover, unable to do so. Good serving though, deep in the service box there, earning Vekic the points.
It's going to be really important for her to try and hold onto serve. Obviously, that's a standard in tennis, but because the Andreeva serve, I love her service action. I think it's got great power. It's getting even better, and it will become one of the real weapons in tennis, if it's not already that weapon, as we see another drop shot.
And bringing Andreeva in, and can Vekic, she tries the lob over Andreeva, but Andreeva saw that coming and backpedaling, played a beautiful backhand overhead to put that away for the winner, 40-15.
And again, that's just another demonstration of the fact that she's got a lot of dimensions to her game. It's not just the brilliant serve, it's not just those magnificent ground strokes. She can come forward. She has got the capabilities to make volleys at the net, really good touch. It's she's just such an impressive talent.
40-15 serves to the forehand of Andreeva, who just kind of slices this back into play, invites Vekic to hit the 1-2 punch into the corner, which she took on the challenge, but just went long, 40-30.
And as with always the case, of course, Steve, should be very, very keen to try and get on the scoreboard early on.
At 40-30, Vekic serves the forehand of Andreeva, but it's just too long. Andreeva this time with a backhand. Oh, she went for it. It was just, again, a couple of feet too long. She hasn't quite found her range yet, but striking the ball well. Both players away to a good start. One game all. Let's check in with Mike Cain on the AO radio team this evening. Mike's covering off around the grounds, around the courts for us. Mike.
Steve, Courtney, great to be with you here tonight. Listen, a little bit of a surprise early here on Rod Laver Arena, keeping an eye on Won Yu, who has an early break on Iga Świątek. Actually just finished that break 3 minutes in. So Won over Świątek, 1 love. We're going to be keeping an eye on that one. Obviously, this is famously, of course, the one that Iga has not won. So she is looking for the career Grand Slam here here during this fortnight and off to a rough start. Also one that I'm paying close attention to that has just gotten underway on Kia Arena, Barbora Krejcikova. 2-1 early with a break over Diana Schneider. And that is one of those matchups that I think Krejcikova is just somebody you don't want to be seeing in a first round. And unfortunately for Schneider, she has drawn the short stick in that regard. Also keeping an eye on Ayla Tomljanovic, the Aussie, who is in a third set right now with Stara Dubtseva. That match over on Cain Arena. And Tomljanovic does have a break lead in that third set. It is 2-love. But just so much great action around the grounds right now. This is why these first 5 days of the tournament, always great opportunity to buy a grounds pass and see some incredible tennis. But we've got matches on, I believe, 10 or 11 courts right now. We're going to try to keep you updated on as many of those matches as we possibly can.
Thank you, Mike. Great stuff. Mike Cain there, who's keeping an eye on 10 courts for us. That's going to be a challenge. We'll just, Courtney and I will just stick with the one court.
I will say this, Mike is a very, very, very talented man.
He is.
His encyclopedic knowledge of all things American tennis, but all things challenger tennis as well. And then in the big leagues is just a maestro. So I'm not surprised.
Five sets of eyes as well, he'll need. So.
I'm just not surprised he's able to canvass such a wide range. And he's quick. He's quick to conduct between courts. But as I touched on earlier, that little period, 5, 6 and 7, you can actually get a great vantage of what's going on out there as well.
Drop shot there from Andreeva, bringing Vekic in, and then... Oh, no, that's nicely judged by Andreeva. She went down low on the baseline, picked that one up, and calmly placed in the lob just inside the sideline there. Nicely constructed point, just bringing the Croatian in.
Again, that demonstration of the broader capabilities of Andreeva, the touch that she has, beautiful, delicate, acute backhand slice.
At 40, love here. Heavy net cord. This time Andreeva does well to get there and still wins the point. Skidding makes the backhand up the line, and Vekic unable to get that one back over the net. So on serve here with Vekic to serve next at 1-2, having played 10 minutes on Margaret Court Arena.
And Steve, you touched on the AO Radio special treat. We love getting messages from around the world, and we've got people writing into ausopen.com or emailing us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Make sure you fill out the Ask the Booth form. I like this one. This has come from Zab, who says, a lucky loser replacement. The second serve superstar.
Oh, yeah,
that's not bad.
Superstar.
I could imagine that being called over the PA. Everyone would want to sign up.
And that would sit as triple S on the sheet.
That's not bad. They may not be a superstar, but by getting into the main draw, this is their second chance to be there.
Oh, in fact, he's delivered it not as a triple S as well, with a 2 SS. That's even better.
Which is, I quite like that one.
Marketing thought going into that. I like that.
Yes. A message from Francis in El Centro, California. I'm not sure where El Centro in California is, but I suspect it's somewhere in that fantastic and gigantic state of California. I'm a huge fan. Jill and Steve, you're a dynamic duo. Keep up the excellent work. Well, I've replaced Jill. She had other duties to rush off to. She said,
luckily you have equal dynamism.
Oh, of course. Hers not quite the same game as Jill, who was a fabulous player.
She was a very good player.
My suggestion is final runner-up to replace LL. Final runner-up. Not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad as well. Yeah.
Past 11 p.m. here, loving the day and well understand the man.
Thanks for all your messages. Do keep them coming through as we've moved on from when a lot of those were coming through, I think, around the Stan Wawrinka match this afternoon, which was a tremendous win for Stan, wasn't it? You know, to announce your farewell year on tour and then to actually deliver a win in Melbourne. That's exactly what everyone wanted. That was the story. So good stuff from Stan Wawrinka, seeing off the challenge of Laszlo Djere in 4 sets this afternoon.
That backhand is still firing.
Looks good at times. It's not quite consistent as it was. Maybe not quite as much power as there was once. The movement's not quite as good, but he does look remarkably similar. We were saying in commentary.
Big bull.
He really still looks very similar, doesn't he? Amazing stuff. Right, Vekic is serving here. Love 15 on Margaret Court Arena. Andreeva with the backhand bang back cross court. And then the mistake rally ball from Vekic, who's not looking super comfortable right now with a couple of mistakes, just putting herself in a little bit of trouble here at love 30.
Yeah, you talk about the concern. If you were a poker player and you were looking at the facial expression there, you'd be thinking, I'm not so sure she's happy with the hand she's been dealt here. A tricky position at love 30. Can she bluff her way out of this?
Goes Goes to the forehand of Andreeva, who doesn't put much on this, just lands it back near the baseline. Skidding to go with another backhand from Andreeva. Then Andreeva going centrally. Vekic well behind the baseline, playing a couple of backhands. That's too good from Andreeva. Just wrong footing Vekic slightly, and also with a bit of pace and a bit of precision as well. The forehand rocketing past her.
And to be able to hit that winner from there is a demonstration of her power. She's still about a metre or so behind the baseline here. She rolls around onto the forehand and rips it, and really rips it. Now, Donna wasn't that far away from it, but just the power and the pace of the shot from Andreeva. 3 break points, off to a flyer.
Almost looked like she had a play on it. Good serving there from Vekic. Andreeva only able to net the return on that occasion. 15-40. Kind of would look like one of those ones where if she'd swung the racket, she might have got something on it. Anyway. It was, as you said, Courtney, a very powerful forehand from Andreeva from the back of the court. Couple of deep breaths from Donna Vekic at 15-40, still facing break point. She serves. It'll be a second serve. Those ball bouncers come across very strongly, don't they? Bang, bang, bang. And there we go. That's too long. That was the double from Donna Vekic. Just under a little bit of pressure there, trying to find that deep serve in the service box. That was about 6 or 8 inches too long. And Andreeva has the early break of serve at 3-1.
Looking quite comfortable, having a chat to her coaching team. Conchita Martinez, former Grand Slam champion and mainstay in that team, just showing her, just rotate a little bit. Now I'm thinking, you're rotating the shoulders on that forehand. Well, she hit a rocket ship halfway through that, that game, a blistering forehand winner. It's just a beautiful service action.
It really is, isn't it? And that's a pretty decent forehand up the line. Defensive ball goes up from Vekic, takes it out of the air, took it early, and dispatched it on the forehand, did Mira.
It looks like a player in complete, with complete confidence, fully in tune with what she wants to do on the court. And that's not surprising. If you're coming off a title run, you will enter this tournament with confidence. And there's another thing about that. 3 of the last 4 winners of the Adelaide International have gone on to win the Australian Open. So it's proving to be a pretty decent lead-in. Can she continue the trend? It'd be an amazing win.
Andreeva serves, looking for the tee, missed it though. It's a double.
Commentator's curse?
No, I think no. I think that's early enough in the game. No, let's park that one. I don't think this hurts her title chances, Courtney. I think you're safe. I think you're safe at this stage. Mind you, don't do it again. 15 all. Andreeva serves, lands this one in. Vekic unable to control the forehand as it kicked up high and wide, skidding away from her outside the tram lines. 30-15.
And again, we talk about the, as I said, I think the motion's fantastic. I think the disguise is great. If you look at the actual motion and where she has the ball toss, Steve, there's no discernible difference in terms of what serve she's going to hit after it. On these occasions, she's hit a kick serve for 30-15.
Drop shot from Vekic, bringing Andreeva in. She just gets to it. Vekic hits it straight back at Andreeva twice, 3 times. This time, finally, Vekic finds a way past her.
That is an outstanding rally. Great reflexes at the net there from Andreeva, but also good poise from Vekic. She didn't panic. The ball kept coming back. Yes, she was in the ascendancy. Still needed to be good enough to go, oh, hang on, this is like a brick wall. I need to get this past my rival. Managed to do it and ripped that backhand volley.
Important for Vekic not to go away in this contest right now, because it certainly seems to be on the Andreeva racket right now. Vekic trying to hammer in, good inside-out forehand there. She gets around this one again to hammer away the winner. That's better from Donna, and she's got a break point.
A demonstration of her firepower. As I said, it's a flatter ball from her ground strokes. By that I mean, there is an old saying by tennis coaches, laser beams, where the ball really just shoots straight, flatter. She doesn't have a lot of shape on her shots, but she does have great power. That first one really skidded through the court and set the point up for her.
30-40, Andreeva serves. And Vekic has got the break. Great return of serve and a simple enough forehand mistake from Mira Andreeva has handed back the break of serve. And Vekic gets things back on track here and will serve next at 2-3.
Proving to be a really fascinating match so
It is,
far,
isn't it?
Steve.
Yeah, 100%.
And I do like the contrast. I think we're seeing with Donna, we've already seen, I think, 3 drop shots that she's used. So she clearly thinks maybe a way to win some points or to take Mira out of her comfort zone is to try and drag her forward. Her pace of shot in that game troubled her younger rival. And Draver, apart from that last service game, I really like what she's been able to do so far. Ground strokes are a weapon, but she showed, even in that point she lost, just great reflexes, good touch at the net. We've seen her able to use the angles, work her rival around, and I think, you know, she's younger. I think she's probably a little quicker, moves a little bit better around the court around Draver. So I think for her, the key will be to try and get the ball out of the Donna Vekic hitting zone, because we saw what happened then when it's in the zone. Ball's coming back flat and it's coming back hard, and it can put you under pressure pretty rapidly.
Good win today earlier for Alex de Minaur, the 6th seed. Straight sets he moved through. Coco Gauff, also the 3rd seed on the women's side, straight sets as well. And Anisimova straight sets as well. The 4th seed on the women's side through, and another straight sets win, although a little bit more complicated for Daniil Medvedev, but also through comfortably. And Jess Pegula looked pretty good as she moved through as well. The big upset today was the cramping retirement of Felix Auger-Aliassime. He's out to Borges.
Semi-finals at the US Open at the most recent Grand Slam played. World number 7. Difficult one for him. He said afterwards in press he couldn't identify why he was cramping. He said, "I've never cramped so early in a match." He had showed it can be tension as much as anything, as much as the conditions. And he said against Jannik Sinner in the semi-final of the US Open not too long ago, he was cramping a bit in the 3rd set of that match, but that was a higher standard when you're going up against Jannik Sinner. Had no explanation for today. He said it's something that I need to figure out, though, because it's a concern. If you're starting to cramp early on in matches, for someone who is as fit and as disciplined as he is,
And badly enough to retire.
It's a problem.
Vekic here serving at love 15, having got back on serve. She delivers an ace down the middle and calmly pulls the white top down. Bit of a puff of the cheeks, some deep breaths. She looks dialed in and uber focused here, Donna Vekic. Just catching enough of the line.
Here the crowd quite engaged with that line call, exceptionally close.
A couple of oohs and ahs, as is appropriate. 15 all. This is way out from Vekic. Good 3 or 4 feet long beyond the service box. So Andreeva will get a look at a second serve here. 2-3 in the opening set. AO Radio live around the world. Courtney Walsh and Steve Pearce with you, and that's hit the tape and flown equally as long beyond the service box. And a mini hole for Donna Vekic at 15-30.
Just not quite enough safety on that second serve. That's a couple of times in a row we've seen, a couple of times already in this match that we've seen her struggling with clearance on that second serve. Something to keep an eye on for her. Try and accelerate up through the ball.
Serving here, Vekic goes to the backhand of Andreeva, who lands this deep, high ball from Vekic, buying herself a little bit of time and also buying the mistake from Andreeva as the swinging forehand flew long beyond the baseline. 30 all.
The intent and the aggression was very clear, but not quite the execution, but only marginally. I don't mind the fact that she's going after the ball here.
No, sure. 30 all. Vekic serve, that ball toss looked slightly offline to me. Anyway, the serve that followed it was slumping into the net. Let's have a look at the second serve. This time she lands this ball in the box. Big backhand right deep in the corner from Andreeva. Vekic does pretty well to stay in it. Back in that same corner from Andreeva again. Vekic very good defensively, landing this in. Andreeva dialed in and focused on that ball as it bounced high. Back cross court goes the 8th seed, and she tried the drop shot from well behind the baseline, Andreeva, and got it all wrong. Never even got close to getting over.
Outstanding scrambling there from Donna Vekic, because she was under significant pressure. She bought herself time with those high defensive lobs, forced Andreeva into the back foot. And then when the chance arose, we talk about her proficiency when the ball's in the striking zone. She has that ability to really accelerate hard, and it was the pace of shot as much as anything that I think scrambled the Andreeva mind on that occasion. The slice forehand into the net.
40-30, Vekic serves. Will be a second serve. Spin of the racket from the 8th seed as she waits to receive this and then laterally launches into a backhand down the line for a beautiful winner.
Outstanding strike. The pace of that second serve was 136 and very short, right into the hitting zone, and you saw that Vekic fell away a little bit. So it opened up the line for her. She's clearly having some issues with that second serve, Steve, which has been a problem on and off through her career. And Andreeva will be aware of that. She'll know that she'll fall a little bit away. Wow, it was a well-struck shot, though.
Certainly was, wasn't it? A class written all over it. Vekic here with the ball toss going awry the first time. The second one didn't look a lot better, and the ball's slumping. She's missing those first serves when they miss a long way. They're not even close to going over. Halfway up the net again. Second serve. Gets this into the forehand of Andreeva. Then she goes to the backhand. Backpedaling. Vekic plays another forehand straight down the middle of the court. So does Andreeva. Here comes another one. Bit more angle on that. Taking it to the backhand of Vekic. That's just out from the Croatian. Break point for a third consecutive break, this would be.
Did not miss by much. She saw the side eye with disappointment towards her team there, Vekic. Really thin margins, fine margins in this match so far. Now the pressure.
Quick glance at the shot clock from Donna Vekic. Couple more bounces now. Plenty of bling on this evening for the Croatian as she serves down the middle. Good stuff. Good heavy serving, pinpoint accuracy, lovely ace from Donna Vekic.
A lot better striking point in terms of reaching up, Steve. You talked about her just letting that first serve ball toss drop a little bit. On that occasion, she reached right up. She's keeping a really close eye on that service clock. She wants to buy as much time as possible. Get her breath back.
Serving here, Vekic at the forehand of Andreeva. Just has a little cut at this. That's too good. 1-2 punch. Beautifully put away down the line by Donna Vekic.
Not the easiest shot either, because that chip return there from Andreeva, it kept a little lower. She had to get down, bend the knees. As this game reaches almost 6 minutes. An arm wrestle, a battle of wills at the moment early on in this first round match on this magnificent court.
Big moment for Vekic to hold. Can she get it done and set up 3-all in this opening set? That was too long. Still on game point here. Vekic, dodgy old ball toss and a slumping serve again. Quite a few of those this evening, and her facial expression says it all.
Yeah, now we talk about that serve. So when I talk about the Andreeva serve, and look, no player's immune from double faults, but Andreeva's able to come up over the ball. She's got some margin for error on that second serve, a little more shape. Donna's, to describe it, it's more of a knife flatter. There's not as much margin for error in terms of clearing the net. It's a sliced sort of serve, but flatter more than anything.
Lands this ball in. Andreeva goes with the forehand right back at Vekic. Vekic going up the line, dug out by Andreeva, trying to create a really expansive angle on a cross-court forehand. Vekic has put that into the tram lines and has gone from game point to facing break point again.
It's just such a critical game as well.
And it's a serve that's putting her under the pressure in this service game. There's some good play from Andreeva, but Vekic is creating some problems for herself here as we see the second serve percentage win sitting at just 33 for Vekic, and she misses first serve again here, this time out wide into the tram lines. Andreeva looking a little bit more interested in her chances right here.
This is a hard one because it's a second serve and there's been a disruption in the crowd, the ball bouncing around, tossed back onto the court.
Serves this out wide. Andreeva does well to get this back into play. Can Vekic put this away? No. She gave Andreeva one more chance, but a miss-hit that time from the 8th seed from the back of the court on the forehand. Just hoiked it wide into the tram lines. Back to deuce.
And that was her best serve for the match. I know she clubbed a big flat one down the tee before that proved an ace, but under pressure, the delay between the first serve and the second serve with a little bit of interaction in the crowd, to be able to find that angle, get the spin and the pace deep to the backhand corner, set the point up, under pressure, having served 3 double faults already in 3 service games. Impressive resolve there from the Croatian.
Here is the Croatian. For the 4th time we're at juice as Vekic serves. Andreeva again landing her reply in, stepping in really aggressively with the forehand. Doesn't put it away though, hit it straight back at Donna Vekic. And this time Andreeva pushing a backhand long beyond the baseline, from inside the baseline herself. She's trying to take the ball early, but still quite a few mistakes coming from the racket of Mira Andreeva. And Vekic again has game point for 3-all.
What an exacting game this is, and a match that's almost 30 minutes on the clock, and we are in the 6th game. It's been really tight, tough tennis, which we expected.
Serving here Vekic at the forehand. Andreeva gets this back into play. Nice angle from Vekic. Brilliant defensive work from Andreeva to stay in this. Gave her one more chance, but the weight of the shot earns Donna Vekic the game, finally. And we are at 3-all. Vekic not after an easy pathway, but she finds a way to hold there in the 6th game for 3 games all, which gives us an opportunity, Courtney, to check in with Mike Cain. Hello, Mike.
Hello, man. Listen, it's been all Ajla Tomljanovic in the 3rd set in her matchup with Yulia Starodubtseva. That match over on Cain Arena. And just listen, Tomljanovic has been really dominant in this 3rd set. Has a match point right now, 5-1 in the 3rd, a 7-3 second set tiebreak win for Tomljanovic as well. And I think most importantly for Tomljanovic is she's seeing on the other side of the net, Starodubtseva has been dealing with cramping. You guys obviously a little while ago were talking about Felix Auger-Aliassime as he dealt with some cramps. I know Gab Diallo also was struggling with the heat yesterday. It's been a recurring theme, right? So Starodubtseva through this 3rd set has been receiving some in-match treatment for that cramps. You can get the treatment in terms of cramping treatment in the changeovers naturally. Right now, it is Tomljanovic who just missed a backhand down the line on her 2nd match point to bring us back to deuce, but it does look like Tomljanovic is going to be able to get through. Also, a bit of a surprise in a match over on court 7 is Bodek van de Zandschulp coming through in 4 sets over the 27 seed Brandon Nakashima, who's been playing some really good tennis as of late. Also, a bit of a surprise, Barbora Krejcikova 6-2 first set over Diana Schneider, who has been struggling a little bit with her eyesight. She says she's been having to rub her eyes. At one point did ask for some treatment, didn't actually come out and get some help, but we will keep an eye on that one. And also the Aussie Rinky Hijikata 6-3, 5-3 right now with Adrian Manarino on court 6. Just lots of incredible tennis going on here on night number 2 at the Australian Open.
Fabulous to see Ajla playing so well, because I know that a little bit of a question mark coming in, because she had won her opening round match in Adelaide last week, was up against Maya Joint, the top-ranked Australian player, seeded here for the first time, and had to withdraw early on in that match. Good to see if she can get through over in that match that Mike's keeping a close eye on, that she may have alleviated, I suppose, some of the concerns about her fitness.
It would be good to see Ajla Tomljanovic have a good run here. Very good player, good person as well, and it would be nice to see her have a good run, and also has struggled a bit with injuries, as you mentioned, over the years, Courtney. There's a heavy backhand from Mira Andreeva, which Donna Vekic struggled to get to, did make it, but couldn't keep the ball in play. 30-all on the Andreeva serve and 3-all, so a couple of big points coming up here as these tense service games, a bit of a battle for each woman to hold.
Timely, that one too, because with Vekic getting the momentum, admittedly, very much an arm wrestle, winning the last 2 games after dropping serve in the 4th game, to be able to retrieve that one immediately and then hold on to such a long testing game.
Serving here, Andreeva at the forehand of Vekic, picked up on the half volley by Andreeva. Then Andreeva goes straight back centrally in the court. Nice angle from Vekic attacking, comes into the mid-court, can't put away the swing volley, found the net, tried to take it early, looked for the winner. No good.
Left hand or palm straight to her head in disbelief and disappointment. The point was there, a break point chance was coming if she'd made that one. Could not quite believe it. Ouch.
Split second mistake.
Do you think she thought about which way? She kept an eye on her rival and thought, oh no, I'm going that way.
11th unforced error already to this point for Andreeva. There's been quite a few flowing off for Vekic. Quite a few off the Andreeva racket as well, but it's Mira Andreeva who hangs on there and keeps her nose ahead, albeit on serve. Vekic to serve next at 3-4 in this opening set. Any messages for us to address at this early stage of proceedings of the second evening on AO Radio for 2026, Courtney?
Well, very pleased that Hope, who had written to you earlier, I'm sure, today, has clarified where she is listening to. Writing from Florence in Italy. And
beautiful.
What a beautiful part of the world that is. I suspect it's probably a little cool at the moment, but...
yes, it would be, which was a contrast to when I was there a couple of years ago, and it was about 500 degrees, or it felt like it anyway. It was one of those European heat waves that you get in July. I think it was about 45 when we were trying to walk around Florence. wasn't the most appealing weather to walk around the city in, but still beautiful part
nonetheless.
Of the world. Yeah,
hope you had a very, very thick coat.
Oh, what? A thick coat to keep the sun off?
Coat of sunscreen.
A coat of sunscreen.
Because you are, I understand where you're from.
Yes,
you're land of birth, so a coat of sunscreen.
I do tend to keep myself covered up in 45 degrees, much like I do here as well, living here in Melbourne, where we are blessed with some fairly hot weather at different times.
Now, Henrik has written in from Glostrup in Denmark with an extended message, so we might come back to it, but he touches on not a lot of examples of lucky losers winning ATP or WTA titles, but there are some, and there's some great names on this. I love it. Sungwoo Kwon in Adelaide a couple of years ago.
Oh, yes.
Marco Cecchinato, who had a great story at the French Open not too long ago in Budapest in 2018. Rublev and Myers back-to-back a couple of weeks in a row in 2017. Rajiv Ram, who nicknamed Rampras because he mimicked his style on the great Pete Sampras. Newport in 2009, not surprising on grass. And we'll come back to a couple of those because some wonderful names.
This is some good research, good work. Sorry, who was that who wrote in?
Henrik Hansen from Glostrup in Denmark.
Fantastic, Henrik. Thanks for the message. We'll spend a little more time having a look at that in just a moment. But here, Donna Vekic gets away to a good start here. 3-4 in the opening set of this first round match against Mia Andreeva. What a tough draw that is for Donna Vekic, but also vice versa. Neither woman wouldn't want to be meeting each other in this first round.
No, we know the quality of Vekic and what she's done at quarterfinalist here, as you touched on, a Wimbledon semi-finalist. Her resume, her deeds suggest she's a far, far, far better player than a ranking of 69, and we're seeing that at the moment.
We're seeing some of the defensive qualities of Mia Andreeva, keeping herself in the point there, where Vekic was bossing things side to side and with good depth, but eventually Andreeva making Vekic play just one more ball, which sometimes works, and the forehand went wide and long.
Just taking a moment to compose herself. She's facing back towards the sponsorship hoardings, away from her rival. A couple of deep breaths. It's been a very physical encounter, both running and covering all parts of the court. Now back at the baseline.
Vekic serving, finds the net on this occasion. Courtney Walsh and Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio this evening. Mike Cain is also keeping us up to date with events right around Melbourne Park, and we'll catch up again with Mike in just a minute and get some score updates as the drop shot comes in from Vekic. Andreeva's there, reads it well and just made that look super simple. Wasn't the best drop shot necessarily, but Mia Andreeva got there very quickly, put away the backhand winner.
I think possibly a combination of two things. You were right about the drop shot, very deep, effectively landed just inside the service line. So it was basically a mid-court shot. But I also think that Andreeva will be wise to the fact that that is what Donna's trying to do to her. She's trying to drop shot her when she can, surprise her. About a fourth or fifth one in this match.
Good heavy serving that time from Vekic, gets the mistake she wanted from Mia Andreeva. 30 all. As we work our way towards the pointy end of this first set, each point starts to just get a little bit more tense and a little bit more important. 3-4, 30 all. Vekic, deep breaths. She's been scowling for most of this evening. She is absolutely dialed in and focused on this one as she serves out to the forehand of Andreeva, who just has a cut at this, lands it back in the court. Then some flatter forehands from both women, then picked up on the baseline by Andreeva. Huge forehand from Donna Vekic. Enough of that, she said, and slapped it away for the winner.
Just incredibly impressive ball striking from her then. The forehand actually set up the winner. Deep, hard, like a missile. Andreeva, I think, did very, very well to actually return it, but three-quarter court, and again within a centimetre of the baseline as she walloped that one down the line.
148.
Wonderful striking on the forehand wing.
Pretty heavy hitting, 40-30. Vekic serves. Andreeva manages to land this in. Big high boom ball for that time. Nice cut at it from Andreeva. Drop shot comes in from Vekic. Andreeva gets there and just plays a beautiful off forehand, well disguised down the line.
She walks back towards the end of her baseline. She's done well to win the point because I think she was a little upset with the drop shot that she hit, which landed over the service line, and then Vekic followed up with another shocker of a drop shot that gave Andreeva a chance to, we talked about the reprieve returner. Well, it gave her a reprieve in that point.
It really did.
It allowed her to escape what had been not the best execution of touch for someone who's usually so good at it.
That was a very classy finish, though. Vekic serves, misses this one, looking for the tee. Misses it wide. 3-4 for Deuce. Spin of the racket as Andreeva awaits this. Goes with the forehand, then onto the backhand cross, but finds the net as the 8th seed from well behind the baseline. And Vekic again finds her way to game point.
And I think it is just the pace and the weight of shot that is troubling the number 8 seed. You know, really ripping that ball when the ball's in the hitting zone, and she's prodigious when she actually gets a good swing at it.
Isn't she? So Vekic with game point here. Finds the net with her first serve. Big win for 2014 champion on the men's side. Stan Wawrinka earlier today in 4 enthralling sets on Kia Arena as Vekic serves. Nice response from Andreeva. Back, she rocks back to play a backhand as Andreeva this time and gets the mistake this time off the Vekic racket. The forehand just sprayed a little bit, a couple of feet wide into the tram lines. Back to Deuce.
A demonstration there of what Andreeva needs to try and do. If the ball's in the zone, Donna, she's dictating the play. But if Mira can make her move a little bit, she is going to draw the errors. And you talked about the unforced error count so far from the Croatian. It is certainly up to double figures now and beyond. 12 unforced errors, 14 unforced errors. That just updates to the 9 of Andreeva.
Good serving from Vekic that time. The backhand heavy and beyond the baseline from Andreeva. Good direction on that serve, deep in the box as well from Vekic.
Now, admittedly, part of that is forced. I mean, you know, you weigh up whether or not that was a forced one. She was on the move. Vekic, she did have to push wide. A game point here.
Again.
To try and level at 4-all. Game point number 3.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. It's a tight old contest. It's getting on 8 o'clock already. And look, we could still have a way to go in this first set as Vekic serves. That was just too long. Serves this time right at the body of Andreeva, who does pretty well to actually construct a shot to keep herself in the point. Rocks back as Andreeva plays a high moonball. It's landed very short. Vekic should attack this, put it away. Does beautifully, does Donna Vekic, and gets this to 4 games all in the opening set. Let's check in with Mike Cain with some score updates from around Melbourne Park.
Well, listen, guys, there's lots of matches going on around the grounds, but I think we have to pay a lot of attention right now to what's going on Rod Laver Arena as Wan Yu is about to serve for the first set against the 2-seed Iga Swiatek. And listen, we certainly know that Iga does not always do well on these faster courts at times, right? But this one has just been sloppy from Iga. 7 winners to 15 unforced errors. Her frustration is starting to show. So, yeah, real opportunity for Wan to close out this first set right now, serving here at 5-4. We'll stick with it here for just a moment, call some of this great tennis, but Juan has been solid, not spectacular. 6 winners, 8 unforced errors for her, serving just a shade under 60%. A lot has been determined on the second serve components for these 2 players, both winning around 40%. Juan's actually been into and had 3 opportunities on the break chances, converting 2 of them so far. Iga has just converted her lone break chance. Juan's going to be serving here for this first set from the near side. Toss goes up for the player from China. 5-4, serve is good. She'll get a forehand, goes inside out. Slice back from Shwatek with some height. One with the forehand inside in. That's well long. That was a really nervy forehand into the deuce corner for love 15. Here's a bit of trivia for you two, and I don't know how well you read the notes. I'm terrible at trivia, but I'm going to throw one your way, Steve and Courtney. There's only been one time in Iga's career that she's lost in the first round. Can you name her opponent?
That's good. That's good.
Do we get a clue or two?
I'll say it was on the grass, which should not be surprising to you. As Juan serves here, love 15, serve good. Shwatek with the forehand. Juan forehand cross, Shwatek through the middle, and Juan goes backhand cross. Shwatek backhand cross, catches the lining good. Now runs to a forehand, goes cross. Running forehand for Juan, goes cross. Shwatek forehand cross, Juan goes forehand up the line to a running backhand. Shwatek through the middle. Juan forehand middle, Shwatek digs out a backhand. Juan goes backhand cross, good angle. Shwatek backhand cross, great depth. No, it's just a little bit back. So 15-all. Again, Wimbledon was the tournament.
Keep those clues coming. Well, you do know that she certainly for an extended period, obviously, Mike, her record on grass was far inferior to anything else, and yet, well, she also created a little bit of history this year, didn't she, by blitzing that Wimbledon final and playing so magnificently in the shortest one. But was it as short as what the final was this year?
You know, I'm not going to give you a scoreline. I'm just wondering if you can give me the name. That's the bigger trick, as she comes up with an incredible forehand return winner, 15-30 now.
Oh, I can't bluff you, Mike. I can't bluff you. I thought I'd be able to try and get a little clue out of you, but not to be.
No.
Courtney loves these questions. He's relishing the opportunity.
You know, I feel like he's just going on his little Google machine right now and trying to find...
No, I can vouch for him.
Okay.
And of course, you can see on YouTube there is no Googling going on, which is probably why we haven't come up with the answer.
Not guilty, Your Honour.
Juan misses her first serve out wide, trying to go out wide. Again, 5-4, 15-30. For the world number 130, one of our qualifiers here, just 1-12 against the top 10 in her career. Second serve for her is good. Shwatek back in cross. Juan goes back in through the middle. Shwatek back in up the line. No response from Juan, so here comes Iga Shwatek. 1 of 1 so far on her break chances. Here she'll have 2 in this 5-4 service game.
It's deuce and 4-all between Vekic and Andreeva, with Andreeva serving. Mike, we'll stay with you.
Yep, sounds good. You want the answer, guys?
Yeah, of course.
Victoria Goljevic.
Oh, there you go.
That's a name you did not think you were going to be discussing here today. Shwatek forehand return to a Juan forehand that just catches the baseline. Now she tracks down a backhand cross. Shwatek backhand cross with Juan backhand through the middle. Running forehand for Shwatek. Juan tracks it down. Now Shwatek forehand middle. Juan goes forehand inside in, just off the baseline. Now she steps into a forehand up the line. Shwatek backhand cross. It lands good right in the corner. And Iga Świątek has broken back and gets it to 5 games all. Guys, I'll keep you updated on this one. We'll take you back inside for Vekic and Andreeva.
That is terrific stuff. Thank you, Mike. Mike Cation there, giving you an update, and in fact bringing us an entire game as well. One nearly having the chance to take out that opening set against Iga Świątek, but as you heard, Iga bouncing right back. Here it's break point for Donna Vekic on the Andreeva serve, but Vekic slapping her forehand into the net, and the opportunity slips by, and it remains 4 games all. And deuce. Courtney Walsh and Steve Pearce with you.
Well, it sounds like a thriller on Rod Laver Arena, and I think it's a thriller here on Margaret Court Arena. She did exceptionally well there to bring up the break point. Some beautiful ball striking, which we've seen from her in the last, 20 minutes of this match now, 45 minutes in.
Vekic with a heavy forehand off the response there, and then the backhand up the line. Well replied by Andreeva with her own forehand. Here's another one. She goes back more centrally, going to the Vekic forehand. Then back down the line, onto the backhand. The Croatian is equal to that, steps inside with her own big forehand. Andreeva's there with her own backhand, then forced down into a defensive backhand, brings Vekic into the nets. And she slams it away, and it's break point again.
And then the fist pump back towards her team. Really notable in that point, Steve. And we've seen it a little bit in the last few. It is Donna dictating terms right on the baseline. She's directing traffic. Rather passive play there from the seeded player, the number 8 seed. She's a couple of metres behind the baseline, trying to stay in the rallies, and it's been a very impressive performance from Vekic.
Andreeva serves. That's too long. Going to the backhand of Vekic. Wipe at the brow for the Croatian. She's ready to receive now. Back to the forehand. Vekic really unloads on that. Andreeva's done well just to stay in the point. Then she goes with her own backhand, staying on the forehand of Vekic. Forced to dig this out defensively. Andreeva, she's landed on the baseline. Huge forehand from Vekic. That's surely out from Andreeva. And it is. And Donna Vekic breaks through, breaks serve, and leads 5-4, and will serve for it next in a couple of minutes.
This is shock and war tennis here from Donna Vekic. Vekic. That power on the forehand wing in particular, just incredible. And the last one, flat, hard, had her rival scrambling, and here she is with her nose ahead in this match for the first time. Tremendous fight back, tremendous resilience.
It's great stuff, isn't it? Really, really aggressive tennis from Vekic, taking this on, backing her ground strokes in, taking on those big forehands when she has the opportunity. Andreeva's not shying away from it, but it's not working so well for her right now. And Vekic, after a bit of a passive start herself, has really flipped this match.
I was intrigued coming in because I knew that Mira had been playing exceptional tennis, as we talked about the Adelaide International victory, and that's been a really good, I suppose, form reference for Australian Open champions. And she started so well, settled into the surroundings exceptionally well. But from 3-1, Vekic held so strongly that really long gripping game at 2-3 when serving after retrieving the break. A bit of a sloppy game from Andreeva to drop serve to give her rival, I suppose, a reprieve. We're talking about reprieves and lucky losers, etc. Once she had herself in the match, felt settled, she's played really well. The challenge now comes. She's in front. She has the opportunity to serve it out. We've seen her knocking off, we've seen her second serve a little bit shaky at times. So the pressure mounts, but can she get it done?
So her first serves looked a bit shaky sometimes.
It's probably a fair point, Steve.
Let's see. You never know quite what's going to happen. Can Donna Vekic serve out this first set? Let's see. She goes down the middle and slams an ace away. That's not a bad start.
Nothing shaky about that one.
No.
Again, turns, faces away from her rival, takes a few seconds to compose herself. Now back up to the baseline. Great start when you're trying to serve out a game. Serve out a set, more to the point.
49 minutes to this point on court. A tick past 8 o'clock as Vekic serves. That's too long. Andreeva doesn't look too ruffled at this point. You don't get a lot of concern from her body demeanour at the moment, a facial expression. She goes with her own forehand. That's pretty good from Vekic up the line. And she's forced to backpedal the Croatian. That was good depth from Andreeva. Inside out forehand landed near the baseline from Vekic. Oh, goes back behind Andreeva. That should be too good. Andreeva defensively tries to keep the ball in, but can't. Good stuff from Vekic, keeping Andreeva guessing, and she's not guessing right at the moment.
Again, just such superb ball striking, and particularly that inside out forehand. She's hitting that like a rifle. Just great power. Flat, hard and fast, and Andreeva not able to cope with what's coming her way.
5-4, 30 love. Trying to serve out this opening set. She's doing it well at the moment. Goes at the forehand of Andreeva. Here's a backhand down the line from Andreeva. Really good. Has Vekic done enough to keep this in? She has, but it should be put away, and is by Andreeva. Got the short ball on the forehand, and she slams it away with very little reaction. Just a calm touch of the visor.
She's been very composed so far, even though she's surrendered that early advantage and been under pressure throughout. No real sign of emotion from Andreeva, and she is someone who can show her emotions at different stages. We've seen that in the past, but so far. So
just asking Scott Noble something.
Andreeva is having some issues with someone's watch in the crowd shining or flicking just behind the serving arm.
Which one? It's right, yeah, no. Can you come in? Thank you very much.
Interesting time to bring it up at 5-4 and 30-15.
A little disruption. I wonder if it's mind games or not, or perhaps that really was.
Well, no judgment, just an interesting time for the interruption to come. Anyway, Donna Vekic can now reset herself down the far end and serve as she tries to serve out this opening set. That was too long. It'll be a second serve. Lands this in. Forehand from Andreeva is right back at her, so Vekic returns the favour, and they're both going at it. Hammer and tongs right down the middle of the court at the moment. Then there's a bit more angle on that forehand from Andreeva, well defended by Vekic. She stays cross-court, both players, and then a good angle from Andreeva, forcing Vekic out wide, but Vekic did really well to stay in that point, and her passing shot didn't get past Andreeva, but it was good enough as the forehand volley flew wide. And here's a couple of set points for the Croatian.
Outstanding defence again when required. and then able to pull the trigger on that cross-court forehand. Vekic not able to Andreeva not able to handle the power coming towards her when coming forward. I mean, really impressed here by Donna Vekic, right back to her best at the moment.
2 set points then for the Croatian here. Donna Vekic serves heavily. Nice backhand from Andreeva. Landed it pretty deep. Rocks into a forehand. Found a nice angle on that. Well defended by Vekic. Brings Andreeva in. Nice touch of the net. Vekic just got there. Oh, and it's good enough because backpedaling Andreeva played a backhand into the net. Great response from Donna Vekic and quite the set of tennis from her as well. She's bounced back from a breakdown and delivered a real hammer blow to Mira Andreeva, taking the opener by 6 games to 4.
Outstanding there. And just a little sign of confusion from Andreeva right there at the end on that set point. That ball is set up very, very nicely for a short forehand winner. An easy put away. Instead, she opts to try and drop shot her, let her rival back into the point, not able to handle the high backhand volley, but a little sign of being confused. It was just a surprising, really surprising shot. I think that was a really high-quality set there from Donna Vekic. Yes, she made some unforced errors, 17.
Especially in the first 10 or 15 minutes, but then she really turned it around, found her range.
And locked down. And if you have a look at the statistics, and she's made 15 winners, but 17 unforced errors. That's not that bad a set because she knows she has to take it to her rival, and she's had to do that. Andreeva, 11 winners, 10 unforced errors, so a little more measured. The ball and the match is being played, as we touched on as the set went on the racket of Vekic. She's the one that's making the pace. She's trying to dictate terms, not going to work all the time, but at the moment, and certainly in the last sort of 5 or so games of that set, she had the upper hand. A really well-played, well-executed set.
Great stuff from Donna Vekic. So the opening set to Vekic over Mira Andreeva. We'll keep across this match and we'll bring you full coverage of the second and third sets because, well, if there is a third set, because it is a fascinating contest, but it is with some trepidation that I now bring Mike back in because I'm a bit concerned that we're going to get another very testing trivia question. But Mike, we're going into a tiebreak on Rod Laver Arena.
Oh, gents,
we might
come
hand
on
back
now.
to you. But just if you do have any more of those questions up your sleeve, Courtney is ready and waiting.
My brain seems to scrambled as what Mira Andreeva's was on that set point. I'm sorry, Mike.
No, I'm more concerned about. I thought she was actually complaining about Vekic's bling on the wrist. To be honest with you,
it could have been, but then nothing was done about it, was it?
Right.
Like there was a quick look at the camera, picked up the watch, and I think picked up Donna looking at it, but there didn't seem to be any.
From what I could hear talking to the umpire, she was talking about someone in the crowd just behind the serving arm, the light flashing off the phone.
But it should be pointed out, Donna Vekic, the amount of jewelry she has on her wrist is extensive. It is quite bright. We are, though, into a tiebreak for the first set with Juan and Shwatek with 2-all right now. Iga did have a mini break lead here at 2-1. Juan just came up with the goods, a forehand down the line, a winner. And yeah, it's just been, as I mentioned just a couple minutes ago, his return winner from Juan, but Shwatek has just been sloppy. And it's been an error that we've seen throughout the first 2 days. A lot of players are really struggling to find control with the balls flying a little bit due to the heat we're seeing in Melbourne. As Juan gets a forehand cross, Shwatek forehand up the line. Juan has to throw up a backhand lob. Shwatek retreats back behind the baseline, but the ball does miss long, so she stays out 3-2. But most of her misses here today for the world number 2 have indeed been long. Balls are flying for her, and she's just trying to rein things in. Probably will adjust the string tension by maybe a half a kilo or so. Juan right now waiting for balls to be delivered her way. 2-3 in this first set tie break. Iga Świątek, long way to go, but this is the one title she needs to complete the career Grand Slam. 2-3 for Juan. Toss goes up, far side. Serve is long, trying to go slider up the tee to Świątek, who's about a meter behind the baseline. Juan very deliberate with her service motion in a lavender kit, green shoes. Second serve, good. Świątek big back end to a Juan back end through the middle. Świątek inside in forehand. She's pulled that wide. That is unforced error number 20 on the night for Iga Świątek. It's very Courtney Walsh-esque with the unforced errors.
And that's just me speaking on air, Mike. Interesting you touched on the rackets. We saw Donna Vekic halfway through the opening set of her match, this match that we're commentating on, Margaret Court Arena, and she pulled out about 2 or 3 rackets and sent them off to be restrung halfway through. So certainly some tweaks necessarily going on.
It's been a recurring theme around all the courts here these first couple of days. Just players having to just tighten up the tension. The courts are playing really, really fast after 2 days of temperatures that have gone up just a little bit. So 3-all in this first set tiebreak. Should also point out we do have, maybe a couple of players who are not be as well known over on court 15 into a 5th set. Terence Atman and Francesco Maestrelli, a qualifier. It's 2-1 right now. Maestrelli, the qualifier, is out in front against the world's greatest Pokemon collector, Terence Atman. I would like to know what your favorite Pokemon is for the two of you, Steve and Courtney, as Juan has a second serve coming here. Now at the near side, serving into the deuce corner. 3-all in this first set tiebreak. Tosses up on the second, which is good. Shwatek backhand up the line. Juan has to throw up a lot. Shwatek at the baseline, goes backhand cross for a clean winner. And now she's up that mini break once again at 4-3.
Steve's just actually taken leave from the box at that question.
Oh, really?
Just looking a little alarmed by what's being
tell you, no more
thrown.
curly questions, Mike.
But you don't have a favorite Pokemon? Not a single one?
I couldn't even name one, let alone have a favorite.
Gents. I mean, you could have given me Snorlax. That's mine.
That's right. I like
Pikachu.
the sound of him. Snorlax. I like the sound of him. I'm going with that.
Mew. Terence Atman, though, he considers himself the best Pokemon collector in all of France. As Iga Świątek, far side, serving 4-3, serve into the net, trying to go body, or maybe backhand body to be more specific.
I'm putting you on my next pub trivia team, Mike.
Okay, I'd love to do it, as long as there's a pub involved. Second serve here for Świątek with this 4-3 lead. 54 minutes in. Second serve good. Juan goes backhand middle. Świątek rolls a forehand deep into the deuce corner, and again has missed long. And it's so frustrating. You read it on her face because she's even trying to find shape, Stephen Courtney, and she can't find the shape on that forehand either. It's not just that it's flat and sailing, it's shape and flying.
On Margaret Court Arena, on serve early in the second set. First set, Vekic. Back to you, Mike.
4-all. White kit for Świątek with a lavender cap. Serve is into the net. Serving at 60% for the night, just 6 of 15, 40% on her second serve points. And a key one here, no doubt. 4-all in this first set tiebreak. Świątek to the deuce corner. Good. Backhand Juan catches the line. Świątek running forehand. Juan goes forehand cross back behind Świątek, who tracks it down. Forehand cross. Juan up the line with the forehand. Świątek backhand cross. Juan goes backhand up the line. Running forehand. Świątek goes cross. Juan forehand middle. Świątek forehand inside out to a Juan backhand right through the middle, but misses well long. Missed opportunity for Juan Yu as Świątek, the defensive work on display, keeping things on her terms. 5-4 on serve in this first set tiebreak.
I'll tell you who would not have missed that backhand, Mike, was Shamanda.
Are you really trying? You're going that route, huh? Yes. She probably wouldn't have missed it. Probably wouldn't have missed it. 5-4 here in this tiebreak.
Thank you, Nat Edwards.
Yes, good gravy. And that's actually not what it is. It's Charmander. You Aussies with your little contractions. Forehand to forehand we go. It goes forehand inside out, backhand from Juan. Forehand cross from Świątek. Juan tracks that down off the net and good. Backhand from Świątek into the ad corner. See, Nat Edwards has kids, correct? I'm correct in saying that. She has kids. She knows 2 kids.
She does.
She knows her Pokemon. Charmander actually is. Those are the most valuable Pokemon cards, in fact.
Very, very, very handy tennis player, Nat, and a wise woman in many regards.
We got a couple of set points here for Świątek. 6-4 now in this breaker. Juan serving to the deuce side. Toss goes up for Juan. Serve. T-ace. So 1 set point saved.
6-5.
We also have to work you guys through how these Pokemon evolve, much like Iga is trying to evolve into her full form by grabbing a career Grand Slam this fortnight. Nothing from you guys on that one? No?
I thought we were talking about an agency of some sort there,
all right.
but I'll let that one go.
I don't know what we're talking about.
All right, here we go. Set point here for Iga Świątek. 6-5 on her terms, though. from the far side to the ad corner. Serve, body, good. Backhand one to a Shwatek backhand. Inside out, serve +1. It wasn't pretty, but Iga Świątek comes through 7-5 in the breaker. And it looks like she's going for a wardrobe change on this warm night as well. So Steve, Courtney, back to you over on Margaret Court Arena.
Great stuff. Thanks, Mike. Mike Cain there with all the action on Rod Laver Arena as Iga Świątek finds a way somehow to get that done in a tiebreaker. Fantastic stuff from the Pole, who, as Mike was saying, had a bit of a rocky start. Not a great set of tennis from her, but when the clutch moments came, she delivered.
It certainly sounds like an absolute thriller of a match over there. I had to check the clock myself, actually, just to see if we'd gone past midnight. Because that, for mine, that last little bit of that conversation,
written all over it.
Midnight madness, my word.
Mira Andreeva and Donna Vekic are still going at it, hammer and tongs on Margaret Court Arena in our main match for broadcast this evening, as Vekic just reaching down low to keep herself in this point, but Andreeva from the mid-court slamming that away, and that is the third game of this second set, and it's on serve. So Mira Andreeva has a 2-1 lead, but Vekic the first set by 6-4.
Now, as always, we'd love to know what your favourite Pokemon characters are if you're listening around the world, or perhaps not. More to the point.
No, bring it on. Bring it on.
You might educate us. We might be able to throw something back at Mike.
Who was the one I liked in the end that Mike mentioned? Snorlax. Snorlax.
Come on, guys. We'll get there.
But please, write in. Let us know what your thoughts are. Are we indeed beyond midnight? Is this midnight madness? Get in touch with us at ausopen.com. Fill out the Ask the Booth form or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. We're here. We're on board. Mike is on board to offer advice about France's top-rating Pokemon fan.
You keep talking.
Who's also apparently a very handy tennis player.
I'm looking up Snorlax on Google.
We have a message here from Eric.
Oh, yeah.
Who was written from Sweden. Sailor in Sweden. Now he's
like a plump cat.
Eric, I don't think so. No,
not Eric, but is Snorlax a plump cat? Is that a cat?
It does look something like a.
How you describe
some sort. It looks like a penguin cat. Is that what we're saying? So basically, we're talking. It has the all white belly of a penguin, a fairy penguin, but instead of the black markings, it has blue around the wings, with some sort of cat-type ears going on. So
I'm on a steep learning curve.
I'm not so sure we'd see them down at Phillip Island, another magnificent tourist destination in Victoria. What a spot that is, where the penguins come in at night.
And in St Kilda, as they do.
St Kilda as well.
Which is well worth the visit. So Vekic here is getting us underway at 1-2 in the second set. And Andreeva with a really beautifully struck backhand from behind the baseline. Can only ease that past Vekic's racket, skidded off the side of Vekic's racket. Nice passing shot from the 8th seed.
Now, Eric had written from Sweden to say he has no real suggestion for lucky loser, but he had said that he was a lucky listener, very grateful to once again be able to tune in. Now, that's very kind, Eric. I'm not so sure you heard the last
That's super
10
clever,
or so
though.
minutes.
Lucky listener.
Lucky listener. I like it.
Eric, that's really good. Andreeva here, getting the backhand back into play. Big forehand, big expansive forehand. High ball from Vekic again, disrupting proceedings and then slamming the inside-out forehand of the highest quality on some angle.
No margin for error. Flat and hard. It was an extraordinary shot, but she's been playing extraordinary tennis. It's brilliant to see her back to this level against a player who, as we said, is one of the top stars on the tour.
That was terrific from
Has
Vekic,
been in great form. Outstanding forehand.
15-all. Serves at the forehand, just sliced by Andreeva. She's opened up the court, goes back across court, picked up brilliantly on the half volley by Donna Vekic. I don't know how she did that.
Exceptional control there. She
30-15.
and looked relatively unflustered, not overly pleased with it. That was an exceptionally hard shot because the half volley dipped short, brilliant play, the fist bump, but then back nonchalant.
Nonchalant.
Just
I thought
superb
Andreeva would
tennis.
go down the line, but she went cross, and it cost her the point in the end because Vekic pulled off a brilliant half volley. Okay, Donna serves this time out wide. Andreeva does well with the backhand from outside the court, then goes back behind Vekic, Right shot, badly played though, too long from Ondreeva, too long. And Vekic with a couple of points here for 2-all in the second.
See a couple of fans in the stands, great crowds as we talked about earlier today, all around the grounds, but a couple of big crowds I think in the stadium courts tonight. I'm sure that Rod Laver Arena is packed to the brim with the great champion Iga Świątek on court at the moment, and Novak Djokovic to come a little bit later in his opening round match. And on Margaret court, fabulous crowd as well for this
heavy
fine
serving
match.
from Vekic here. Well done by Ondreeva. Lands this back in, inside out, forehand. Left the opportunity again for Ondreeva up the line. Again, not a terribly badly struck shot. Right shape, right shot, just didn't quite get it right. And it went long, and Vekic holds 2 games. Ooh.
I've got an update from around the AO commentary team.
Oh, good.
Nat Edwards writes in, who had very kindly and generously offered her suggestion for us to get us out of a hole in that conversation.
Very, very generous of Nat.
She passes on and she says, I was a big Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z nerd as a kid. Now, she says this is quality radio.
I don't even know what that is either.
Dragon Ball Z nerd.
May I jump in on this one as well, guys? I'm so sorry.
Please, no. In you come.
I'm pretty sure, and listen, I respect the fact that you guys are the Aussies here, and you guys would call it Z, but I think in this particular instance, I'm going to force you to say Dragon Ball Z, because, Isaac's here with me in the production studio, and it is, even in Australia, it's Dragon Ball Z.
Wow, that doesn't sit comfortably with me.
And again, 2-all, 15-all, Ondreeva serving in the
That's
second
all you've
set.
got, is it? That's all you've got.
But when you do get a chance, it doesn't necessarily clear up exactly what Dragon Ball Z is.
I'm going to have to, there's a lot of research going to have to happen here. Vekic a bit unlucky there on the run. The backhand cross, she just missed it on a really tight angle. 30-15 Ondreeva. We'll come back to that.
Full stretch on the
I know
run.
Nothing about. She very, very nearly made that.
Unimpressed at having missed it.
30-15, Ondreeva serves onto the forehand, just ran around it beautifully. Donna Vekic made some space for herself, got herself into a beautiful position, and Ondreeva was a bit surprised, I think, at the power and depth that came back at.
But again, this has been the theme of the match so far. It is the pace and the weight of shot from Vekic that is rushing her younger rival.
2-all, 30-all. Not at the business end of this set, but you feel there's a bit just riding on this as Ondreeva serves heavily right at the backhand of Vekic and really delivers there, Mira Ondreeva. Wow, that was a tremendous off backhand for a clean winner.
Yeah, the return came at good pace, directed straight at Ondreeva, basically swiveled round, the right knee down and swung through flat, hard, blistering backhand winner. Superb shot.
40-30, serves, forehand from Vekic right back at Ondreeva. There's that backhand again from the 8th seed. Then the forehand down the middle of the court from Vekic. There's another one on down the line. Well met by Ondreeva. There's a drop shot from Vekic. It's not put away by Ondreeva. She's lobbed. Backpedaling, really awkward overhead from Ondreeva. Vekic on the run. Backhand high ball, puts it up, and this time the drive volley is put away from Ondreeva. And the first show of emotion from her this evening as she hangs on, holds serve for 3-2 in the second set.
You can just feel the tension building, and you could feel the tension building in that set, in that point. She had her chances. The drop shot that came from Vekic, again, not overly well disguised, nor executed, that gave her a chance to put it away. Just went the wrong way, allowed Vekic back into it. The lob was quite awkward for her. Ondreeva, instead of going full pace, opted to try and place it deep. Was then able to find a way, and you were right, the emotion. She bent over and roared. This is such a tight, tough tussle. I don't think she's playing badly. I just think Vekic is playing exceptionally well, and it's just really got her under pressure at the moment at the number 8 seed.
Let's check in for some other scores around Melbourne Park, Mike.
Yeah, some really good action, as we've mentioned throughout the day, including Rinky Hijikata, the Aussie wildcard. Great win for him. 6-3, 6-3, 6-1 over Adrian Mannarino, who is always such a tough out, especially on faster courts. I thought that was going to be a much more competitive match, but Hijikata, the former North Carolina Tar Heel, coming through in that one. On Kia Arena, we have now split sets. Diana Schneider coming back in the second, 6-3 over Barbora Krejcikova. So they are headed to a third set. Krejcikova's serve just completely disappeared in the second set. Schneider was able to generate several break opportunities, put herself into a good position. So Schneider and Krejcikova into a third set. And most importantly for you guys, Terrence Outman, the Pokemon collector, is now out of the tournament. 6-1, so we can officially end our Pokemon discussion.
Pokemon discussion ceased. Mike has deemed it closed, although he has left me with a lasting image of Snorlax.
I also have a 6-foot stuffed Snorlax in my house that my daughter and I play video games on.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yes, it's a beanbag chair.
Wow.
I'll send you guys pictures. It's fantastic.
I can actually see, looking on my images of Snorlax, how he, she, they would afford himself to be a very good beanbag chair.
Very sleepy is Snorlax. That's the whole point.
Now I'm with it. Now I understand. That's why eyes are not fully open. Love 15. Thanks, Mike. Mike Cation there. Love 15, 2-3 on the Vekic serve here, serving down the far end on Margaret Court Arena. Great having you company. Wherever you're listening to us as Pokemon fans around the world on AO Radio. Steve Pearce, Courtney Walsh with you, and Mike Cation, of course, part of the team this evening, keeping us up to date with all the scores around the venue. It's a tick before 8:30 on a Monday evening, day 2 these days of the Australian Open.
And David is written from London to say,
Hi, David.
Lucky loser. Instead, how about replacing it with second chancer?
Yeah, second chancer. That did get a couple of votes earlier. Yeah, I can't remember where Jill's voting got to, but that is a good point, David. Yeah, absolutely. Second chancer. SC. Good acronym. Replacing LL. Good to see the demise of that. Backhand from Andreeva here in response, and this time Vekic just seems to she just come off a level a little bit here into the net there. 15-30, 2-3. We just saw, you know, it's these games of moments, aren't there, and just momentum swings, and you just get a sense that Andreeva thought that was a little bit of a potential momentum swing for her in that last game. Let's see if it does continue here as Vekic serves 2-3, 15-30. It's too long there.
I mean, her level has been exceptionally high, and the margins are fine with the manner of which she strikes the ball from the baseline. So it's possible, but we'll see what happens.
Andreeva with the backhand, fairly short in the court. Well picked up by Vekic, and cross court, really good angle from Andreeva. She gets the open court, takes the ball early, and good enough. Vekic got there on the run with the forehand, but couldn't make it over the net. And here's a couple of break points for Mira Andreeva.
Interesting on that point there, she opted for a backhand, heavily top spinning, but slower and more for the angle. Tried to get her rival moving. I think the message from her coaching team will be, you've got to try and break the rhythm here, because if you keep going toe-to-toe, trying to out-hit Vekic from the baseline, it's not going to go well for you. So you need to try and change, alter the angles, slow it up a little bit, get her out of her rhythm.
15-40. Out wide, Andreeva does well with the first ball. Vekic is out in the net with a couple of volleys, and Andreeva has the opportunity to pass her, and she takes it with a forehand of precision that land on or near the baseline. And the 8th seed gets the break of serve and moves out to a 4-2 lead in the second set after dropping the first.
Just held her nerve well there, because while it had set up, she needed to make it. Lovely execution, went the right way. She knew as she watched it, big fist pump, the last 2 games she's won. Little emotion from her in the first set and a half, even when she had given up the break and then dropped late in the first set. But she is fully engaged now, the adrenaline is pumping, and it's been a very impressive last couple of games from the number 8 seed.
Serving out wide, missing it here on Andreeva as she looks to consolidate the break. A lot of good tennis still coming your way. We're going to see the 10-time champion on the men's side, Novak Djokovic, later tonight against Pedro Martinez. That's going to be on Rod Laver Arena, so go nowhere. Much to play out. And of course, the women's top seed still in action, as we've been hearing from Mike. Iga Shwatek has taken the first set there. That is a very impressive Snorlax. Snorlax, that's right, isn't it? Yeah.
Mike has just sent us through. That's
massive.
Very impressive. I've got to say that despite my ignorance, I would not mind a Snorlax at home.
I wouldn't mind getting one of those, actually. Might be quite good for the little AO radio room upstairs. As Ondreeva serving here at 15 love. I'm giving Peter some ideas here, see if he can invest in one. Into the net from Vekic from behind the baseline there on the forehand. And Ondreeva is doing what she needs to do here, trying to consolidate that break of serve at 30 love. And a little toss of the racket there from Vekic. She's just gone off the boil. And Ondreeva stepped into that space.
And Mike touched on the fact that it's been very warm. We've seen some players struggling with cramp, struggling to control.
Good serving out wide that time from Ondreeva, and the forehand from Vekic way long.
This has been an hour and 20 of high-intensity tennis. It's now early evening, but the conditions are still quite mild and testing, so fitness could start to come into this.
Serve from Ondreeva, not a bad response from Vekic, but sensing her chance from inside the baseline. Ondreeva just easing the backhand winner down the line, and in the blink of an eye, it's 5-2 now in the second set to Mira Ondreeva. Rapid
fire, Steve. 90 seconds, I believe, that game lasted. So really raised her level in this second set. Number of winners she struck, 20 winners. She struck 10 in the first set. She's already added another 10 in this set. Unforced errors only made 5 for the set, so basically double the amount of winners. She's really responded really well to the pressure that she was under. We talked about it, 6-4, 2-all. Then that lengthy service game, she holds on after that big rally lasting 17 points to get her nose ahead. Breaks, and now she's in a strong position to level this match. What a thrilling match it's been.
Looks like we might be going the distance with this one here on AO Radio on this first Monday of the tournament. Great to have your company wherever you're listening to us. Do drop us a line. Keep in touch with us. We'd love to hear what you're up to as you get about your day on Monday. I presume is it Monday everywhere in the world?
It would be Monday everywhere in the world now, because I think California will have ticked by. I think it's 17 hours at the moment. We're now about 8 o'clock, so I'm sure it's very early hours of the morning in Los Angeles.
Is there somewhere in the Pacific, though, that might still be on Sunday?
Potentially.
Somewhere like sort of Rarotonga way?
Potentially.
I've got a feeling they might be.
Well, if you are listening in from there, please write in and tell us.
Well, there can't be an if, Courtney. I mean, let's be honest. We must have people listening to AO Radio in Rarotonga. I mean, there just must be.
Surely.
So somebody would be able to confirm it, that it is in fact still Sunday night there, albeit 11:30, I want to say. I'm doing that off the top of my head, so it'll be interesting to see if it's right.
In a former life,
Courtney does not look confident.
In a former life, we're talking to a global news correspondent and well in tuned with the time zones around the world.
As Vekic is serving to stay in this second set, she's got this out to 30 love at 2-5.
I'd love to ask Mike. I think we might confuse Mike with the number of time zones in Australia at the moment.
83. Is that right?
Very close, give or take 1 or 2.
Okay.
Oh dear. There are a couple of time zones. Mind you, there's a couple of time zones in the States as well, to be fair.
Indeed there are.
To be fair.
But daylight savings here does tend to throw it even more out of whack.
At 30 love, Vekic serving out wide. Good stuff from Donna Vekic there. She's obviously has to just make Mira Ondreeva try and serve this out. She's trying to regain that intensity and level of performance that she had for an hour or so, but just in the last 15 minutes we've seen a little bit of a shift. We've seen the first show of emotion from Ondreeva. She sensed the moment, and she's on the cusp of the second set. But Vekic doing what she needs to do here. 40 love. Serve lands that onto the forehand racket of Ondreeva. That's too long from Vekic, spraying that too long. And a little fist bump even on that occasion from Ondreeva, even trailing 40 love and not on her racket, still showing a little bit more emotion.
Trying to keep the energy up. Also mindful that if this game does go the other way, she needs to serve it out in the next game to try and make sure she levels this match and forces a deciding set.
Serving here just a bit too long on that occasion from Donna Vekic at 40-15. Awaiting confirmation from Rarotonga as Vekic serves right at the body of Ondreeva, and the drop shot was no good from Vekic. It was no good off the racket. It was always slumping short, and it did so.
40-30.
and the disappointment evident on her face, but also a big, deep breath. You talked about she's definitely dropped her level, and you just wonder. As I said, it's very, very warm. It's been a very physical match, admittedly, 80 or 90 minutes, but it's been high-intensity tennis.
40-30 serves out wide. Nice backhand response from Andreeva. Into the open court goes Vekic. Takes the high backhand overhead, Vekic, and dismisses that on a good angle. So Donna Vekic holds on, albeit to 30, but she got the job done, and she forces Mira Andreeva to have to serve out this second set at 5-3.
It's been a great contest. I've really enjoyed watching this match between, well, I'm not going to say the veteran, because we had a 45-year-old playing with great distinction last night in Venus Williams in her return to Melbourne Park.
29.
29 is not quite veteran. But
status.
the thing is, she was on tour as a 15-year-old.
Yeah, sure,
so she has been around for half her life.
Andreeva comes to the net with the backhand. Really nice touch, low down from Mira Andreeva. A cute angle too, well put away with that volley.
Not an easy volley to make either, because the backhand return from Vekic was tipping sharply. To be able to come up with that angle from behind the service line, just a superb volley.
Andreeva serves, choosing to go down the middle, but it's just a fault. Red lights dictating that ball was out. Second serve is no good.
15.
As you would have heard, fell short. She tried to take a bit off that and maybe put a little bit of a kick into it.
Did not quite get around that. That's now 3 double faults for both women.
We might just, well, we'll check in a minute. We'll see if Andreeva can serve this out, and then we'll check in with Mike, because there seems to be a bit of a pause in play on centre court. Find out what the reasoning is for that, but we'll see if Andreeva can serve out this second set first. 30-15. Andreeva down the far end, sets herself, serves onto the backhand of Vekic, and then into the opposite corner with absolute precision. 1-2 punch and a backhand really of the highest quality there, Courtney.
Yeah, when she goes flat down the line, it's a really well-executed shot. We saw it a couple of games ago when Vekic pummeled a return at her. Again, just using the pace of the Vekic return, redirecting it. Lovely shot.
Andreeva then with a couple of set points, finds the net. Second serve lands this one in onto the forehand of Vekic, goes straight back at that same forehand. Vekic sprays it wide and long, and Mira Andreeva has bounced right back here. And in a spell of tennis of about 20 minutes, she's turned this match around and has grabbed the second set with some aplomb and levels us up at 1-1 as we go the distance in this one on AO Radio. Just before we get your thoughts on that, Courtney, we might nip back across to centre and find out what's going on there, Mike.
Yeah, it looks like it might have just been a little bit too physical for Won Yu in the first set. Not able to get it done in that tiebreak, lost that 7-5, and it's been all Iga Świątek ever since. 3-love with 2 breaks in the second set, and unfortunately, as you mentioned, there has been a stoppage of play, medical timeout right now for Won Yu on her lower back, and just doesn't look like she's able to stay in rallies at this moment. So just gave a lot in that first set and just is struggling to maintain that same level in the second set. So it does look like Iga Świątek will have her way through into the second round, and there is the possibility of Iga's Bakery being open for that one as well. Some of the other scores we haven't really mentioned as of yet right now on the outer courts. A guy who made a huge jump late last year in Shanghai, Valentin Vachereau, the 30 seed, has 2 sets to the good against the young American qualifier Martin Daum. He's leading 6-4, 6-4, and serving at 2-3. So we're keeping an eye on that Vachereau-Daum match as well. And another guy who kind of won a Masters title out of nowhere, Alexei Popyrin, the Aussie. And of course, in Canada back in 2024, took the first set from Alexander Muller, 6-2. It's good to see Popyrin back and looking really fresh. Obviously took a little bit of a mental health break through the summer last year and looks like he's in a very good mood. Was having a great chat with our ball kid right before the match, and so he seems to be in a good place both mentally and with his tennis, with the 6-2 lead after the first set against Alexander Muller. Guys, back to you.
Great stuff, Mike. Mike Cain there, keeping us across all action around Melbourne Park. We'll have the third set of Vekic and Andreeva coming up for you next on AO Radio.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
We're at Margaret Court Arena where Croatian fans are packed in. There'll also be some fans supporting the youngster. I'm sure she wouldn't mind me calling her a youngster. She's only 18, Mira Andreeva as well. The 8th seed. She's taking some coaching advice from a familiar face courtside. Conchi Martinez, who is dictating. You can probably listen to a little bit of it.
So just passing on the tactics.
Pick it up. Yeah. Oh,
now had some music come on just to disrupt.
As we were about to get a little bit of an insight. Never mind. It's a little break in play. So Mira Andreeva is still out on court. Donna Vekic must have taken a break, which is why we've only got the one player out on court at the moment.
I'm thinking when I was 18, about this time 1, 2, 3 years or perhaps decades ago, I was just getting ready to go to university here. Mira Andreeva, one of the world's great tennis stars, out talking to a former Grand Slam champion, working out how to get through this third set. I think she showed in the second set the template that might help her against Vekic, who was taking a break. We saw Vekic play so impressively. Her power, her weight of shot, as the first set progressed, gave her the upper hand against Andreeva. In the second set, what we noticed late in the piece was Andreeva starting to try and change, I suppose, the trajectory. A little bit of change of pace, the rhythm, the angles she was finding, getting Vekic running. And that was basically what came through in terms of the statistical breakdown at the end of that set. Total distance around between the two women doesn't sound like much, but 404 metres by Vekic versus 361 by Andreeva. It just means that she was pushing her a little bit wider each point. She also tightened her game. In that set, she hit 11 winners and only 8 unforced errors. It was about 50-50 in the first. But the caveat, the flip side, the cause of Vekic running further, making her sort of pushing her out further into the wings of the court. Vekic 6 winners, 12 unforced errors. So just incremental. We talk about fine margins in tennis, but just that little extra step that she had to take, the half step, she's a little further out of her hitting zone, and it told on the scoreboard. So some
the difference.
Really nice readjustments there from Andreeva in the second set. Donna's back on court. She's taken a little break, so it'll be interesting to see what unfolds in the third. But that, as I said, fine margins. Matches can be decided on the smallest of things, a fraction of a centimetre.
Yes, and it doesn't always have to be huge tactical changes, does it? It can just be little tweaks here and there, as you're exactly suggesting. Courtney disrupting the rhythm, disrupting the shot making. All right, let's see what unfolds here in this third set. It'll be Donna Vekic to open things up, the deciding set of this first round match, and it's a backhand reply of the highest quality from Mira Andreeva.
Oh, I wish I could do that at the best of times, let alone after a bit of a break with a ball rocketed down at you to thump a backhand for a winner of that quality off the return. Superb start to the set.
If she's trying to stamp her authority early here, as so many of the great players do. She's not a great player yet, but she certainly has the potential to be one. Serving onto the forehand this time of Andreeva. Goes with a big loopy forehand, and again, happy to slice a forehand back just to stay in the rally on a couple of occasions. Vekic trying to unload on a couple of big ground strokes. Then the slice from the Croatian met with another forehand from Andreeva, and she kept herself in the point and won the point as Vekic goes long.
And again, really important here for Vekic to try and resettle, try and find that rhythm, that range on her ground strokes. We talk about being pushed a little bit wider. Again, a case in point. She wasn't able to get quite as far across to that forehand. The ball flies long as a result.
Love 30. Anna Vekic looking to bounce back from the disappointment of dropping that second set. Let's see what she can deliver here. Serves to the forehand. A sliced forehand response from Andreeva. Lands deep and rocking back. A flat-looking Vekic just dumped a forehand into the net.
The feet not moving. The last 2 points has been clearly evident that the feet aren't moving, not bouncing around on the toes as much. A chipped return. It was a good first serve, but a deep chip return, just no movement. Didn't get round, didn't give herself the space to hit it.
3 break points as Vekic misses the first ball. Little fact that's come our way is Mira Andreeva has lost her last 6 major singles matches when she's dropped the first set. This may be one that breaks that cycle. We'll see. Maybe not, as the forehand from Andreeva flies long and the first break point slips by.
And it's, I mean, statistics lies and damn statistics.
Sure.
It goes. So it can be
it's just interesting.
Yeah, no, and it is, and it's a good point, and it's probably it'll be a measure of her maturity or growing maturity if she's able to find a way through that, because it's not easy to come back in a Grand Slam match when you've lost the first set. You've got to win the next 2, and that's going to be very, very hard at this level.
Exactly right. Sliced forehand from Andreeva. We've seen that shot a few times this evening, but this time she doesn't get it right. Lands it beyond the baseline, and 2 break points are saved for Vekic.
Yes, very important. And the other factor is that when she's playing those matches, in general, they're deep in Grand Slams, because she's someone who is pushing deep into Grand Slams. She's got that great record. So important to try and turn that around, and this would be a good start. It would give her some confidence, because we know that Vekic has the credentials. She's been deep into Grand Slams herself. Semi-finalists at Wimbledon, quarterfinals here. She's a very, very talented player.
Can play. Second serve here for Andreeva to look at. Still break point, 30-40. Vekic serves. Backhand from Andreeva. That's criminal, not making that one. The backhand, it kicked up a little bit. It was a tiny bit awkward, but she should have made that every day.
Good second serve from Vekic, but what we saw on that occasion, Andreeva a couple of times earlier in this match when she had that chance stepping forward and crunching that backhand down the line, on that occasion she opted for a more defensive stance, she took a step backwards basically, so she was a couple of metres behind, or a metre or so behind the baseline when she hit it. So in the error came.
Vekic saves 3 break points, and we're back to deuce. A lot of frustration there from Mira Andreeva towards her coaching support team. Uber frustrated with herself. This time the forehand is much better from her, and she gets the mistake that she wanted off Vekic, who slaps her racket into the surface on Margaret Court Arena a couple of times. Her frustration. Both players sensing the importance of this opening game here of the final set.
And we can see the tension on their face, and just having a look around, looking up from my seat here in the broadcast booth, and you can see some of the tension on the faces of the fans. It's been a gripping encounter.
Serving onto the backhand of Andreeva, short ball. Vekic tries to slap this away. Andreeva's there like a brick wall at the moment. Goes with a couple of backhands. She's meeting everything. Meets that with a forehand. Lands that deep, kicks up high, and Vekic trying to make the play, slams a forehand into the net and gives up serve in the opening game, much to Mira Andreeva's delight. And she has the early break of serve at 1-love.
A big roar of come on after that game, after that error from the Vekic forehand. Andreeva, she had her chances early on. 3 went begging to be able to seize the break. Very important. She bounces away from her chair. She's got the legs pumping. She's up and about. Vekic, having taken that extended break from the court at the end of the second set, a little slower. We saw the feet not moving initially in her service game, the opening service game of the third set, the deciding set. Now she's up, she's working back, she's taking some time. Andreeva, with the momentum behind her, really trying to get on with it. If she can keep this streak going, it's been a good stanza of games here, 4 in a row, I believe, she's rattled off, so she'll try and keep that going.
Absolutely will, because she'll want to ram home the advantage here without question, Mira Andreeva. If she can, taking the opening break of serve. Now she's landed her second serve in. Running around onto that forehand. Vekic hits that perfectly. Inside out forehand cross-court winner. And a few come-ons from Donna Vekic as well, as she tries to regain that intensity she had for the first hour or so of this contest.
Not surprising, I suppose, given the fact that the match is edging towards a crescendo, that both women are more actively engaged emotionally.
Absolutely good response there from Vekic on the reply. A couple of big forehands. Andreeva there with her own. Goes with the backhand. Same angle, though, from Vekic. Then she goes still back down the same angle. Down the line. Will she go back cross-court? No, more centrally now. Heavy forehands. And then the drop shot on the backhand side, bringing Andreeva in. What does Vekic do? She tried to go down the line. Andreeva saw it coming and cut it off with the forehand volley.
So well did she read that I'm not so sure that backhand passing shot was actually going to land in, but still safer to play it. And if you can play the volley as well as what she did, we see a replay of that. Maybe it was going to drop on the line, but a beautifully executed forehand volley.
Just made to go across court there and then checked and went back and covered the line, and it was the right decision. Good stuff from Mira Andreeva, and good heavy serving as well, as Vekic frustratingly puts a backhand into the net on the return of serve, and it's 30-15 and 1-love in the final set.
Vekic looks skyward. Her coaching crew are looking a little stressed at the moment, not surprising. As I said, Andreeva's switched the momentum around, all running her way at the moment.
Oh, and that backhand from Donna Vekic was no good. Barely made it off the court level before it hit the net.
And again, it's the culmination of the movement. Had forced her to bounce back on the run, not able to control it. And a clever strategy here from the young number 8 seed, thinking her way through what's been a really challenging match so far.
Andreeva finds the net with her first serve. Second serve onto the forehand of Vekic. Heavy forehand it was as well. And Andreeva could do very little with that on the backhand from behind the baseline.
Do you think there was a little bit of frustration in that one? Certainly some fury in that forehand.
Well, she must feel like probably feels like she's let this match slip a bit here. Andreeva's played well, absolutely, but Vekic had everything going in her direction, and there's been there have been some forced errors, but there have also been some unforced. That was a good heavy serve from Andreeva, and Vekic unable to keep that in the court. And now the pressure heaps on Donna Vekic at love 2 in the third set.
Yeah, great serve, directed right at the left hip. Basically handcuffed her. By that I mean she just didn't have any room with which to swing through that double-handed backhand. A lovely first serve hit at a decent pace, well directed. 5 games in a row from my reckoning that she's now reeled off from midway through a really tight sort of point in that second set. She's been on top since then, playing some superb tennis.
So at love 2, Donna Vekic has to make a stand here. It's only 1 break of serve, but she's got to hold here. She's got to find some of her more consistent tennis. Andreeva continues to look more energised down the far end. Serves here, lands this onto a forehand from Andreeva, straight back down the middle of the court. The women exchanging some ground strokes. There's a sliced defensive ball from Andreeva, lands just long on the backhand. Just pushed too long. That's exactly what Donna wanted.
Far better opening to this game than the previous service game, where Andreeva rifled an off backhand winner to send a message that she was switched on at the start of the third set.
Certainly looking a little bit more lacking in energy right now, Donna Vekic, than her younger opponent. Let's see if that plays out over the course of the next half hour or so. Support in the crowd for Donna Vekic as she serves at 15-love. That's a horrendous serve that I would have been disappointed with.
And the body language is telling here, Steve. She just looks a little flat, a little fatigued. Somehow she has to try and find a way to energise herself.
She looks a little confused as well.
Yep. And that could well be the fatigue. We talk about the fact she slid a little bit in the rankings as well, so not playing quite at the same level she was 2 years ago.
Backhand wedge, try to go back behind Andreeva and tried it again, and that is miles out on the off backhand, looking to go down the line, barely made the line of the doubles alley. And from 15 love to 15-30, and this is a really critical moment in this match right here.
Absolutely, and Andreeva, as you said, I think sensing it is really locking down.
Serving here, Vekic onto the forehand of Andreeva, mid-court ball, Vekic can't put it away, and that's brilliantly done by Andreeva down the line. She went to the backhand, and it cost her, as Andreeva showed us that backhand again that she hit so sublimely.
And the fist pump. Excited, great movement, perfect redirection. Vekic scrambling, and we've seen this so much in the last few games, scrambling to try and get to shots. She's just not moving as well as what she was in the first set, in part because the ball has been directed better by her rival. It's been a really composed performance. We touched on her emotion deep in the first set. She was very calm, Andreeva, and it's paying dividends because she didn't lose her way. Bang, another break, Steve.
Some of this is donated, some of it is Andreeva, but Vekic has definitely come down a notch, and she's making quite a number of mistakes that are not actually too close to going in either, and that last backhand was halfway up the net and not in any danger. So that is a double break of serve to Mira Andreeva, and it is a mountain to climb now for Donna Vekic.
Yeah, we talked about an hour and a quarter into this match. We were saying it's been a very, very physical match, and we pondered just with Donna whether she was starting to fray a little bit. She just looked a little tired, wasn't getting to the ball quite as well. The last 25 minutes, it has been all one-way traffic. And that last game, that was the most one-sided. Quite a few errors coming from her racket. No seeming ability or to be able to think through the situation in the point, and looking disconsolate.
Let's get some updates from around Melbourne Park and, of course, Centre Court. Mike.
Yeah, Rod Laver Arena. It's been a very interesting last 10 minutes since we last spoke, gentlemen. Mentioned that Won Yu did have to take that medical timeout for the lower back. She is going for broke at this moment, and it's actually paying off. She was down 3-love when she took that medical timeout and then just started swinging big, and it rewarded her with a break back. But that being said, Iga Swiatek does remain a break up right now, 4-2 over Won Yu. So Swiatek is still very much in control of that match on Rod Laver Arena. Of course, a lot of Polish fans there and a lot of Serbs who are waiting for Novak Djokovic, who, of course, is up next. The reigning Shanghai champion, Valentin Vachereau. This is the first time he's been seeded at a Grand Slam. The 30 seed this week, routine win for him. 4-4-4 over Martin Damm Jr. Earlier last week in qualies, I was actually mistaken for Martin Damm Sr., and that's a true story, but we'll tell that when we do our pub trivia a little bit later. We've got a fifth set alert over on court 15, just getting underway for Jaime Munar and Dalibor Sverchina. Munar taking the fourth set, 7-5, so we'll keep you updated on that one. And a match we haven't really spent a lot of time with, but it is on Kia Arena. Diana Schneider 3-2 with a break lead over Barbora Krejcikova, who is struggling physicality-wise, dealing with, of course, that knee issue that has been such a difficult thing for her over the last couple of years, so we're keeping one eye on that as well. Back to you guys.
Great stuff. Thank you, Mike. Mike Cain.
I believe you were confused for Tom Cruise just a couple of days ago, Steve.
Absolutely. It always
as you were walking
happens.
through.
It always happens, which is disappointing, and I always correct people, obviously, as you would. We've just seen Mira Andreeva's incredible defensive qualities as well, forcing Donna Vekic to play one more ball, which went into the net, and it turned out to be a very comfortable service game here for Mira Andreeva as she moves out to 40-love here.
It's amazing. Yeah, just 100% of points in this third set from on the first serve from Andreeva. Just as the match is extended, fatigue is kicked in, and Donna Vekic, having played at such a high level from the infancy of that first set to midway through the second, just the feet aren't moving now. She's really struggling to get to the ball. It's been a really well-executed comeback from Andreeva.
She showed some real class here. Nice little drop shotted. Vekic is scurrying around, but she's being made to look second best at the moment as Andreeva draws her opponent in and then eases the pass into the open court and holds with a degree of comfort and has moved out to a 4-love lead here in the final set.
There's another factor at play here as well, Steve. It's been a pleasure to see the vast repertoire that Andreeva possesses. We talk about the serve. I really like the serve. I think the fact that she can hit it both ways is great disguise. She's got a really good kicking serve. The second serve can take her rival out of court that way, but same ball toss, she's slicing the ball the other way. Ground strokes are very impressive. Good weapons. She moves so well, and she can come to the net. We've seen some of those beautiful volleys throughout this second and third set in particular.
She has got the game to be definitely a major champion, and we're beginning to see a lot more of that as she grows into herself and matures and gets stronger, and also, as we've seen today, her mental abilities, and of course working with a coaching team, but found a way to really turn this match around. It's been a hugely impressive performance from Mira Andreeva, the 8th seed.
Just keeping her emotions in check when Donna Vekic was running so hot from midway through that first set. She didn't lose her way. She certainly lost the first set, but she didn't look like she was too frazzled. You talked about she has lost 6 matches in a row when she's dropped the first set.
Yeah.
Admittedly, deep in tournaments, deep in majors, so you come up against top liners, but it's been a really impressive show of resilience and clear thinking from her under pressure.
Andreeva here with the forehand. That one was too long though, so Donna Vekic gets on the board in this game, and obviously critical for her that she gets on the board in this set right here. We've just ticked on to 9 o'clock local time on Monday evening, and this match is very much, I want to say, slipping away. It hasn't slipped in a past sense because you never know, but double breakdown, this is a very, very difficult position for Donna Vekic to turn this around. 15-all, love 4. The serve has been certainly a little bit erratic over the last 45 minutes. Second serve lands us in deep in the box. There's the forehand from Andreeva, but that was out, trying for the 1-2 punch into the opposite corner. Donna Vekic, and just to add insult to injury, she nearly gets clobbered by a ball that comes back from the other end of the court.
Just a little bit, some very good evasive skills right at the last 10 there.
That would have really, that would have added insult to injury. Serving here, Vekic deep in the box, well met by Andreeva. On the run, Andreeva still makes the forehand. Vekic forced to play one more shot, backpedaling. She got it all wrong, tried to make the forehand down the line, but weight and feet were all in the wrong place, and she dumped it in the net.
Just has not been able to get going at all after returning to the court to start this third set. Midway through the second, she was starting to look a little more fatigued, not getting to the ball, and the feet are just not working at all.
And there was just that moment, wasn't there, when Andreeva just seemed to just take control of the match, and it was one that we marked down here in the commentary box, and it's absolutely turned since then.
Let's first serve.
Now from watching the play, it's hard to see how Vekic wins a game, let alone wins a set. Double break point then for Mira Andreeva for a commanding and near unassailable 5-love lead in the final sets. Vekic serves, does land this in. The backhand from Andreeva is fairly deep, goes straight back at the backhand of Vekic. Then she switches to the forehand. The forehand is okay from Vekic, quite deep. That's going to land just out though from the Croatian, and Mira Andreeva is really forcing the issue and looking super comfortable, calm and incredibly confident of her position, and why not? Because in just 26 minutes in this final set, she has taken this out to a 5-love lead, and I hasten to add, she's not going to lose from here.
Unless something significantly unbelievable happens, no. And the body language tells
beautifully
that.
Put. Significantly unbelievable. I love it.
Donna Vekic, towel to her face, hanging her head in despair. In contrast, the Andreeva team, they were stressed, no doubt. They did a good job of hiding it. But midway through the second set, with this match very much still in the balance given the way Donna was playing, I'm sure they were feeling a little stressed, but I just saw them stand up after Mira Andreeva went to 5-love, and you could see the relief on Conchita Martinez's face. She's taken a couple of deep sighs of relief. Andreeva looking so confident, so strong. It's been such an impressive performance for mine, even losing that first set, because I think that was the quality of her rival as opposed to anything that she was really doing wrong.
And she showed the maturity to not let that phase her, didn't she? Like, okay, that happened, but let's just find a way.
Turned around.
She absolutely has.
It just stretched her rival a little bit more, worked on the angles more, got her rival moving. And we talked about the small but significant margin in terms of the amount of ground covered in that second set. In one way, that was pretty much working her rival over, and it led to just a blowout in the third.
Serving for the match then, Mira Andreeva at 5-love in this final set. And Donna Vekic forced to scurry around and eventually putting a forehand, a stretched forehand, albeit into the net, looking to go down the line. 15-love. Tension has gone out of this contest right now for players and fans because of the way that Andreeva has taken a stranglehold on this match. She serves here to the backhand of Vekic, who dumps the backhand into the net. She looks like she's pretty keen to get off court right now.
Indeed. Look, what I've seen from her in the first set and a half, her best is still absolutely good enough to suggest that she can lift from that ranking of about 69. She sits at 70 that she sits at the moment. But it just shows how hard it is. You know, she was a semi-finalist 2 years ago now. First round exit, sorry, semi-finals at Wimbledon, but first round exit here, forthcoming.
Yeah, but a really tough draw, tough opponent in the first round, one of the real up-and-comers and, you know, top 10 player and destined for the very top of the game. Mira Andreeva has moved out to 40-love and has triple match point here to move through to the second round of the Australian Open.
Thank you.
She takes her time, sets herself. Andreeva serves heavily at the forehand of Vekic, then goes back at the backhand of the Croatian. That's long! And Mira Andreeva has shown her true class and maturity beyond her years. The 18-year-old, the 8th seed, is comfortably through to the second round in the end. She's seen off the challenge of Donna Vekic in 3 sets, having dropped the first. She's bounced back 6-3, 6-love in the final set, and she's through in some style.
Just a sublime performance for mine. Yes, she dropped the first set, but I thought she played pretty well to turn it around. That ends that streak we talked about. She'd lost 6 matches at Grand Slam level coming in after dropping the first set. Well, that streak is over. She's found a way through that. We talk about the Adelaide preparation. 3 of the past 4 Australian Open champions have come through that Adelaide International, which she won in such great style last week. And what a way to kickstart her Australian Open campaign, her push potentially for a maiden Grand Slam. Just a wonderful start. I'm sure we'll hear from her in a second, but very impressive.
Do you think she's ready to go the distance yet, Courtney, though? Do you feel like she's got the game, the maturity and the power and everything that it takes to deliver a major title yet?
Look, I tipped her to win one, either a Roland Garros or a Wimbledon last year. I thought she was just about there. She didn't quite get it done. In fact, she probably took a little step back in some ways. You know, rivals figure out, but I thought she was coming then, and she looks stronger now. And you talked about that calmness under pressure that she showed deep in that first set and in the infancy of the second, where she really held herself together against an onslaught, a barrage of winners. Look, I think she absolutely has what it takes, and I think it's going to be sooner rather than later for her, whether it's this Australian Open, but I absolutely think that before she's 20, I think while she's in her teens, there'll be a Grand Slam title coming her way, given the rate with which she's improving.
So Mira Andreeva through. Let's hear from her now.
Famous for thanking yourself in interviews. So before we give anyone else credit, firstly, what would you like to thank yourself for?
Well, I think today, once again, I did everything. I don't know what my team is sitting there in the corner doing nothing. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I'm very happy with how I came back today in this match, how I didn't lose my focus, how I still tried to go for my shots and still tried to be brave. Okay, maybe Conchita once or twice gave me an advice, like here and there, but overall, just all me again.
All you. Love it. We got to give give her a bit of credit, surely.
Yeah, just a little bit. She's still a good coach, but yeah, she needs to improve a little. But we'll work on it.
Well, one thing that kept coming up in commentary is the word composure. Even when you lost that opening set, you didn't hit the panic button. So is that something that you've been working on in the last few months?
Yeah, we've been trying to work on me staying focused, still sticking to the plan, doing what I have to do on the court. And sometimes it's more difficult. Sometimes, obviously, there are days when it's just harder to do that. And now I realize that it really depends on how much I want to do it. And now, wait, just in case. Now, so far, I found a mindset of really doesn't matter what's going on the court, just to still go for my shots and try to be brave.
Absolutely. And that certainly paid off today. Now, you've been on an absolutely incredible run of form in the start of this 2026 season. So either it's all of the hard work that you put in the off-season, which Conchita had nothing to do with, of course, or it's the fact that you are now a new dog mom, and that's bringing you good luck. Which one is it?
Probably a dog mom, of course. Yeah, since we got our puppy into the family, I do feel like I became more calm, actually, off court and on the court as well. So it's definitely the puppy energy.
So that's what we all need to do. We all need to buy ourselves a dog.
Yeah, exactly. Just get yourself a puppy, guys, and that's it.
All right, one more question for you. I don't know if you've been on social media lately, but suddenly the internet is obsessed with 2016. Now, in 2016, you would have been 8 years old, probably beating all of us even then. What I want to know is, would 8-year-old Mira be impressed with the player that you are today?
I mean, I hope so, probably. Yeah, because when you're 8-year-old, you don't even know what you're gonna do in your life. And I remember I was playing Tennis Europe tournament. So of course, I think an 8-year-old Mira would be super proud of an 18-year-old Mira today.
Mira, congratulations. Thank you so much for chatting. Through to the next round, Mira Andreeva.
Goodness me, she's impressive. But she's also got that freshness about her still. Now, does that indicate, Courtney, that she's ready for a major, or that maybe there's still a little bit of growing to do? We've always got growing to do, I should hasten to add.
Look, I just think she's in a really good place, and I think if you start the new year, after what was a bit of a tricky year for her, it wasn't quite the progression that we might have expected, because I thought she was, as I said just before we went to that interview, but I thought she might have been capable. She was a tip for me to break through at either Wimbledon or Roland Garros, because I love what she offers in terms of the variety to her game. I think she's got so many great attributes, and I think the natural surfaces probably suit her because she can use her craft. She's had a bit of a break over the off-season. I think she's stronger than ever, and I loved what I saw of her in Adelaide. I thought she started pretty well in Brisbane. She was edged by Marta Kostyuk, who was in such good form. Unfortunately, badly hurt an ankle yesterday.
She's written on the camera, all me again.
Well, it was all her for the last set and a half there against Donna Vekic. I thought that was a really impressive start here as well, because Vekic challenged her. So I like the youthful exuberance. I love the fact that she seems a bit fresh.
Well, let's see.
It doesn't seem like pressure is overbearing.
No,
on her.
that's the point, isn't it? She seems to be handling the pressure so well. Right. Well, that match has been going on. Chris Bowers, have swapped places with Steve Pearce, and Mike Cain has been keeping an eye on the match on the Rod Laver Arena between Iga Świątek and Yuan from China. Mike.
Yeah, great to be with you here tonight, Chris. It is 3-5 right now for Yuan serving against the world number 2, Iga Świątek. 15-all right now. Yuan from the far side serving out wide. Świątek forehand through the middle. Yuan through the backhand middle and misses that one into the net. As you're just joining us maybe a little bit late into this one. This has been a very physical matchup. We're just shy of the 2-hour mark for this one. It started at about the same time that we just heard that matchup between Vekic and Andreeva. This has been much more physical, longer rallies. Yuan dealing with a back issue throughout, serves out wide. Lob return lands good. Yuan goes forehand up the line into the deuce corner for 30-all. But since Yuan dealt with this medical timeout for the lower back, she has been going for broke. mixed results in this second set. 9 winners, 15 unforced errors. The first set was all on Świątek's terms. Since that back issue, it's all been on Yuan's terms, for better or for worse. Świątek 2 points away, 3-5, 30 all. Serve good. Świątek forehand lands on the baseline and good. Yuan forehand misses long. That skids right through that baseline and Yuan can't control it. So Iga Świątek does have a match point. Also keeping an eye right now, it is Barbora Krejcikova trying to serve to stay in her match with Diana Schneider on Kia Arena. In fact, Schneider does have a match point right now as well, the 23 seed. Focus here. Yuan ready to serve. First serve trying to go forehand body, misses into the net. 1 hour, 58 minutes for this one on this first match point. Second serve for Yuan is good. Świątek backhand cross. Yuan digs out a backhand. Świątek backhand middle. Yuan goes forehand middle. Świątek forehand inside out, looping to a Yuan backhand cross. Świątek run around forehand to a Yuan backhand. Świątek backhand up the line. Running forehand, Yuan forehand cross. Świątek pushes her forehand wide. And that look of disgust, we've seen it quite a bit from Iga tonight. That is unforced error number 35.
Mike, tell us, I mean, she lost her last 2 matches in the United Cup. She lost the semi-finals and the final, her singles in that. Has she looked fragile in this match?
I wouldn't. I don't like to use the word fragile on this. She's just struggling to keep up with the court speed, Chris, which has obviously been such an issue for her on faster courts. Serve is long from Yuan. I really just think it's about adjusting to the timing at this stage. Yuan, obviously, since that back issue, as I mentioned, flattening out and really forcing that issue a little bit as well. Second serve for Yuan is good. Run around backhand from Świątek. She went into the doubles alley to go backhand inside out, return winner, and match point number 2. Cameras are out right now, both in the camera pit and up top for this match point, as we have indeed hit the 2-hour mark for this one. Serve from Yuan, who's at the far side. Serve good. No, just long up the tee, trying to slide that one into the pocket. And a second serve now for Yuan on this second match point. Toss goes up. The second serve. Good. Świątek backhand up the line, goes back-to-back return winners. And Iga Świątek into the second round. Not the cleanest match she'll play. These two women share a smile and a laugh at the net. But it's Świątek moving on 6-3, thanking this crowd. Yeah, not the cleanest. She ended 24 winners, 35 unforced errors, -11 on that. Just not clean, but sometimes you need a little bit of time to work yourself into a match.
Well, she needed the win, didn't she?
Yeah.
After 2 back-to-back defeats in high-profile matches. So will people look at this and say, oh, she's not playing well enough? Or is it the kind of match that the important thing was the win, and the fact that it took 2 hours doesn't really matter?
Yeah, I tend to think it's the latter, Chris. I mean, listen, first rounds, as long as you survive and advance, right? I mean, you want to work yourself into a little bit of form, and Iga has done that very well over the years. She's obviously gotten through a lot of these first rounds. We had that trivia question a little bit earlier that Courtney struggled with just a little bit. Sorry, Courtney, but just that one loss in a first round at a Grand Slam in her career, that being at Wimbledon 2019. And outside of that, I think she's going to be fine and just kind of settle in and just get used to the court speed at match speed, if you know what I mean, Chris.
Victoria Gobulik was at the tip of my tongue. I just knew it was there.
Yep, so close.
Yes, so close, but not to be for me.
Oh, that single-handed backhand beat Świątek.
On the grass, yeah.
On the grass. Well, Świątek was a Wimbledon girls singles champion, and now is the reigning Wimbledon women's singles champion. I think we'll just stay and get the interview.
Yeah, for sure.
I know that is another match between Krejcikova and Schneider. Is that still going, Mike?
It just concluded as well. Schneider winning that one 6-3 in the third. That was a match a lot being dictated by the left knee of Barbora Krejcikova, which has obviously been such an issue for her over the last couple of years.
Okay,
just
Mike,
the
I'm going to interrupt you because we've got Iga Świątek speaking with Andrea Petkovic.
Iga, congratulations. A good win against a very well-playing opponent. What did you make of the match today?
Well, for sure, I was a bit rusty at the beginning. Didn't really start well, and she used the opportunity. But I knew I can. If I put the hard work in, I will play better. So that's what I tried to do, from the middle of first set. And yeah, I'm happy that it worked. For sure, many ups and downs, but overall, I have some stuff to work on. So I'll just focus on that, and I'll see.
When you say you have to put the hard work in, what does that mean to you? Does it mean footwork, technique? What does it mean to you when you say that to yourself?
I think, it was mostly footwork because I started a bit, tight. So I needed to, get my legs moving and go after my shots. Overall, be more, brave with the decisions, I guess. Because, for sure she started playing, full. And I just needed to react a bit quicker and not, be pushed back, but really go for it. So I just tried to do it a couple of times. It wasn't perfect, but that's, why I'm happy because it's not hard to win matches when everything is going well. So today it wasn't, but I managed to win, so that's good.
I will give you just one more question because I know it was a tough first round out there, but you have to take it. You're so humble because you have to take us with you. You were down 5-3 in the first set, 5-4. UA is serving for the set, and you come up with 3 incredible winners. Can you take us into your mind with you? What is going through your head in those moments when you come up with these champion shots?
Well, I don't remember them now.
You hit 5 lines. It was incredible.
You mean 5 serves to the backhand?
No, it was 15-all. She was serving, and you hit 2 return winners and then 1 backhand in the back of the line over there.
Well, that's what I meant by going for it. I knew if I'm just gonna push, it's not gonna work since she was really playing fast, So I needed to take initiative from the beginning, and I would say also my focus was better since 5-3, 4-3, and then in the tiebreaker it kind of peaked. So I guess
that's easy.
Yeah, I just used my chances, that I got, and I'm happy about that.
You did amazing. Thank you so much for this match. Iga Świątek, everybody, into the second round.
Well, some people like her, some people struggle to warm to her. I find her more interesting as she gets older. I think there is a depth to her which is gradually coming out, and she's living a slightly strange life at the top of the world, sort of in one sense fated, in another sense sort of seeing very little of the kind of life that most people live. And I think she's getting there. And at the end of the day, she's not paid to give interviews, she's paid to play tennis.
And she's an exceptional tennis player, Chris. That was, occasionally would glimpse over and have a look at the monitor to see, what was unfolding in that match. And yes, she was struggling with the tension. We know that she lost those last couple of matches in the United Cup against, legitimately top-line players in good form. We saw her play so well at Wimbledon. I thought that semi-final performance was amazing. We know that Amanda Anisimova didn't bring her best in the final, but she still had to win it, and she played very well.
Semi-final was when she beat Bencic.
Yeah. 3 of the 4 Grand Slam titles have come her way. Can she do it in Melbourne? I still
doesn't look like it at this stage.
I still have Sabalenka and perhaps Coco Gauff and a couple of others ahead of her. Coco Gauff
they're the better hardcore players.
Having turned that rivalry around against her, but she's a champion. She can do it if she gets deep, and sometimes you need to find your way through those tricky, testing early moments, and then form can click. And you know that deep in Grand Slams, pressure can rise, and she has delivered time and again on the biggest stage, particularly in Paris, where she's had such a wonderful career.
Well, we've got plenty of matches still to come. There's a match just beginning on Margaret Court Arena. We've got Novak Djokovic to come in a few minutes on Rod Laver Arena. But let's just catch up what's been happening during the day session on day 2 of the Australian Open 2026 with Nat Edwards.
The heat wreaked havoc on day 2 of the Australian Open as temperatures soared at Melbourne Park, with 7th seed Felix Auger-Aliassime forced to retire. It was all promise early for the Canadian, taking the first set against Portugal's Nuno Borges. From From there, however, the struggles started. The 7th seed dropping the next 2 sets and forced into an early retirement after 2 hours out on court.
Yeah, I'm okay, but yeah, I just started cramping start of the 3rd set, and it became very difficult to be competitive. I mean, at this level, so I tried for a set, but it wasn't possible today. You know, I love the sport and I love to play, and so I try to do everything I can in my control to get ready. So obviously it hurts even more because, you know, if I was self-aware and I was like, well, I wasn't really ready or I wasn't doing everything, then, you know, you have to be honest with yourself. But even with being honest with myself, like, I'm not totally finding the reasons why this is happening. It wasn't happening in the past, so I have to figure it out.
Auger-Aliassime wasn't the only Canadian to fall victim to cramps, with his compatriot Marina Stakuzic also retiring late in the 3rd set, handing Aussie wildcard Priscilla Hon a spot in the 2nd round.
I mean, obviously I don't want to win like that, but yeah, I do feel very relieved that I'm through to the 2nd round. I mean, I really hope she does feel better. That was quite a scene out there. I had quite a few people come up to me and be like, wow, that was so dramatic. But yeah, I'm just happy to get through to the 2nd round.
A handful of Aussies were also in action on day 2. 6th seed Alex de Minaur made light work of American lucky loser Mackenzie McDonald. A straight sets win in under 2 hours, seeing him progress through to the 2nd round.
The way I'm feeling at the moment is that I've gotten to a stage where I'm not just another number in this draw, right? I'm playing to win it, to be one of those guys in contention. So ultimately, that's the goal, right? And I'm going to do my best. And it's not about being satisfied off if I make the 2nd week, if I make a quarterfinals, a semis. There's no real kind of stage. It's just going to be having that mindset of, okay, I'm going for this, and it's going to take one step at a time, but I'm not just making up the numbers now. It's about me taking that next step and believing in my abilities, and that's going to be the only thing that's going to allow me to ultimately take that next step.
Meantime, Aussies Jordan Thompson and Storm Hunter also advanced to the next round. 2-time Grand Slam champion Coco Gauff cruised through her match in straight sets.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how today went. Camila's a tough first round. She can make a lot of balls. She plays really, really low. I think her and Jess probably hit the flattest. So, it was not the easiest at moments, but I got through.
Fellow Americans Anna Anisimova, Jessica Pegula, Tommy Paul and Lerna Tien also winning their opening round matches. The same, though, couldn't be said for 2020 Australian Open champion Sofia Kenin and 15th seed Emma Navarro, with both exiting Melbourne Park prematurely.
That's Nat Edwards with a round-up. Emma Navarro's had a bad run, hasn't she? She was top 10 a year ago.
Yeah, 15th seed here, and just watching that, she was strong early on in that first set of that match, but to see it go the other way, indicative of it's hard to sustain those things unless you've got some great weapons, and we know how hard she's worked to form a US Open semi-finalist and putting in a lot of work, but to try and maintain that form, it's really testing if you don't have a big weapon, and she hasn't got a big weapon. That's one of the things. So she works really hard. I think she's been a lovely player, really nice player to watch. But, it's a challenge, and players will figure strategies out, figure out how do you beat you. And I think that's a little bit of what she's sort of going through. She'll rebound. I think she's a good player of good quality, but it's tricky. I mean, we saw Donna Vekic. We were just calling the Donna Vekic match, a Wimbledon semi-finalist 18 months ago, sitting at 70 in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that exposes you to players like Mira Andreeva in the first round.
You can see on our monitor, Pedro Martinez is ready to come on. He's playing Novak Djokovic, the 10 times champion. We'll have that for you in just a few minutes. Pedro Martinez was on this court a couple of days ago, but that was in the 1-point slam. We'll have the Djokovic-Martinez match after this.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
With Chris Bowers and Courtney Walsh, and the roar is for Pedro Martinez. And here's the roar for his opponent, Novak Djokovic.
And a really good crowd in attendance, which we've been seeing a lot over the first 2 days, Chris. But see lots and lots of Serbian flags being waved. I would still say he's the king of Melbourne Park. I know that Jannik Sinner's won the last 2 Australian Opens, but any man that wins a Grand Slam title 10 times, Chris, I think it'll always be his kingdom in some way.
How big is the Serbian population here in Melbourne?
It's a strong population, absolutely. I suppose...
it's not quite as big as the Greek population that turned out for Tsitsipas and Baghdatis.
No, that's right, but different generations, I suppose, of immigrants come into Australia at different stages. So the Greek population arrived earlier, and we've got some fabulous Greek restaurants in town.
I can attest to that.
Which is always a wonderful thing. Maria Sakkari, I think, was a good winner early on from,
yes, she won.
From memory.
She's playing Andreeva next round.
She is. So that's an interesting one. I think Andreeva got a good taste of the power that will be thrown her way by Maria from Donna Vekic tonight, as both men make their way to the net.
So let's have the coin toss with the umpire Nico Helvert.
Gentlemen, just a few reminders. Welcome to Melbourne. First of all, we have electronic line calling, so the system makes all the calls, including foot calls. We also have the video review, so it's like a not up, touch, foul shot. You can challenge 3 times per set. You can also do it immediately after the point is over. But video review, yes. Shot clock displayed in all the 4 corners here. It starts after I've announced the score like in the old way, not automatic. But you need to deal with the towels yourself. The ball kids are not allowed to bring you the towels. But that's why we have a little bit more flexibility with the time. Towel boxes are in all the corners, blue and white. White for you today, Novak blue. If you need more towels, please let me know. And last reminder, the final set tiebreak would be 10 points. First 4 sets, normal tiebreak to 7. Do you have any questions? Harper, who do you want to ask? Pedro, Novak? Pedro, sorry, Novak has got the... Here we go. AO is called. And it's the player. Receive. Okay, picture please this way.
Pedro Martinez winning the toss. Has anyone yet chosen Mark Edmondson? And it's interesting, the umpire said it's the player, so he didn't even know his name.
Well, it was interesting in the last match that we called Mira Andreeva and Donna Vekic, and I was thinking going, well, Mark's triumph came 3 times in terms of age. Mira could have been born 3 times.
That's right, yeah.
18, 30,
50th anniversary of it.
50th anniversary of that success. So I'm not so sure she would know the man with the fabulous moustache, Chris.
Exactly, and the lowest ever ranked Grand Slam singles champion.
212, am I right in saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking
right.
it was about that, and fabulous story in his own right against the mighty John Newcombe.
And he did go on to win 5 Grand Slam doubles titles, 4 men's doubles and 1 mixed doubles. So it's not as if it was a complete flash in the pan.
No, beautiful hands, and a legend, Edo,
Mark Edmondson. Yeah, he's still around. He brought the trophy in actually, and he'll be back towards the end of the tournament as well. Courtney, you have to leave us now, but thank you very much for your time. Just before you go, one thought about this. The obvious thought is Djokovic in straight sets. Is he fit?
I'll be intrigued to see, because we know that he cut short a practice session midway through the week. He looked sharper against Francis Tiafoe in an exhibition, but what you can really glean from exhibitions, I'm not so sure. So this will be a test. Pedro Martinez, the last time I saw him on Rod Laver Arena was about 5 nights ago in the one-point slam, and I've got to say that after losing that point to Iga Świątek, I've never seen a player a little more angry than what I'd seen. He played with great gamesmanship. It was reported that he was scuffling issues. He wanted that $1 million. Why wouldn't you? But my word, he was disappointed.
He got to the semi-finals.
Yeah,
he was the most successful man, a professional tennis-playing man, to get to the, get as far as he did.
There was real anguish after he lost that point.
And because of the money, you think?
Absolutely, because of the money. $1 million goes a long, long way.
Yes. Courtney, thank you.
A pleasure. I'm being replaced by Candy, and I'll get out of here. Good calling, people.
Thank you very much indeed. So it'll be Martinez who will be serving, but they're still at the ground stroke stage of their warm-up. Now Djokovic just going to the net. He's wearing a bright green shirt with navy blue shorts, white socks, white shoes. It's a very classic outfit, very much the style that his clothing company likes to go for. And he wore green when he beat Dominic Thiem in the final here many years ago. Fascinating 5-set final. He still looks very similar. He has the beard these days, but it's been shaved down to about as short as it gets. And he's warming up. The big question is not how well can he play tennis. We know that. It's a question of whether the body is carrying him. And good evening to Candy Reid.
Good evening, Chris Bowers. Good evening, world.
You've just rushed over from what were you doing? The
match between Barbora Krejcikova, twice a major singles champion. She played so well against Deanna Schneider in that first set, 6-2. It was vintage Barbora Krejcikova, but then she did walk on court with her left leg heavily strapped and was starting to really struggle to move. It's an injury which caused her problems at the end of last year after a debilitating back injury, pretty much ruled her out for the first half of last season. Then the knee injury came at the end of last year in Beijing. It happened again in Hobart. She was in tears, and again she just could not move. And so Deanna Schneider came back from a set deficit to beat Barbora Krejcikova.
It's a bit of an obstacle as a top-level tennis player if you can't move very well.
And it's so sad. She was in tears. What a player she is.
She's a lovely player to watch. Plays on instinct.
She's got the easy power. We talk about Sebi Korda, one of those players, and she can play from all over. She comes into the net, she never misses a volley. Just fantastic hands, but we need her healthy.
We do indeed. Right, let's focus on this match now. We'll go to Mike Cain at some stage, but let's get this match underway before we do so. Pedro Martinez is ranked 71. He's 28 years old, from Alzira, 1m85 or 6'1". He won the Bengaluru Challenger, that's in India, 2 weeks ago. So what tennis he's played this year has been successful. He won that title. And the Challenger level is a very high level of play. He has one tour level title, that was Santiago in 2022. He has been up to 36 in the rankings. That was February last year. And he was, as I said, the best male professional player in the one-point slam. If you don't know what we're talking about, the one-point slam, we'll talk about it again shortly. It was a fascinating exercise. It was a show, but it was a fascinating show. It had a really interesting element. Novak Djokovic, well, not a lot to say about him, except that he's the 4th seed here. He's world number 4, really the 3rd best player of last year. I think he's only number 4 because he didn't play that much tennis. But what he did play includes the 4 majors, and he got to the semi-finals of all 4. He's 38 years old, he'll be 39 in mid-May. From Belgrade, now in, where does he live? Monte Carlo,
he lives in Athens.
Spain, Greece.
Yeah, he's moved to Greece.
He's got a house in Greece now, which I think he thinks of as his main home. 1m88 in height, 6'2". Definitely a candidate for the greatest of all time. Some people would say, what do you mean a candidate? He must be, but he is if you're going strictly on Grand Slam singles titles. But if you want to bring in other factors, it becomes a little less clear-cut. 24 majors, 101 tour level titles, but he hasn't played since winning the title in Athens, his 101st title on the 9th of November. So it'll be Djokovic that gets us underway. Serving from the President's box end, serves out wide, forehand return deep to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand from Martinez, backhand Djokovic. A slice from Martinez, Djokovic waits and goes into out. Two-hander from Martinez to the forehand of Djokovic. Djokovic deep to the forehand of Martinez. A slice from Djokovic. Plenty of air taken on the forehand by Martinez. Down the line Djokovic. Martinez is there. A slice from Djokovic. What a long point for the first game of this, first point of this match. Djokovic forehand down the line winner. Wow. Clipped the outside of the line and a slight smile as he walks towards our commentary box.
Oh, that was great. What a great first rally. Had a little bit of everything, and it's a beauty of a forehand up the line from Novak. Good rapid whip, and he really enjoyed that first point. We've got a match on our hands here.
Well, if it carries on like this, yes. You see how many strokes that was? We normally get that on our...
yeah, over 20. Oh, there we go, 17,
17.
I'm wrong.
Okay. And an ace from Djokovic, just to say, right, okay, I can't... I'm an old man, I can't play all these long rallies.
This is going to be a little test for Novak. We expect him to come through it with flying colours. I'd be surprised if he lost a set today. But this is a nice little first round match for him because he's going to get plenty of chance to get rhythm.
Djokovic serves, missed the first serve. Red lights flash on the net. That's new at the Australian Open this year. Not new on the tennis circuit because it was introduced in the first week of the year. United Cup, second serve, forehand return, forehand from Djokovic up the backhand wing of Martinez, backhand from Djokovic to the two-hander of Martinez. It's two-hander to two-hander. Now Martinez runs round his backhand. Djokovic flattens out his backhand. Martinez forehand to the Djokovic forehand. That's wild from Djokovic.
Yeah, good play from Pedro Martinez, keeping that ball pretty central, playing with depth. Martinez does have one win over a top 10 player in his career. That was against Casper Ruud in Estoril, Portugal on the clay in 2024. Other than that, he's lost 12 matches against top 10 players.
That's a good win. Ruud in 2024 on clay. Because he got to the Roland Garros final out here, didn't he?
In Estoril.
Forehand return from Martinez, forehand Djokovic, cross-court Martinez into the net.
And you'd have to say that Pedro Martinez, it's easy and a little bit lazy perhaps to say that, oh, of course he's Spanish, he's going to love the clay courts, but he is best on clay, there's no doubt about that.
Yes, his game is best suited for clay, but he will get a lot of balls back.
Oh, yes.
And this is why it's a good test for Djokovic, just to see that the Djokovic body is up to the challenge. Djokovic at 40-15, serves out wide, that's too good. Off the frame of the Martinez racket, into the crowd, and Djokovic holds his opening service game to 15. Mike Cain, shall we do a quick across to you now?
I would love that. It's great to join you two
Hello,
tonight. Hello, Candy. Welcome in. Great to have you along for the ride as well, as you guys are on Novak Watch. We've got a couple of matches that we're paying attention to, including the one that has just gotten underway a couple minutes ago over on Margaret Court Arena with Casper Ruud taking on Mattia Bellucci. First meeting between these two. Casper Ruud off to a very good start. Early break lead for him to love, converting on his third opportunity in Bellucci's opening service game. Of course, Casper Ruud is on daddy duty right now, and he's...
Be careful how you say that.
Yeah, no, I understand, but he's got to have a phone or somebody who's nearby who's just saying, hey, if his wife Maria goes into labor, I wonder what would happen if it happens in the middle of the match, but hopefully...
It's due in March, isn't it?
It's due, but listen, you get to this point, anything can happen, right? I mean,
Not married yet. Engaged.
Engaged?
Well, yeah,
married after the baby.
I thought they had just gotten married in the off-season.
Just letting you know.
That's common practice these days.
All right, so Jaime Munar coming through in a fifth set over on court 15, 6-3 over Dalibor Verchina. That one just wrapped up a couple minutes ago. And one of the Aussie hopes, Alexei Popyrin, 4-2 in the third set after splitting with Alexander Muller in the first couple. 30 all in his 4-2 service game. Popyrin actually had opportunities early in the second set to get off to another break lead and really kind of get into cruise control. Was really not able to convert early. He's serving a joke, though. 20 aces, no double faults, serving 65%. And with a guy who can serve like that, that can be a real danger on these quick courts. So back to you two.
Thank you very much indeed, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, we'll cross to you at regular intervals to catch up with everything that's going on so that we can keep our focus on the Djokovic-Martinez match. Martinez has won his first point on serve. 15 love. He serves from the President's box end. Forehand return. Forehand from Martinez. Djokovic peppering the forehand. Lofted deep by Martinez. Djokovic again goes back to the forehand. Forehand Djokovic down the backhand wing. Two-hander from Martinez. Deep to the backhand of Djokovic. Sliced from Martinez. Plenty of air on that one. Djokovic goes up the forehand wing. The backhand from Djokovic cross-court. A slice by Martinez. This is a little flatter. Cross-court by Djokovic. Backhand Martinez. Forehand Djokovic is heavily topspun. Flattened out by Martinez. Slice by Djokovic. A slice by Martinez. Oh, we're going to have some long rallies. Djokovic comes in behind the slice, and that draws the error from Martinez. Oh, we might see some really good variety in this match.
It's the one shot, I think, that if you put Novak's game out there, the slice would be the one you're like, no, I'm not sure about his backhand slice. This backhand slice was absolutely top draw.
He knifed it.
It stayed so low, didn't it? And it was really close to the tram line on the left. And, wow, I think Pedro Martinez had to get a shovel out to get that one back.
He has improved his slice across his career, gradually. I mean, if you think of, in the, from 2005 onwards, it was a very fussy shot, a really big backswing, and did not look like a shot that belonged to the rest of his game. Now it does. It's a very, very useful shot, and he plays some great drop shots with it. Backhand return from Djokovic, forehand from Martinez to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Martinez into the net.
Martinez, as we talked about, is a good player all round. He can volley, he can slice, he's a good mover, he's powerful. What he lacks, though, is a little bit of that X factor, doesn't he? What is the weapon? What separates him from everybody else?
I suspect his weapon today is to try and keep Djokovic out there as long as possible.
And by what we've seen already, that very much is the tactic.
Martinez at 15:30. His opening service game. Serves down the middle. Forehand return is too long from Djokovic. That was a nice serve.
But he is the ultimate professional, isn't he, Pedro Martinez? Every time he goes out and practice, he puts 100% in. A lot of players do like to practice with him because of that. It gives them a nice ball. He's in fantastic shape. He's a maximizer, I think you would say, out of potential.
Maximizer. Sounds like something out of an Arnold Schwarzenegger film, doesn't it? 30 all on the Martinez serve.
So now we know what you do on a Friday night.
Oh, you know what I avoid on a Friday night?
Arnold Schwarzenegger movies?
Yes. Second serve. I have a
You
life,
won't be
Candy.
back.
I have a life. Serving into the body. Forehand return. Forehand from Martinez to the forehand of Djokovic. Martinez goes down the backhand wing. Djokovic tries the wrong foot and does wrong foot Martinez. Martinez had shaped up to retrieve a cross-court backhand, and Djokovic at the last minute took it a little bit later, steered the ball down the forehand wing of Martinez. Martinez off balance, couldn't get that one. And here is a break point for the 10 times former champion.
Is it Julia Roberts movies on a Friday night?
There's one or two I might go for. I'm normally down the tennis club bar on a Friday night. Drinking my non-alcoholic beer,
Yeah, I was
of
going to
course.
say half a shandy.
Well, we're into the non-alcoholic beers these days, they're quite good. Forehand from Djokovic is wide.
And he's got a grimace on his face. Can't quite believe he's left that one because it was not a serve that had any heat on it. 136 kilometres an hour. There's a lot of movement.
Had a lot of kick on it.
It had a lot of kick.
And
But
one of the things I've noticed in the first couple of days of this Australian Open is that the ball is kicking high.
yeah, the courts are lively. There's no doubt about that. It is a cool evening, though.
It's got cooler, yes. Very warm until mid-afternoon. Then the cloud cover came over. Forecast for the week is pretty good. Martinez serves just too long. Supposed to be around 25 to 30, except for Thursday when it's going to be a little cooler. And then Saturday it's going to be a scorcher.
That's what I saw.
Talking about 37 Celsius. Martinez serves, forehand return from Djokovic into the corner. Taken on the backhand. Now sliced by Djokovic. Forehand from Martinez. Onto the baseline of Djokovic. Now drop shot by Martinez and he follows it into the net. Djokovic down the line. Got there by Martinez. Djokovic gets the volley. Martinez nets.
Unbelievable quick hands from Novak Djokovic. He just stayed put at the net. The ball came fizzing back at him and he put his racket in the way. Martinez almost got the little cat and mouse rally back. This was a fantastic point, the best of the contest so far. Martinez not quite there in time though, and he nets the backhand.
And that's a kind of reflex volley from Djokovic that he wouldn't have made earlier in his career.
And another smile. We've seen two smiles.
Taking the pressure off himself. Second break point. Martinez serves off the top of the net, drops over, so he'll get it again. Wearing a sort of light yellow shirt with a sort of dull navy flash on the left shoulder, all yellow on the back, and then the same dull navy shorts with a little bit of the yellow piping down the side.
Swedish colours.
Swedish colours, by and large. Not quite the blue of Sweden. Swedish blue is more of a royal blue.
Yeah, this is more
blue.
of a navy blue, I would
This
say.
is a dull navy, I'd call it. Second serve from Martinez. Break point number 2. Oh, it's a double fault. And we can't blame him for needing to get something off that second serve, but he overdid it. And Djokovic has broken.
Well, that is a fantastic start, isn't it, for the 4th seed here at the 2026 Australian Open, and a disappointing one for Pedro Martinez. Needed to try and stay close to Novak, who will enjoy being in the lead already. Just means that he can relax into this match.
Remember, you can be part of AO Radio. Let us know your views, your questions, comments. Let us know where in the world you are, what you may be doing. You can either go to ozopen.com/listen, I think it is, or maybe /AO Radio, and then you'll find, if you scroll down, you'll find the little form called Ask the Booth, where you fill in your name, where you are, and space for whatever your question or comment is. Keep it as short as reasonable. Or you can send us an email, aoradio@tennis.com.au. We'll get through as many as we can in the course of this match, or at least Candy will. Djokovic hits a double kiss, dropped net cord, puts both hands up, one hand for each of the 2 kisses.
And he's just crossed himself. A lucky break. But the slice again from Martinez is responded in kind. Yeah. It is a double kisser. Maybe that's what you're doing on Friday night.
Well, I couldn't possibly comment. Serve out wide by Djokovic, pushed back by Martinez. Djokovic goes cross-court. Martinez has read this one. Djokovic goes up the line, but long.
Maybe that could be our next question for Ask the Booth. What are you doing on Friday night? Maybe not.
30,
well, this Friday, I suspect I'll be not very far from where I am now.
And there should be no kissing in the booth. It's not that kind of booth.
It's not that kind of booth. It's not very big.
This is getting worse, Chris.
It's getting worse. Yes, you can actually see it online. We have a commentary box camera.
What can you see online?
Djokovic hits the forehand down the middle. Oh, I hope you can see 2 commentators with maximum space between them.
14.
Don't have to answer to your husband.
Oh, good stuff.
Djokovic from what I call the Yarra end. We can't see the Yarra from here because there's a 15,000-seater stadium in the way. Serves out wide, pushed back by Martinez, into out from Djokovic. Easy winner, and Djokovic, a second service game held to 15. And this is a very, very comfortable start for Novak Djokovic.
Oh, nice work. We've got a message from Hope, and you asked for short. She's given us Hope. A very short one, Florence, Italy. She says, where are you listening from? Florence, Italy is the answer.
Very good.
Was that a question you asked earlier? I think my question's better than where are you listening from?
A beautiful city, Florence. Firenze.
Well, we've got Jan-Lennard Struff, according to Henrik. Became the first lucky loser to reach the final of the Masters 1000. That was Madrid 2025.
Yes, that's right.
Female lucky loser, he says, even rarer. Kay McDonald in Atlanta, Andrea Jaeger, Vegas 1980, Olga Danilovic, Moscow 2018, Coco Gauff-Linz 2019, and Maria Timofeeva in Budapest 2023. On the men's side, there's more of them, and they include Rajiv Ram. How about that? 2009 Newport. Rajiv Ram playing doubles these days. He's
yes.
Rampras, isn't he? Rampras. His serve is just like Pete Sampras.
Well, he says he was never taught to serve. He just basically copied Pete Sampras.
Incredible.
And it does look like Pete's serve.
It's completely. It's like Grigor Dimitrov's serve. Grigor Dimitrov's game is like Federer's.
Federer's, absolutely.
It's a carbon copy.
Yeah.
I wish I'd carbon copied Federer.
Well, yes.
Career might have been better.
Plenty of people have tried. There's only one.
Maybe in the AI era it'd be easy to do so.
Oh, don't start on that. Oh dear.
Should we change the subject?
Well, certainly from that one.
Don't mention AI.
It would be fascinating to compare someone like, a Maureen Connolly with Steffi Graf or a Bill Tilden with Rod Laver. Players from different eras, but you can't really compare them. The tennis has evolved so much. Pedro Martinez.
Comparison, the thief of joy. I'll leave you with that.
Comparison?
It's the thief of joy.
Oh, very good. Who's that from?
Well, I know Eleanor Roosevelt said it, but I don't think she said it to start with. But I do like that
is the
saying.
thief of joy.
Good one, isn't it?
Yeah, I like that. There's probably lots of candidates for being a thief of joy. Forehand from Djokovic, up the backhand wing of Martinez, up the middle, forehand from Djokovic. Martinez will go cross-court-ish, sliced by Djokovic, a slice by Martinez. Pushing Djokovic back. Martinez has come to the net, plays a lovely backhand volley. That is a gorgeous volley. If Federer had played that, we'd be purring. We'd say only Federer could play a volley like that. Beautiful technique.
I did say that Pedro Martinez can do it all. He's got good volleys. He plays a nice drop shot. He's going to try and move Novak around the court as much as possible. That was a lovely low backhand volley carved inside the ball.
He looks shattered after that volley. I was probably thinking to himself, does it have to be that good to win a point against this guy?
Novak is his thief of joy.
Forehand return from Djokovic, deep to the forehand of Martinez. Backhand Djokovic is just long.
I think Arnold Schwarzenegger movies are the thief of your joy.
I wouldn't say that. I just avoid them so as to keep my joy. I've just never been attracted to that kind of... look, I love going to the cinema. Don't get me wrong. I love going to watch a good film. I've just never been into that kind of film.
Okay, fair enough. Should see the new Timothée Chalamet film if you haven't already.
Oh, yes, that's the...
It's a good one. The table tennis one.
The table tennis one, yes.
Marty Supreme.
Yeah.
The return to acting of Gwyneth Paltrow.
Didn't he get he got a Golden Globe nomination?
Yeah, he deserved it. Brilliant. My recommendation for Monday night, the Australian Open. And of course, watch the tennis.
No, watch the tennis.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
yes.
after the tennis.
Yeah, Monday after the Australian Open finishes. 2nd of February.
And you're feeling a bit sad that it's all over.
So from Martinez, now plays a backhand. It's just too long. There's a lot of top spin, a lot of bite on that Djokovic return of serve.
It's 7 points, Martinez, 14 points for Novak. And that already is a sizable margin, isn't it? In the early stages, 18 minutes played.
Slightly easier assignment for Pedro Martinez when he was last on this court because he only had to play 1 point. Well, he had to play 1 point a few times. I'll tell you about that in a second. Too long the serve from Martinez. He's at least at 30-15.
That's a good teaser. What is Chris talking about? No one actually knows.
Second serve. Well, no one knows outside Australia. Oh, into the net. Double fault from Martinez.
I was just talking about in general.
Well, quite. Last Wednesday, Tennis Australia organised an event called the 1 Point Slam. They got 32 people. 16 of them were professionals, top players. Including Sinner, Alcaraz, Shwatek, and Coco Gauff was in there as well. And 16 were people at various levels of tennis. They were all moderately competent. It's a good serve from Martinez into the body. Djokovic is wide. And here is a first game point for Pedro Martinez. And they were drawn against each other, and they basically played a match of 1 point. And if you were ranked or had been ranked in the top 100, you only had 1 serve. If you're outside, you could have 2 serves. 400 return from Martinez is into the net. Oh, that's a bad serve.
Well, he was just leaning back, wasn't he, on that forehand? It was a short forehand after a decent serve. The return was a little short, and Novak's just looking over at his coaching team.
But that ball should have been nowhere near the net. It should have been a good half-metre clearance.
Just didn't get his feet, did he? Didn't get his left foot to step in. Trying to hit that ball open stance.
A serve from Martinez, forehand Djokovic, forehand Martinez goes cross court, Djokovic pushes his forehand, Martinez runs around his backhand, goes back to the forehand, Djokovic is there though, onto the baseline of Martinez, now Djokovic big backhand, but Martinez is there, short ball for Djokovic to attack, but Martinez has read it well, forehand Djokovic is a winner! Oh, that came out of nowhere.
This is vintage. Novak's moving beautifully, isn't he? And he's just pinged a forehand winner up the line, had to move around the forehand as well, Martinez. But the ball in the centre of the court. One time, then another, and Novak decided he'd had enough of that. 140 km/h forehand.
Well, it is 20 minutes on the clock. We're still in the fourth game, but the other three have gone to Djokovic, and here he has a point for a double break and a 4-love lead. Backhand return from Djokovic. Up the line from Martinez, sits up for Djokovic. Volley from Martinez. Djokovic throws up the lob. Martinez will escort this back, and it's just long.
Oh, well, Novak's probably kicking himself just a little bit because he had Pedro Martinez at the net. He went hard at the Spaniard, who showed good hand skills again. But perhaps just a little bit of a lob there would have worked a treat because the Spaniard was so close to the net.
What do you mean, a lob on the first one?
Correct.
Yeah, because he did try the lob, but just overcooked it.
He had to, the lob wasn't it? It was a had-to lob at that point because the ball went slightly behind him.
Martinez serves out wide. Djokovic nets his return.
Well, that's a beautiful serve, carved out wide. That serve has just been working all tournament long for all the players that have hit it. And Novak didn't really cut the forehand return off from the deuce side, went too sidewards for it, which meant the ball was travelling further away from him.
Advantage Martinez, his second game point. Serves now, down the centre, forehand return at full stretch, backhands from Martinez, forehand from Djokovic into outwinner. It was such a good serve for Martinez, but the return was so deep. The Martinez can only drop the third stroke of the rally on the service line, and once you do that against Djokovic, it's good night.
Good night, sweetheart. Just so controlled and contained, isn't he, Novak? Forehand and the backhand, just pieces of art.
Martinez serves out wide, forehand return, forehand lofted from Martinez, flattened by Djokovic. A slice from Martinez, forehand Djokovic down the backhand wing. Cross court by Martinez, picked up low by Djokovic, but just long. It's a good volley from Djokovic. He's certainly testing his body because he's having to do a lot of running and a lot of stretching.
I like that play from Novak, got himself in, and I think he had the option actually to hit a drop volley on the backhand side. It was a really good shot from Martinez because it was dropping and dipping, and Djokovic went for power, firmed up the wrist and just a little bit long.
And Martinez open his account. Advantage the Spaniard, backhand return, forehand from Martinez, goes back to the backhand, Djokovic is there, forehand Martinez, again to the backhand, volley from Martinez, puts it away, and he does indeed open his account. And narrows the gap to 3-1.
Had to be good though, didn't it, from Pedro Martinez? A nice foray forward. The volley was world class with a little bit of outside spin, meaning that there was no way Novak could run that one down.
So just to complete the 1 point slam, so they had a round of 32, so 16 1 point matches, and then a round of 16, 8 1 point matches, and then they went to the quarterfinals, and there were still a few professionals there. And then they got down to the semi-finals. And Pedro Martinez was the last male professional. Now the final was between a man from New South Wales called Jordan Smith, I think his name is, and he's the New South Wales champion, so he was a useful player. And then, what was the woman's name? She's from Chinese Taipei. And
Jojo Garland, Chris.
Thank you, Mike. It's Garland.
Joanna Garland.
Joanna Garland.
Yeah, good player on the WTA side.
Yes, exactly. And she'd just done well recently, so she got into the final as well, and it was the two of them, and it was Jordan who won.
Amazing. So that's $1 million Australian dollars. So that is an incredible thing to go back home with.
I watched it partly out of sort of professional duty, partly out of curiosity, and I really liked it, except for one thing.
Go on, it was too short.
Serve out wide from Djokovic, puts the next one away and moves to 30 love. To me, there was too much focus on the $1 million single prize, because for me it was a fascinating thing just to see how nervous the likes of Sinner and Alcaraz and Shwatek were.
Sinner double faulted, didn't he? Missed his serve.
Sinner double faulted, well, single faulted because he only gets one.
Single faulted,
yeah. So he was disqualified there. Well, not disqualified, but out.
And what happened to Carlos? Do you remember? Mike, we need you.
Failed drop shot.
Failed drop shot. No.
Yes, that's right.
Not Alcaraz with a failed drop shot. He doesn't do that, does he? In the Tokyo final against Taylor Fritz, Carlos Alcaraz hit 3 of the most incredible drop shots to win the championships. He's got the best drop shot in town.
Who? Carlos?
Carlos Alcaraz.
Yes.
but not last week.
Djokovic isn't too bad.
Oh, he's still got to go. Mike, weigh in here. Come on, who's got the best drop shot in tennis?
Bublik.
Okay.
Thank you.
Still go for Alcaraz over Bublik, but
I would
just.
too. I would too. I just wanted to be different.
Yeah. I still like that idea, though.
Backhand from Djokovic to the backhand of Martinez. That's netted. Djokovic, that's his third service game, and he's dropped just 2 points in those 3 service games. The thought that occurred to me during the 1 point slam was, many years ago I read Frank Deford's biography of Bill Tilden.
Yes.
Bill Tilden and Suzanne Lenglen were the first 2 tennis superstars. Their era was the 1920s. And one of the things that Frank Deford mentions is that there was a school of thought when Tilden got to age 40 that said that he was still the best in the world over 1 set.
Okay.
So in other words, he was the best player in the world, he just couldn't sustain it anymore.
Yes.
And therefore, there were younger men who could beat him over the best of 5, even the best of 3, although most of the time in those days they played best of 5.
I mean, you could have Roger Federer could argue he is the best in the world, couldn't he, over 3 points?
Could Djokovic argue he's the best, 1 set? Maybe no longer because of Sinner and Alcaraz having done so well last year. But, and then I thought, okay, this is the ultra reductionist thing, to reduce it to 1 point. Who is the best in the world at 1 point? It becomes such a lottery.
Yeah, that certainly is. It's like baking a cake, a one fairy cake. Which one's the best in the world? That's not really.
That's an interesting line of thought. Yeah, okay. But anyway, that was where my thought process went, and therefore, to me, the sort of $1 million prize was,
I think it's just so exciting that you've got an amateur who could step on court and finish this short one-day tournament with $1 million Australian in their pocket.
I think it's amazing
It's
that
incredible.
an amateur could step on court against Sinner, Alcaraz, Shwatek,
and shake their hand, have that opportunity.
Yes, that for me was
That's
the
phenomenal.
big thing.
That's phenomenal. I would have liked to have played that.
Yeah, there you
Can
go.
we play next year?
Well, get your agent to put a word in.
I mean, if I had an agent, I would. I will say I have beaten Francis Tiafoe in 1 point. We played 1 point at a Yonex event, and I drop shotted.
I got John Isner serve back.
What?
Yes, at a pro.
Hang on a minute.
At a pro-am at Beaverton.
I need to know more about this.
At Oregon. So it's Martinez serving at 1-4, plays a low volley. Djokovic will go across court. That's a great shot by Djokovic. The volley went into the net from Martinez, but he was shocked by just how low and fizzing that Djokovic forehand was.
Pedro Martinez getting so close again to the net. We're just looking at the average topspin speeds. On the forehand, Martinez is way lower than Novak Djokovic. Djokovic hitting his forehand at 130 kilometers an hour. That's an average. And on the backhand, 119 for the Serb. So both of his ground strokes, on average, are harder than the younger man, Martinez. How about that? And it's a 10-year gap between them. So that shows you how well Novak Djokovic is striking the ball.
I've got a question for Mike after this point. Martinez serving out into the net. Second serve from the Spaniard. It's to the backhand of Djokovic, flattened out. Backhand from Martinez, forehand Djokovic up the centre of the court, but just too long. Mike, we were talking about players who might be very good over very short distances. You've been on the Challenger circuit for many years. You've seen so many players. Has there been anybody you think, my goodness, if only they could sustain it over best of 3, best of 5, they could be absolutely top 20?
You know, I'm going to bring you a guy who's now in the doubles draw here, and I'm going to say Marcus Willis.
Really?
Yes.
Barrel-chested Marcus Willis.
Listen, I trust Dan Evans on this. He said to me that he's never played against anybody who has better hands than Marcus Willis. And the issue for him was always that fitness component. But when he was locked in, he was as good as anyone.
Wow.
Didn't he play Federer on the centre court at Wimbledon?
That's correct. After going through pre-qualifying and then qualifying after retiring. He was already coaching at that point.
And he's now back to tennis, but playing largely doubles. I think only doubles, actually.
Correct. And he's doing very well, around 65-ish in the world.
And you came across him in the American challenges?
In fact, it was the first time I went viral, Chris Bowers. He ate a Snickers and drank an RC Cola in a win over Tennis Sandgren.
He was on a fitness drive, was he?
It was in the middle
drive.
of the match. He's eating a Snickers. It was great stuff.
What university did Tennis Sandgren go to, Mike?
The University of Tennessee, and that was where tennis got beat by Marcus Willis.
In case you didn't know, Mike, you guess where Candy went to university?
Yeah, I think I figured it out.
Exactly. I knew it beforehand, but I've now lost my hearing as a result of it.
That's a good contingent on the professional circuit.
Yeah, several.
Martinez at 40-15. Backhand from Martinez to the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand from Martinez lofted. Djokovic flattens this out. Backhand from Martinez. Djokovic with his two-hand drop the forehand wing. A chopped forehand from Martinez. Sits up for Djokovic, who plays the drop shot. A horrible drop shot. Novak, you can't play that after I said you were one of the best drop shot players.
Well, he had Martinez exactly where he wanted it, didn't he, Novak Djokovic? And he just advertised that he was going to hit a drop shot. I think it was a last-second thought. He changed his mind and dumps it into the net. Martinez was on his way forward but didn't have to play a shot. And I have to correct myself because I corrected Mike Cain, who said that tennis star Casper Ruud and Maria are married. I said they weren't, and I was wrong.
I think they are, yes.
They're married.
Yes.
Yeah,
they weren't going
ceremony.
to be.
Secret ceremony.
Yeah, they weren't going to be, because he told me in Tokyo that it was going to happen after the baby arrived. So I do apologise to everyone listening. I was completely wrong. First time that's ever happened in my life.
Can I just point out that Casper Ruud is also boring me to tears. He's just absolutely steamrolling Mattia Bellucci right now. It's 6-1 and break chance to make it 2-1 in the second. Casper looks fantastic in terms of the tennis side right now.
So while we're with you, Mike, what else do you want to bring us up to date with?
Yeah, the only other match that we're keeping an eye on has been a really good one. Alexei Popyrin did snag the third set from Alexander Muller, 6-3, and now has just gone up a break in the fourth set. And we talked about it much earlier in the day when the match was getting started. But, of course, Alexei Popyrin was one of a couple of players, the other one being Alexander Zverev, who took a little bit of a mental health break after Wimbledon last year, came back and really never quite got started there through the 2025 campaign, wasn't able to defend those points after a Masters title in Montreal. But good to see him happy and healthy and leading right now over Alexander Muller.
I think he's the second of the Australians, isn't he, behind Diminor?
Yeah.
That sounds right. And I can tell you, Alexander Muller is slightly injured. I spoke to his coach a little bit earlier today.
He's also wearing very short shorts.
Well, sometimes that's not a bad thing.
Is that a precursor to back to the 80s fashions?
You know what? Listen, it's not quite Mahach level, but it is very, very short. I mean, it's making a comeback for sure.
Mahach did in Adelaide last week, where he won the title, his second ATP Tour title. He did quite the slide, and everyone was a little worried about what was going to happen to the shorts. They survived. I'm glad to tell you.
Djokovic, meanwhile, has moved to 40 love. He's leading 4-2 in the opening set.
Chris Bowers wants no part of that conversation.
I'll be there with you, Candy. It's okay.
I'm leaving that to you guys. I didn't see the slide. Djokovic at 40 love. This has been an excellent serving display. An ace. 4 service games, 2 points conceded. And they were 1 each in his first 2 service games. This is impressive.
Yeah, he's looking really good, isn't he? Novak Djokovic, 33 minutes on the clock. Just looks so contained, so controlled, and very much in charge of this opening set. It looks like he is going to clinch it.
I have to say, I'm pleased to see the end of those shorts that really go down to the top of the knees.
Oh, like the basketball shorts.
They just don't look like you can bend your knee in them without maybe sort of catching the shorts.
Are we talking about the Rafa Nadal?
Yeah.
Those have been out for a while.
His were pirate type, weren't they?
Yeah,
they were quite sort of close fitting.
Yes.
I'm talking about the really loose ones.
Like who wore?
Like who wore?
It's probably not very good English.
I can't remember, but no, they were quite fashionable at one stage. It was Sampras.
And Riley Opelka.
Riley Opelka,
he went through a long shorts moment, didn't he? But he's got seriously long legs.
One doesn't have to go back to the sort of Becca Edberg era. They were very short shorts, but I think there's something quite classy about the shorts that both these guys are wearing. You know, Martinez is maybe slightly longer ones than Djokovic, but Djokovic are well cut.
Novak always looks very neat, doesn't he? He is very lean.
Well, he's with a clothing company that prides itself on its stylish cut.
Yeah, I'd like to take a bite out of that clothing company.
Martinez with the new balls, serving at 2-5.
Boy, Chris didn't want any part of that conversation either, did he, Candy? Jeez.
I judiciously chose to.
He's not swishing with us.
Yes. There's a moment where rising above something is the best option.
Boo.
Martinez at 15-love. Serves down the backhand wing of Djokovic. Backhand from Martinez. Djokovic with a forehand wing of Martinez. Djokovic goes on the backhand wing. Martinez throws up a high slice and just drifts long.
This is tough for the Spaniard. He's just really been up against it, hasn't he, since the very first points. And you get broken in your very first service game. You're just always trying to cling on. Hope that Novak's level will drop. It hasn't.
15-all on the Martinez serve. Backhand return is just too long. Now Djokovic is just trotting to his chair. I wonder if he's going to have a different racket tension. Yes, he is. The thing is, we don't know what tension he's having. I'm assuming it's slightly tighter, because when players go and change their racket, especially after overhitting, it's normally to have a tighter tension, which gives them more control but slightly less power.
This is back with the strings, and Mike, I'm sure, will back me up, but the players are so sensitive to string tension. They can tell it's not quite right in half a second.
Forehand from Djokovic up the forehand wing. That's a defensive forehand from Martinez. Won't clear the net.
Yeah, and to your point, Candy, we mentioned it earlier, around 7 o'clock was still pretty warm, that a lot of players were adjusting that tension up by about half a kilo through the day, both today and yesterday. And then I noticed it yesterday when we were calling some matches, and noticing it as well tonight. They're loosening back up by that half a kilo in the evening sessions once the temperature drops.
Getting cold, don't get quite as much power. You get more pop when it's warmer.
So you then go to the looser strings.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
We need to speak to the stringers, don't we, what Novak has done.
Forehand from Djokovic to the backhand of Martinez. Forehand Djokovic slightly off balance, but Martinez can't make anything of that. Now hits a forehand to the forehand of Djokovic. Djokovic into out. A defensive backhand is not going to go in the court. And Djokovic has got himself to set point.
And it's gone rather fast, hasn't it? A player that is going to test him, but surely won't beat him today for Novak. 101 titles for Novak Djokovic. That's 100 more than Pedro Martinez has managed.
Yes, it is. And where does he come in the all-time list of titles?
Connors has 109.
Correct.
And he is the leader. And I was thinking that was the record that Novak was going to go after. If he had wanted to go after that number, surely he would have played more 250 level tournaments though.
Djokovic overhits the backhand on that point. Yes, because Djokovic has 101, Federer has 103,
right,
and Connors has 109. Although I have heard people sort of saying 109 of Connors includes tournaments in the 70s that would not count today.
But then that's why I never agreed with the Margaret Court Serena Williams comparison, because it's not orange and oranges, it's apples and oranges, isn't it? In the days that Margaret Court was playing a lot of Australia tournaments, most players from overseas weren't coming over.
Good serve from, that's a great defensive reaction from Djokovic, just too long. He's looking very comfortable, Djokovic, even though he lost that point. Yeah, I mean, Margaret Court won 24 Grand Slam singles titles, of which 13 were in the amateur era. And many of those were in the, her first one here was as a teenager in 1960.
So still an incredible player. We're not taking anything away, but you just can't compare it with what Serena did.
No, you can't. Backhand return from Djokovic. Forehand from Martinez. Trying to wrong foot Djokovic. Djokovic adjusts. Backhand from Martinez. Djokovic with his two-hand up the middle of the court. A slice from Martinez. A slice from Djokovic. A slice from Martinez. A slice from Djokovic. This is a slice fest, but he goes to the forehand of Martinez, who digs this up. Tempted wrong-footed by Djokovic, but Martinez is there. Flattened out by Djokovic. Martinez is there again with the defensive backhand. Forehand Djokovic. Forehand by Martinez. Deep to the forehand of Djokovic. Martinez has a chance here. Backhand, he's missed it. Oh, he done so well to get back in the point. And then when he had the short ball, he overdid it.
Oh, I think he just ran out of steam a bit. That was an incredible point. Novak completely in control until he wasn't. He dropped in a short ball. Martinez just running all over the place, grinding an 18-shot rally. And Martinez has the winner on his backhand side and misses it just wide. Oh, he closes his eyes in disbelief and frustration.
It's doing all that work, isn't it?
All that work. Nothing to show for it.
Martinez at deuce, 2-5 first set. This is his first serve. Second serve. It's to the backhand of Djokovic. Now forehand from Martinez, pushing Djokovic back. Backhand Martinez up the forehand wing. Djokovic goes at the middle of the court. Backhand Martinez again to the forehand of Djokovic. Down the line. Backhand from Martinez. Makes Djokovic move to his slice backhand. Forehand from Martinez. Djokovic with a defensive forehand. A winner! Oh! It wasn't defensive at all. I thought he might even have to chop that one back, but he was so quickly across his baseline. Slapped that cross court for a winner, and even he's smiling under his breath.
That is the shot of the tournament so far. Let me know if you've seen a better shot than that, Chris Bowers. Pedro Martinez flings a forehand up the line. He's moving forward, and Novak Djokovic, the 38-year-old evergreen Serb, on the full stretch and run, a winner of 149 kilometres cross court, and a big reaction.
A second set point for Novak Djokovic. Pedro Martinez serves down the centre, misses.
Have you seen a better shot?
I saw one to rival that by Wawrinka earlier.
Oh, fair enough.
The old man's club.
Down the man, 40-year-olds.
Down the old man.
Second round.
Second serve from Martinez. Now he plays a backhand to the backhand of Djokovic. This is set point Djokovic. Backhand Martinez. Backhand Djokovic. Tries to wrong foot Martinez. Martinez adjusts. Now it's backhand to backhand at the moment. Two-hander to two-hander. Remains two-hander to two-hander. Now a slice from Martinez. Two-hander from Djokovic up the line, but just pushes it wide.
Oh, you cannot go up the line with a ball that low with the two hands on the racket. And he's shaking his head. He knows he got that shot selection wrong. It's not often you say that, is it? About arguably the greatest of all time.
I was just about to say, Djokovic slices this, because for me it was the only shot he could hit.
Had to go. And back down the middle of the court, over the lower part of the net.
But if he accepted the normal shot, the natural shot, he wouldn't be the player he is. He's pushed the boundaries. That's an ace from Martinez.
A friend of mine actually has Novak's racket from his last Wimbledon title. Plays with the head, the black racket, and it's such a weird weighting. So a lot of the players will actually go and get their racket weights specially custom, just like you would at a proper golf club for the professionals. Their rackets don't come off the shelf, and it is a very unique weight of racket, Novak. It's got lead tape, obviously, inside it to be a perfect balance for what he wants.
Well, he's the only player from that racket company to have that particular racket. It's been named for him. I think it's called the Legend. Oh, miss it from Djokovic.
You have cans or headphones, Chris Bowers, with the Legend on it.
I've got sunglasses with his racket company on them. Does that count?
That's all we're going. We're avoiding the Legend headphones.
No. I did at one stage have
Christmas present 2026.
I did at one stage have a hoodie with my name on the back.
Okay. Bowers or Chris?
Both.
Oh. Mike Cain, have you got a hoodie with your name on it?
Obviously.
You've got Vacation on yours.
That's true. But hey, can I just also say, Maria Sakkari, that squash shot around the net post,
that was
I
good.
think we've got to put that above Novak's running forehand there.
Okay, all right.
With all due respect to the GOAT.
We'll give Maria Sakkari plaudits so far.
15 left.
Some pretty great strokes for day 3 of the day 2 inning.
What do Novak and Maria have in common?
They both live in Athens.
Bingo. Yeah.
Oh, well, yes.
I don't know if she actually lives in Athens, but they're both Greece. They have a house in Greece. There's other similarities, quite clearly, because they're both professional tennis players, but that would be too easy.
Sakkari plays Andreeva next, which should be interesting. Forehand from Martinez. Djokovic flattens it out with a jump backhand. Oh, it was overdone. Wasn't quite a Marcelo Rios type jump backhand. I sort of feel that he was the one who started that. Actually, looking at the close call, that's the noise you're hearing in the background, is the crowd sort of gasping at just how close that jump backhand was.
Great story from Weller Evans about Marcelo Rios, the Chilean, how he had to get him out of jail.
Weller Evans was an ATP player liaison?
13, 15.
Player supervisor?
That's right.
Yeah.
A legend.
I do remember. So what's the story about him? Well, maybe tell us in a minute. We need to actually summon Mike's update on the scores. It's fascinating to hear what Mike has to say about various aspects of the tennis tour, but we do need to keep updated with the scores on other matches, on other courts as well. That's the serve out wide from Djokovic. The return is just long. It's a good lunge by Martinez. Well, if Djokovic converts this point, he will win the set for the loss of just 3 points on his own serve.
Incredible. Serving beautifully, and we've of course revamped that service motion, hasn't he, over the years? Novak always looking to get better, no matter how many titles he's won.
Serves out wide, forehand return, forehand from Djokovic into out, sliced by Martinez into the net. 45 minutes, the opening set goes to Novak Djokovic, 6-3. Not many people will bat an eyelid about that, but if you've been watching this or listening to us, you will know that this man does not look like he has any problems physically.
Looks great, absolutely great. The shirt is off. He's going to have a new shirt. He's looking extremely lean, extremely hungry. He wants more titles. He's already told us that he's going to play to 2028, wants to represent Serbia in the next Olympic Games in LA. And by this account, Chris, you wouldn't put it past him, would you? Just an incredible performance. Lands his first serve in 78% of the time. As you said, just losing a few points when he does land the first deal. The second serve points won. Players are generally happy with 50%. For Novak Djokovic, 80%. 14 winners, 11 unforced errors. And of course, he has the break in hand. He didn't face a break point either. Remarkable.
Both players are sitting on their chairs without their shirts on, so it looks a little bit like a boxing contest at the moment. But so from one great physical specimen to another, Mike Cain, come in.
Well, thank you so much.
Tell us about the scores on other courts.
Is this heavyweight to lightweight?
Oh, this is a very heavyweight right
here?
now. With
I
the
was talking
holidays.
about Novak being the heavyweight. Sorry,
I'm the
Mike.
heavyweight. The holidays
You're the
did a number
welterweight.
on me, Candy.
All right.
Yeah, it happens to all of us right now. Listen, over on Margaret Court Arena right now, it's just been all Casper Ruud. He's been playing very, very good tennis. Just a good, positive winner to unforced error count. He leads 6-1, 4-2 over Mattia Bellucci, who very solid player, but he's trying to go a little bit bigger right now, trying to match the firepower that Casper Ruud's able to provide on that forehand side, and just not able to do it. Too many errors. It's all Casper Ruud, and only has faced deuce once. Has not faced a break chance along the way for the Norwegian, the 12 seed here at the 2026 Australian Open. And yeah, the only other match we're keeping an eye on has been all Alexei Popyrin. He did drop that second set to Alexander Muller, but yeah, cruising right now in a fourth set, 4-3 there with a break in his pocket. He is playing some remarkable tennis right now. Plus 18 on the winners to unforced errors count. 54 winners, 36 unforced errors. And get this, Chris and Candy, 30 aces for Alexei Popyrin tonight.
Ouch.
That's good going. So do you think Casper Ruud's wife did actually phone him before the match and said, darling, can you get on with it?
You know, here's the thing. I happen to be doing some reporting that's coming up for the Dallas tournament in just a couple of weeks, and I know the tournament is very concerned that could be one that Casper has to pull out of late just because of obvious family commitments. So it's always a really difficult thing, right? This is tennis, though. I mean, life keeps going on. I think all three of us have missed, births, deaths, birthdays, all sorts of different things, and it's true for players as well.
Thank you. That's
Dallas or baby. That could be a big decision.
No, it's not.
Casper Ruud.
I was about to say, where were you when the waters broke? But no, let's not go there.
If it was San Antonio, he'd be there.
Pedro Martinez has moved to 30 love. Opening game of the second set. We've had our eyes on Djokovic just to see how he is physically. He's not been in any way holding back. He's been a full stretch. Backhand return from Djokovic deep to the forehand of Martinez. Backhand Djokovic just too long.
And a must-hold really for Pedro Martinez because, of course, he was broken in his very opening service game, and that cost him the first set. Cannot afford to get off to a slow start here.
He can't, but the one encouraging thing, which he'll be aware of, is that he lost his opening service game, but since then, they've been on serve. Even though I think Djokovic has been certainly the better player. Martinez serves, forehand return, forehand from Martinez. It's a short ball. Djokovic doesn't put that away, puts it into the net. A slightly wild forehand. And Martinez's coach will have said to him before the match, just keep him out there as long as you can. You never know what will happen.
Well, we have seen Novak do very well at this tournament with a torn hamstring, haven't we? So the guy is an absolute machine and seems to feel no pain.
It was the abdominal tear, wasn't it, when he did against Fritz?
That's right, he had that as well. You don't get to 38 years of age playing this sport without getting various injuries, but it's his management skills of the pain threshold, isn't it? Some players get injured and you know all about it. With the Novak, just gets on with the job. Do we have some emails shortly?
Yes, do, absolutely.
Elaine Drake lives in Italy. She says, hello, great to have you back. She's enjoying a coffee after an Italian class. She's in Lake Como. And she said by Friday night I'll be on the Prosecco. Prosecco for breakfast, what? Oh, she's taking into time difference. She's
our breakfast.
Enjoying 2 weeks of sunshine-filled listening, just currently dreary here. Thank you for all the entertainment. It's from Elaine.
Thank you, Elaine. Djokovic serves into the backhand of Martinez. Forehand Djokovic, forehand Martinez to the backhand of Djokovic. A slice from Martinez. A forehand Djokovic is a winner.
And we got a message from Sigma, who lives in Jakarta. And they say, hi Chris, hi Candy, happy second day of the AO. Could you share your insight of Medvedev's game today? He seemed to have trouble to hold serve. Did he play similarly when he won in Brisbane last week? I actually did that match today at Medvedev playing, and I thought it was insanely good actually. He did break serve 6 times. Didn't serve probably as well as he could. But Brisbane was, another title for Daniil Medvedev, over 20 now on the ATP Tour side of things. And looks like he's getting back to where he really should be. But the return of serve, I think, was the thing that stuck out today.
Because he should have won it a little quicker than he did. He was he serving for the match?
Yes, he was serving for the match, then got broken, and then won it in a tiebreaker. Was getting a little upset with himself and Thomas Johansson.
How's that relationship going? It looks like
it's going well.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. I don't know about you and Mike. After Medvedev broke up with Gilles Savara, who's now coaching the Sheshbazov already, what that would look like, just because Medvedev's game is so unusual. Can another coach cope with it? But it looks like Thomas Johansson's just jumped in and Medvedev's back to winning ways.
Djokovic has just moved to 40 love with an ace. Carries on this very impressive serving record.
I would love to meet the man or woman that coached Daniil Medvedev as a youngster.
Because of the way he plays.
It's so unusual.
Idiosyncratic style.
Yeah.
If I can just hop in real quick, you guys.
Go for it.
Listen, I'm watching Casper Ruud here in front of me, who's serving for his second set, was able to grab another break 5-2. Should also point out Alexander Muller did actually get the break back 4-all with Alexei Popyrin. But, you know, Candy, I know you and I both do a lot of reporting on the road at a lot of Masters events and talk to a lot of these guys. And I'm wondering what you kind of think about it as well. But I talked to Casper multiple times throughout last year, the 2025 season, and he was very honest and open about the fact that he's having to adapt to what Jannik and to what Carlos are doing. And he talked a lot about how it was important for him to start playing more on faster courts to learn how to flatten out that forehand. And I'm really interested to see what Thomas Johansson brings to Daniil, to what he's going to have to make in terms of adjustments to his game to keep up with those two.
Yeah, so such a fair point, because those two have just separated themselves so much. So if you stand still, you're probably going to be a top 50 player, but do you want to be a top 50 player? Do you want to be a contender for the majors? And I suspect those guys both want to be competing, don't they? They want to win majors. That's going to be their career and their legacy. Can't stand still. Something that Casper told me, I think in Acapulco in February of last year, was that he wanted to be a little bit more like Carlos Alcaraz on court and smile more and enjoy his tennis. Said sometimes as tennis players you get so involved, don't you, in the points that you forget about what a situation you're in, how lucky you are, and to be these beautiful places and transported on private jets and stay in the best hotels. You're thinking about the next match and why you've lost confidence in a certain shot and why everything's against you and you can't beat this person and that. But actually, in the big scheme of things, these guys are, wow, well, they're not only fantastic athletes, but they're having a great life as well.
Novak Djokovic has moved to 15-30 on the Pedro Martinez serve. Given how well Djokovic is serving, Martinez cannot afford to drop serve. 15-30. Martinez from the Yarra end. Serving to the backhand of Djokovic, two-handed return, forehand from Martinez to the forehand of Djokovic, flattened out by Djokovic, down the line from Martinez. Djokovic is there with his two-hander. Backhand Martinez, forehand Djokovic, lofted to the backhand of Martinez. A slice from Djokovic. Martinez plays a drop shot. Novak will get there, throws up the lob, and that's going to go just wide.
Pedro Martinez has played a very attacking match here. We've seen him up to the net over and over again with different results. This time he gets the win, forces Novak to go up, and Novak was trying to go over the Spaniard's backhand side, which is the correct tactic, but just didn't get it quite right. He was at full stretch. It's hard to control the racket head when you're running like that. Just looking at how many times Pedro Martinez has been up to the net. 10 times now, 1-7. Oh, you take that number.
Martinez serves out wide. Forehand return from Djokovic is a clean winner.
Well, that is the way to handle a wide sliding serve that wasn't quite in the pocket from Pedro Martinez, who must do better. Novak Djokovic just cutting off the angle. He'd read it out of the Spaniard's hand. He was over there in a flash and has just hit an 18th clean winner cross court. Exceptional.
Break point for Djokovic. Martinez needs a decent serve now, or you could say he got a decent serve from the last one. Backhand return Djokovic, forehand from Martinez, lofted to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Martinez up the middle of the court, forehand Djokovic also up the middle. Big forehand from Martinez, but he's missed it. He saw the opportunity, he went for it, and Djokovic gets the break. And unless his serving level drops, then that will not help the Martinez cause. It could be that he's lost the set, even after the third game. Mike, tell us what's happening on the Popyrin against Muller match.
Yeah, let's stay here for just a minute because it's now gone from Alexei Popyrin on complete cruise control, no threats whatsoever, up 4-3 with the break, serving, and now all of a sudden 4-5 for the Aussie here. 30 all in some real trouble. This match on Cain Arena right now, wearing the unusual Psycho Bunny colors that Alexei Popyrin brings to the table. Serve up the tee, he's going to get a short forehand, goes inside in. Clean winner for Popyrin here with the game point. It is a very loud crowd right now on Cain Arena, as well as it is the lone Aussie playing right now. Should point out Casper Ruud did cleanly get through his second set, now leads 6-1, 6-2 over Mattia Bellucci. So a game point here for Popyrin, as I mentioned, now up to 33 aces on the night. I'm going to have to go look ahead here to see how close he is to a career high. It's got to be up there at this stage. 40-30 at 4-5. Serve is into the net for Popyrin. Muller has, as you mentioned, Candy, been dealing with a little bit of an injury issue. He is going a little bit bigger as this match has progressed. The temperatures are dropping. Second serve is good. Popyrin goes backhand up the line. Running squash shot from Muller. Good. Popyrin forehand to the ad corner. Running backhand from Muller. Comes up with the goods. Puts it to the feet. And Popyrin can't come up with the volley. We're at deuce. This has been remarkable stuff here for Alexander Muller. The night getting short. The shorts are getting even shorter. But just incredible defensive prowess being moved side to side, and Popyrin just not going after a bigger, flatter swing when he got inside the box. That sense of urgency, not quite there for Alexei Popyrin. So we'll just stay here.
Stick with it, Mike.
Yeah, for the end of this game for sure. Is keeping an eye on Novak Djokovic with that 6-3, 2-1 lead. Deuce now, 4-5 for Popyrin. Serve tee is off the net and long. Almost hits Alexander Muller, who had to do a little Michael Jackson jump to get out of the way on the tippy toes. Second serve now for Popyrin. That is good out wide. Muller trying to go up the line, but into the Kia sign.
So it
right
wasn't
next
a
to the
thriller.
net post. Not a thriller.
But
you can't
he's
beat
bad.
it.
Wait.
We could just do that all night, I think. 3 radio professionals right here who can just do all sorts of Michael Jackson puns if necessary. So it's going to be another game point right now for Alexei Popyrin. The ferocity is there right now for Pop.
Alexei, are you okay?
I don't. Oh my goodness. We could go. Who was that? All American Rejects AAP. Who did the cover of Dirty of that song?
I'm looking
I'm
it
gonna
up.
have to think about that. Game point. Let's just stick with the tennis. I think Chris Bowers will be happier
This
if
match
we
could
do.
go to Jackson 5, you know.
Oh boy. Serve is good and the return is not. So Popyrin survives what would have been a disaster there. 5-all, fourth set. Popyrin, Muller will keep you updated.
Thank you very much indeed.
Just don't want a clothing malfunction.
Oh dear. Right. Okay. End of all Michael Jackson jokes.
Well, that was a Janet Jackson joke.
That was Janet Jackson. Yes. Right. Djokovic has held comfortably. Surprise, surprise. And leads 3-1 in the second set. An hour played of this match. Martinez serving out wide. Forehand return from Djokovic. Martinez should get that. Puts it away nicely. But it needs to be that good a serve.
Just quickly, Chris, we were talking about Daniil Medvedev's serving woes today. Well, in Brisbane, the title he won, he got broken, let's see, once against Brandon Nakashima, once against Alex Mickelson, that was in the semis, once against Kamil Majchak, 0 times against Tiafoe, and twice against Marton Fucsovic. So serving pretty decently in that Brisbane title where he lost just 1 set.
And by winning his match today, Medvedev equaled the number of Grand Slam singles matches he won last year.
Incredible.
He had a most awful year in the
Yeah.
Slams last year.
Broken 4 times today, but yeah, he came through.
Djokovic puts away a smash, nice and comfortably. If there's one weakness in the Djokovic game, it's the smash. but he's learned actually not to hit it too hard.
You don't really need to, do you? Because you're already usually anyway on a slice, on a smash, I should say, when you're not leaning backwards in a really advantageous position. You're taking time away from your opponent, so just smoothly put it where you want to.
Does mean that if the opponent does run it down, they often have a play on the ball.
Yep.
Takes a lot of anticipation. Drop shot by Martinez.
Ooh, yeah.
Djokovic will get there. Martinez should put that away. Oh, Djokovic got a racket to it. I was a bit worried that Djokovic was going to run into the umpire's chair in getting that drop shot, the first one.
Was very lucky that Novak isn't wearing tight shorts, because that could have been a disaster. He's just done, well, a couple of really big splits. Incredible drop shot from Pedro Martinez. How Novak got a racket on that. And then he went for the other one with Martinez just pushing the backhand down the line. Novak upset that he didn't do more with that forehand. That's the level of expectation.
Martinez serves, backhand return, deep to the forehand of Martinez. Forehand Djokovic, the forehand of Martinez. Backhand Djokovic into the net.
Well, I'm surprised that Pedro Martinez went up the line with that forehand. He was behind the baseline on his second shot after the serve, and he just opened up the court a little bit for Novak Djokovic, who couldn't take advantage on that occasion.
I was talking to a very august coach before this match. He said, I give Martinez 8 games max. I'm not going to name the coach.
Especially if he gets 9.
Especially if he gets 9, yes, exactly. I think that was the umpire sneezing.
Oh.
I think, well, it's amazing it doesn't happen more often, actually.
Yeah. Also, when you sneeze, you can't stop.
Well, that's right. A good serve down the middle from Martinez. And forehand from Djokovic, the forehand of Martinez. Djokovic goes cross-court with a comfortable winner. That was not a good approach by Pedro Martinez.
Can't stop till you get enough. But no, you cannot approach to Novak Djokovic's forehand unless you've got him on the full stretch, and then even then you can get past. But this one was pretty routine for Novak. He probably could have hit that with his eyes closed. Just had too much time to pick his spot. Comes around the outside of the ball. He's been really enjoying that forehand cross court today. 151 Ks.
If he could play that shot on a match point in a Wimbledon final, which
or in
he
a
did
one-point
against
slam.
Roger Federer, yes.
That was an unbelievable shot,
But
wasn't it?
that was the shot he hit against Federer.
Match point down.
8-7 in the 5th set.
Was it 8-7?
Yep. 2019 Wimbledon final.
What about that shot he hit at the US Open, the return? That's the one I was thinking about.
Well, there's 2. That's a double fault for Martinez, and he's back at deuce now. Yeah.
Hit that at the US Open.
But he played semi-finals against Federer in successive years, and I think he saved both. He saved match points in both with stunning forehand cross courts.
Yeah. And one was on a return of serve.
Yes.
That was at the US Open.
Must have been 2010, 2011?
Yeah, 2010 or 2011 sounds right.
Because Federer was in the final in 2009. So 2010, 2011, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Martinez has hit another good serve. Did not come back. So he has a 3rd point for 2-3.
So Novak saved 2 match points against Federer to clinch his 5th Wimbledon title and 16th major. That match lasted almost 5 hours, the longest Wimbledon final in history.
Do you know something about the match time there? I'll tell you after this point. Backhand from Djokovic deep to the forehand of Martinez. Wrong footer from Djokovic on the back of deuce. That match time was 4 hours 57.
Yes.
Which was exactly the same time as the men's doubles final the previous day. Which will not now be beaten because they play best of 3 in the Wimbledon men's doubles.
And it was 2011 US Open semi-finals. Djokovic also saving match point against Roger Federer.
Federer lost an awful lot of matches from match point up. Backhand from Djokovic is a drop shot. Martinez will get there, goes up the line. Djokovic won't get that one, and he's irritated with himself. Perhaps a little bit of showboating from Djokovic on that one.
Yeah, Martinez gets to gain point here. Over 150 ATP matches last year, won from match point down.
Wow.
69 on the WTA Tour side of things. As Pedro Martinez, he's just so fast and such good anticipation, the Spaniard.
So 2.5 times as many matches on the men's tour, won from match point down.
And in 2024, it was over 200 matches won from match point down on the ATP side. Usually on the WTA side, it's between 60 and 70, maybe 50 and 70, I should say.
So a ratio of about 1 to 3 then. Yeah. Martinez, his 4th game point. Having to work so hard for the games he wins here.
And it's going to cost him, isn't it? You can just tell again.
I can return. A serve and volley. Martinez goes to the corner and wins the point with a really good forcing volley. Lovely surprise tactic. The first time he's done that. Martinez narrows the gap to 2-3. Djokovic still a set-up and a break-up. Mike Cain, tell us what's happening with Popyrin and Muller.
Yeah, interesting situation right now, guys, as Alexei Popyrin is actually getting some medical treatment on his right calf. This is not cramping treatment. This is actually a pretty full-on massage that he's getting from Shuhei, one of our incredible trainers on the ATP Tour, who is a proud graduate of the University of Illinois, which I'm contractually obligated to mention right there. But yeah, pretty serious rub down on the right calf for Alexei Popyrin. He's about to pop out and serve to stay in the set 5-6. So it could show why maybe he's struggling a little bit with his mobility at this moment. We're getting a look at the replay. It was a full stretch on a point on a slide out right to a forehand, and it looked like there was just that little bit of a grimace of pain from him and just struggling to kind of find his physicality right now. Meanwhile, Casper Ruud did grab an early break in the 3rd set. He's gotten an early break to start both the 1st, 2nd, and now the 3rd as well, and he leads 2 sets to love and 2-1 with a break over Mattia Bellucci.
Calf muscles do not improve in the course of a match.
Yeah, just
if you're close to the end, you can, if he doesn't win this in 4, I slightly fear for Alexei Popyrin.
Yeah, I agree. And the good thing is, as I mentioned, the serve has been such a huge component for him. 33 aces, serving at 68% and winning 75% of those first serve points. So yeah, it's going to really be determined about whether he can just do enough damage on these shorter points here as we head into the 5-6 game plus a potential tiebreak.
Djokovic serving at 3-2. You had calf problems, Candy?
I think everyone's had calf problems, but yeah, they don't improve. It's not as bad though as a hamstring or an Achilles.
That's true. Yeah,
those are the 2 worst ones.
Djokovic serves down the middle, short return, backhand from Djokovic is just long. And love 15. No, I've had so many of them. I now play in compression socks, knee-length compression socks.
That looks really cool.
It doesn't look cool at all. And there are times when I've got one pair that are bright yellow. Someone at my club sort of said, "Oh, it's Malvolio."
Turn off the lights.
Yeah, reference to a character from Shakespeare's Twelfth Night. As Djokovic, it's a drive volley, a lob from Martinez is not going to go in.
Agassi had tights on. He always plays in tights, isn't he? He was in the exhibition. He played with Roger Federer against Leighton Hewitt and Pat Rafter.
The leggings, yes.
And then was replaced by Ash Barty.
Yes, who didn't need them.
And she did not need them, and Agassi refused to go to the net. Just stayed playing doubles from the baseline. Said he didn't like the net.
Well, he goes to it to shake hands, doesn't he, after he's beaten somebody. Yeah, it's. I've no idea whether the compression socks make a difference. It might be all in the mind, but.
I think it's a good idea. No, I do think. I think on long haul plane flights.
Yes,
and,
that's right.
Yeah, on tennis court, it's not the worst idea at all. It just doesn't give you too many prizes in the fashion stakes.
It doesn't. No.
You have to put your modelling career behind you, Chris.
Oh, that was put behind me years ago. That's a good serve from Djokovic.
She had
Ball
one.
dropping just long.
Martinez has spoken a little bit about his role on the Player Advisory Council, which is the ATP Tour. It's a small group where he learns business skills and learns what goes on behind the tour. It's an interesting read, that one. It's on the ATP website.
Djokovic serves down the centre. Backhand return is a short one. Put away by Djokovic comfortably. And that missed backhand at the first point proves to be of no consequence. Again, I think he still only lost 4 points on serve in the whole match.
That is absolutely bonkers. I have to say, when I'm on court coaching, which I sometimes am, I do coach the Novak serve. I just love the technique. I love the
What in particular?
loose wrist.
The loose wrist. Yeah.
And the racket pointing out to the right. Federer did a similar thing, and of course Grigor Dimitrov as well. But the racket is pointing out to his right as a right-hander. I really like that. I think that's just the best.
Is that to get the right shoulder turn?
And just the best for your shoulder.
Yeah.
Because shoulder injuries are a big problem in this sport. If you get it wrong.
First point of the next game is on. Backhand from Martinez to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Martinez cross court. Djokovic with his two-hander up the forehand wing. Caught there by Martinez. But it's a short for Djokovic to tee off on, but Martinez is anticipating well. Now hits a forehand. It's another short one. Djokovic should put this away. Down the line by Martinez, but Djokovic cuts it off for a comfortable volley.
That is such a good point. He's just building. He never tries to hit winners. He's playing with a huge amount of margin, a lot of spin, and just waiting for his opportunity to finish things off, just getting closer and closer to the net here. Novak Djokovic, a lovely forehand into the Pedro Martinez backhand, and then a simple volley put away.
I think we should go over to Mike Cain because I think that they're reaching a critical stage in the Popyrin Muller match.
Yeah, indeed. They are 5-6, now 30 all. Lexi Popyrin just was kind of lumbering up to the net, guys, and missed a really simple sitting backhand volley to put himself into this position. Absolutely slammed his tennis racket into his right quad, and again, it's the right calf that's causing some problems. Popyrin here with Alexander Muller, 5-6, 30 all. Popyrin serving from the far side of the court, serve T netted, and back onto his side. So a second serve here. Struggling right now is Popyrin to win any points past 4 swings. Really struggling there.
That does not bode well, does
No, it does not. Second serve here, up the tee, huge. Will get a forehand, has to run around, go big forehand up the line. Muller digs it out. Popyrin into the net, smashes that right through the middle of the court. Guys, listen, Popyrin is not an incredibly quick player as it is. He is slow right now. He is looking like me and Chris in our compression sleeves trying to go out for a quick little jog. It's rough at this stretch for him. But he does have a game point to force a tie break. You can hear that Pedro Martinez and Novak Djokovic playing a long extended point in the background here as we try to see if Popyrin can force this tie break. Muller about 3 meters back behind the baseline to take this serve as Popyrin trying to shoo a moth off of his service motion. He wants to make sure he stays on the right side of karma right now, and he's waiting patiently as that thing is just kind of floating around right behind him. Oh, here comes a ball person. They're also trying to do the same. Please don't step on it.
No.
Really having trouble collecting this moth, however. This one is jumping all over the place. We need one of those seagulls to come in and do their work.
Mike Cain.
Well, that's the circle of life.
It's a nature chain, isn't
it? Yes, it's a circle of life, okay?
Save them off. My favorite Taylor Swift song, one of them anyway, Karma.
5-6, 40, 30 for Popyrin, who's had a minute to rest and recover here. Serve is good, and the return doesn't quite get to the net, so it will be a tiebreak to decide this fourth set and possibly the match, considering the difficulties that Popyrin is dealing with the right calf, as there is a noticeable hitch in the giddy-up right now. The Aussie fans are going to do their best to get him through this tiebreak, and we will see. You want to just call this break point, Chris?
Yes, I'll call this break point because this is for a double break and for Djokovic to take a stranglehold on the second set. We'll have a commentary change in a few minutes. It's supposed to be Peter Mercato and Mark Holowati. Peter Mercato is at the moment doing the Popper and Muller match for TV, I happen to know. So it may be me and Mark for a bit. But let's just get through this point at the moment. It's Martinez who has lessened his chances of saving this break point by overhitting his first serve. Second serve to the forehand of Djokovic. Mishit, drop shot by Martinez. Lands on the sideline. Djokovic hits the net post. That was a risky shot from Martinez. I thought Djokovic would be able to guide that round the post.
That would have been incredible had he done that. Shame that net post is metal. If it had been rubber, I think he might have got the better of it. And that ball was going in, wasn't it? We see from the replay it was aiming the right direction. But even Novak Djokovic cannot beat the net post.
Mike, do you want to pick this up?
Yep, happy to do so. 1-all in this tiebreak as Popyrin just went big kicker out wide, serve and volley onto the ad side to get it to 1 point all in this fourth set tiebreak. Really entertaining matchup in many different ways. Popyrin 6-2, 3-6, 6-3, and now 6-all in this fourth set. Again, dealing with the calf issue.
Is there any indication about the way he's moving as to whether, if Popyrin were to somehow sneak this tiebreak, what state he'd be in 2 days' time?
Yeah, it's going to be hard for me to tell that right now, Chris.
Come on, Mike.
I can't be, listen, I can't go inside out here and deal with what his feelings are, but we'll try nonetheless. Great movie, by the way. Inside Out 2 was, oh my goodness.
That was clever.
That was one that just really tugged at the heartstrings.
Mike, when you're watching that.
That's exactly right, although I was the one who wanted to go see that one more so than my daughter. All right, 1-all. Second serve here for Alexei Popyrin. Second is good out wide. He went after that. My word. Yeah, 180 there on a second serve and hits both lines to get it to 2-1. But yeah, we just had a stat that popped up. 78% of the points that Alexei Popyrin has won here tonight have been under 4 shots. So again, so much for him is being done on the serve +1 and the return +1. Alexander Muller in a white and yellow kit, backwards cap, serve tee, just long.
I'll just tell you that Djokovic did break for a second time, so he will be serving at 5-2 in the second set for a 2-set-love lead. Mike?
Casper Ruud is at 4-2 himself against Bellucci. Serve is good. Popyrin forehand up the line, chipped back from Muller. Popyrin forehand, inside in, catches the line again. Muller running forehand. Popyrin in behind a forehand. Volley is good. Alexei Popyrin, first blood in this tiebreak. 3-1, and you just see him moving forward a bunch right now, trying to, again, shorten these points. Big forehands in behind it, and right now paying off. Just a really clutch inside outer that caught the outside of the line. Muller tried to find a backhand pass up the line, but Popyrin using that length, able to close out well. Starts this return point about 2.5 meters behind the baseline. Muller, the serve to the deuce corner up the tee, chipped back from Popyrin. Muller backhand cross, good. Popyrin backhand and Muller in with the volley. Popyrin just couldn't push off and turn after a backhand deep in the corner. So 3-2 right now in this fourth set tiebreak.
Any indication about whether Muller has changed his game based on the fact that he's playing a wounded lion?
Yeah, just a couple of times, Chris, he has looked to chip a forehand back, where maybe he might normally try to actually run and smack a forehand a little bit more, but he's trying to make a couple balls when he is stretched. So 3-2 right now. Popyrin one more from the far side of the court. And again, Novak Djokovic about to serve for his second set, 5-2. Serve out wide for Popyrin is an ace. That is ace number 35 on the night for Alexei Popyrin, outpacing his opponent by 31 aces, which is remarkable stuff. So
stay with it, Mike.
Yep.
If we get to set point, I might come across, but since you might be at match point, but it might be match point either way, because I'm not sure that Popyrin may last a fifth set.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And should point out, this is Alexei Popyrin looking for his first win since the U.S. Open. Has not picked up a victory since a loss to Jannik Sinner in the second round of the U.S. Open. The last win over Emil Ursovuore. The losses along the way to Korda, Berrettini, Bublik, Korda, Alice. and Opelka, those last two, Elise and Opelka, coming this year. So this is a massive moment for Popyrin in many different ways here, especially being at this home tournament for him. So 4-2, ready to go, 2 hours, 50 minutes into this one. And again, Popyrin now at the near side, serving to the deuce corner. Serve, T. Muller blocks it back. Volley, drop shot from Popyrin. Muller there, back in cross. Popyrin there with a volley. Good! Into the deuce corner. He raises his racket to the crowd.
Mike?
As Popyrin gets it to 5-2.
It's set point, and it's Djokovic going for 4 aces. He's had 3 aces so far. He serves down the centre.
He's going for the complete game.
Can he go for a second serve ace here?
Oh.
This would be for a 2-0 lead. We've only been playing an hour and 20 minutes. Second serve from Djokovic. Oh, he went for the big second serve. It's a let. 195 kilometers an hour, second serve. He'll go for another big one, I'm pretty sure. He serves, yes, down the centre. Oh, I got that. It's not an ace, but it's a smash put away by Djokovic. He holds to love, and I think that's 9 service games he's had and 4 points against the serve. 2-0. Mike, over to you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Alexei Popyrin just tried to run around a forehand. He is just going full blast mode right now. Missed a forehand into the net from well outside the doubles alley. Should point out, and I know, Chris, you'll talk about this, Novak is stretching his left glute. Muller with the serve to the deuce corner. Popyrin goes for the return winner, misses just wide. Yeah, it looks like there might be is that adductor or abductor issue for Novak Djokovic. Stretching that out, hopefully just preventative.
And plenty of kinesio tape on his right shoulder.
Indeed. Should point out as well that Alexei Popyrin, this is a career high in aces. The previous high for him was in a 5-setter 3 years ago here at 31. So this 35 is a new career high. 2 points away from this match is Alexei Popyrin, and it will be on his racket. 5-4 to the ad side. He pauses, a little bit of noise in the crowd distracting him.
By the way, Mike, last year the most aces in a best-of-5 match was 40 by Riley Opelka in a losing effort here at the Australian Open.
Serve up the tee, misses just long. Went slider tee with some pace there. So a second serve, 5-4 for Popyrin. With his second serve, Muller back against the fence. Second serve, good. Muller backhand. Popyrin with the touch volley. Muller's going to get there, backing up the line. It's good. He breaks back. 5-all in this tie-break as the French crowd, they're out there. They're rowdy. They're ready to match it.
That was a great return of serve from Muller, but
it was.
I got the sense that he knew exactly where his opponent was going to be and therefore dropped it quite deliberately at the feet of the incoming volleyer.
That's exactly right. Muller, again, at that back fence, he knew that was going to be what Popyrin was going to do. Exactly right, Chris. Somebody's going to get a set point here. 5-all in this tiebreak to the deuce corner now. Popyrin serve out wide. Chip return up the line. Good. Popyrin forehand inside in. Muller forehand back up the line. Popyrin inside out forehand. It's into the net. And he swats the ball in disgust back over to the other side of the net. And Muller will get the set point and on his terms at 6-5. That is the second time in the last 4 points that Popyrin has missed that exact same ball. Inside out, no shape, just not able to use the legs to get underneath that forehand, flattens out into the net. And Muller able to take advantage right now, and he toes the line. He's going to have to wait for this crowd to settle back down. Or maybe not, he's going to go. Serve, Muller out wide, lob return. Muller there with a volley, puts it into the deuce corner. Then Alexander Muller from a breakdown in the fourth. 7-5 in the breaker. And this one down to a fifth set, and now we're going to have to see how far Popyrin can go as we head towards the fifth, guys.
Yeah, just stick with it for a second, Mike. I mean, we've got it on our small screen in the Rod Laver commentary box. Looks like Popyrin is not giving up. I was just worried about that.
I was too, but yeah, this is that moment where you're disappointed and you don't really think about it quite yet. Now he's looking over at his team as we're actually getting a look at the stats as well. And yeah, so much of the winners that Popyrin was able to pick up in that set, the fourth set alone, 21 winners, a good chunk of them were aces. That's been the key for him here through the night, but Muller actually picking up a lot in terms of the sprints. 19 sprints during that fourth set outpacing Popyrin in terms of the distance run by about 110 meters. So really doing a lot of work right now is Alexander Moeller to, again, just extend and just extend and just extend, and has really been doing some work here. So at the moment, looks like Popyrin is going to continue, but those points are shortening up. So we'll send you back inside Rod Laver Arena.
Thank you very much. Well, we're still due a commentary change in a second, but Candy, before we do, any messages?
Yeah, a couple just on the where are you listening from. Mark from Sydney. He's listening from Rarotonga. I hope I said that correctly. And let's see, Vishal lives in India. And he's wondering why we're not commentating on the Shwatek match.
We were earlier.
There we go.
Yes.
Sarah is listening from Hawaii. It's a lovely part of the world. I wonder how the weather is in Hawaii. And
I think the Shwatek match clashed with the Andreeva Vekic match, so we were on that one first, and we stuck with it.
Trying to cover around the grounds. Let's see, James from Sydney says, this Sunday start always confuses me. I'll only fly into Melbourne to watch Medvedev's round 3 and quarterfinal this weekend. So will he be playing on Thursday, then Saturday? Wins are guaranteed, LOL, he says. That's up for debate, isn't it? When the next match, I suspect he'll play on Thursday next.
The first round is complete. No, today is half. Half today's match is the top half, half today's match is the bottom half.
Correct.
So people who win today will either play on Wednesday or Thursday.
Correct. So we don't 100% know is the answer. Sorry about that. So hard, isn't it, to know, even if it's not a Sunday start.
In the opening game of the third set. Candy, we have Mark Hulawati outside.
Oh, the greatest.
I think
national treasure. You've got to keep that up.
You've probably earned your
I've got my Wheaties.
Your whatever.
Or the equivalent.
Good night drink you have.
That'll be Nitol.
Very good. So it's Martinez still with a point for the first game of the third set. 5 games in the first 2 sets. He won. Serves into the body of Djokovic. Djokovic nets a forehand. Teeing off on that one, Djokovic. Martinez holds at the start of the third set. Well, it's been a fascinating day. We did lose a couple of players to cramp, in particular Felix Auger-Aliassime, the number 7 seed. He's gone out. He was 2-1 down and was cramping. Good evening to Mark Hulawati.
Good evening, Chris. How are you? And your poor old Candy's cramping as well as she's just leaving the building.
Well, it was very warm until about mid-afternoon when suddenly the clouds came over. Were you coaching at your club?
No, I was here for an early session and then spent the afternoon at home, just hanging out with the kids and playing, which was fun. Until bedtime came, and then that was a horror show. But that's we're not alone in that.
No,
in that field.
Indeed.
Have you liked what you've seen so far of Djokovic?
Yes.
Really?
And he's been, I mean, the only slight physical concern was the way he was stretching his glute muscles at the last change of ends. And he's got a fair bit of tape on his right shoulder. But, you know, he's not been sparing himself. He's been sliding around. He's been doing as close to the splits as he does. Stretching fully for balls.
Probably the least fanfare that he's had here at the Australian Open for many, many years.
I guess a big part of it will depend on how he pulls up tomorrow. Because this is his first proper competitive match since he won the title in Athens. And on 9th of November it was, a week before the ATP finals, which he then pulled out of because he said he was... he had a small injury from winning the Athens title. Who knows?
That gives him enough time to rest, recover,
at the end of the year.
And then plan the
Although
the
he was
pre-season.
planning to play one of the Australian Summer of Tennis tournaments. I don't like calling them warm-up tournaments. Oh, it's a fantastic forehand. He jumped and whipped it, and he's smiling at the moment. He's to say, come on, I've got to allow myself a bit of fun.
Wow. Yeah, he's feeling pretty loose and pretty comfortable out there with a shot like that.
Yes.
almost feeling like it's a little bit of a training drill.
Winner speed 176 kilometres. It was a jump forehand. Cross court. Slapped cross court. Djokovic at 40 love. This is a phenomenal serving display. And so a good serve, which will return drifts long. Djokovic tosses the loose ball away nonchalantly. And another love service game. I make that 6 love service games and 4 held to 15.
That's efficient. It's very efficient.
That is amazing serving. Now,
and that allows him now on the return of serves just to have a couple of free swings early on the returns. And if he gets up a couple of points, the pressure is on. If he's down 30 love, then it's like, that's okay, I can hold serve.
Stretching those muscles, you know, around the hip, lower back, gluteus, glute max, glute med, glute min. If you know the muscles around the buttocks. Forehand from Martinez, a lofted high shot from Djokovic. That's going to land in. Smash off the bounce by Martinez. Pushed back by Djokovic. Martinez comes to the net with a volley. A lob from Djokovic. Martinez backpedals and smashes it away.
A little bit of a play, joyful mood out there. Djokovic there, just a little bit of toying with his opponent. Had time to probably go after a passing shot, but chose to go for another lob. Unfortunately, it was a little too low, a little bit too easy. Martinez with a great smash.
Martinez serving out wide, backhand return. Again, serve and volley. Djokovic misses his forehand cross court. That's twice that Martinez has used that play today. He's used it very much as a surprise tactic. But a couple of times he's done it. He's had nice low volleys. End of this game, we'll go back to Mike Cain just to get a health check on Alexei Popyrin. As Martinez serves again, it serves and volleys across court. A lob from Djokovic. This is glorious. Oh goodness me! And that dropped, I would say, a good 20 to 30 centimeters inside Martinez's baseline. It was just a flick of the wrists, and I say wrists plural because it was a two-handed backhand.
Martinez was committed to closing in at the net, and even he applauded that lob as it sailed overhead. Not much you can do in that situation.
And again, Djokovic with a little smile. He's having fun out here. It's nice to see. Maybe he feels he's got more to gain by just sending out that signal of just here because, well, it's January, must be the Australian Open. Forehand from Martinez, backhand Djokovic. Forehand Martinez cross court. Forehand Djokovic down the backhand wing is just too long.
40-15.
Takes Martinez to 40-15.
In a really interesting part of his career now, Djokovic, isn't he? He's kind of like...
As long as the body's holding up.
Yeah.
I mean, he can still do some damage as long as the body will support him. It's such a physical sport. Good serve from Martinez. Now slices cross court. Djokovic backhand cross court winner.
I was doing everything off that backhand side with his passing shots. A couple of points early, he went with the lob, and that one is just rifled that cross court. Martinez was covering the down the line pass.
40-30. Point for 2-1 for the Spaniard. Serving in the centre. Just too long. Djokovic absolutely thundered the loose ball back to the other end of the court. Second serve. His kick to the backhand of Djokovic. Backhand Martinez to the two-hander of Djokovic. It's 200 to 200. No, down the line Martinez. Oh, it's called wide. It's right down your line.
Yeah,
was it wide?
Yeah, it was. It wasn't by much. He hit it cleanly. Hit it very well.
Yeah, there's a bit of daylight according to the imprint we can see.
Might be a little costly miss here for Martinez. Back to juice. He had 2 serve volley points in this game. Will he go again as a little surprise?
Martinez serving, just too long. Second serve. Djokovic standing with his toes pretty much on the baseline, and he'll shuffle forward as the ball's in the air. He takes this return on the baseline. Just too long from Djokovic, and he's irritated, and he hits the loose ball sky high. Where's that going to come down? Very close to Martinez's entourage. At the far end, as we look out, Djokovic's entourage at this end. Some familiar faces, some new ones. Dusan Vekic is his current coach. Charlie Herrera, his hitting partner. He's been a sort of coach come practice court booker. Gopher, he has 400 return from Djokovic, and it draws an error on the backhand. It's deuce. Third game of the third set.
Where would you rate Djokovic's return game? What you've seen with the greats of Agassi?
He's basically one of the three greatest returners of the Open era. Forehand from Martinez, forehand Djokovic, forehand from Martinez netted. Oh, that was a lazy shot from Martinez. I mean, the three great returners of the Open era: Connors, Agassi, and Djokovic.
Yep.
I can't really judge the black and white era, the pre-1968 era. There must have been some great returners, and given the early wooden rackets and the fact that they didn't have leather grips until the Second World War. Martinez serves. Break point against him. Second serve, no, retaken first serve from Martinez. At the far end as we look out onto this two-tone blue court. Martinez serves, backhand return down the line. Forehand cross-court by Martinez. Forehand Djokovic cross-court. He's overdone it. He's overhooked it. It's not quite as clean a set, this third set, as the first two were.
There's a little off balance on that forehand. Djokovic having a nice little conversation with his coaching staff.
Please.
Deuce. Serve the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand Martinez. Forehand Djokovic. Martinez a big forehand, but Djokovic is there onto the baseline of Martinez. Now Djokovic goes back to the forehand. It's forehand to forehand, like a practice drill. Now Djokovic goes to the backhand. It's backhand to backhand now. Martinez will go up the forehand wing, but Djokovic is there up the middle of the court. Forehand Martinez. Djokovic with a slice backhand at full stretch. Sits up for Martinez, who goes to the forehand. Djokovic is there, goes cross court, but long. Again, you see, that's the kind of punishing rally that Djokovic's been willing to put himself through.
Yeah.
If he wakes up tomorrow morning feeling good physically, he's on.
Yeah. I kind of got the sense on that last shot for Djokovic. It was almost like, I want to get out of this point in that situation. To me, that wasn't the right choice of shot. Kind of almost wanted to hit a winner to end the rally.
Martinez is right on the shot clock, but he serves now on 0. It's too long. Second serve. His kick to the backhand of Djokovic. Clean winner down the line.
He's hit 3 backhand returns up the line on every single, or the last 3 points from that ad side of the court, Djokovic, and all 3 of them been clean.
Which makes you wonder why Martinez is hitting second serves, kicks to the backhand.
Yeah, and it's a difficult one there for the server, because with that kick serve, you generally fall a little bit to your left as a right-hander. That just creates even more space, a little bit harder to land and then take off in a different direction.
Good serve out wide by Martinez. Djokovic gets it back, but should be put away by Martinez. Oh, Djokovic is there, but nets his forehand. Martinez went straight back to Djokovic. We haven't forgotten Mike Cain and the Popper-Muller match, but we will just see the end of this game, as it's proved a bit of a decisive one, or may prove a decisive one, especially if Djokovic can break, but it's a point for Martinez. Almost into 9 minutes for this game. Martinez serves, forehand return, forehand from Martinez, lofted, short ball for Djokovic. Martinez chops this one, Djokovic should kill this one, he does. And really, Mark, if the return of serve gets 3/4 of the way down the court, you sort of feel it's going to be Djokovic's point.
Yeah, exactly. Another deep return off the forehand wing. From that return, just doesn't give the server enough time to react. And then, like you said, Djokovic just controls the point from there on. Hard to work out where you want to serve against Djokovic.
Martinez serves out wide to the forehand. And that's too long from Djokovic. You see, I think wide to the forehand is a good one. And in fact, in the ad court, I would either go to the body or I might actually hit a soft serve. See if you can undo Djokovic with a change of pace.
Like really, really slow?
No, not really slow, but slower than he's expecting.
Yeah. Throw the timing out a little bit.
Martinez serves out wide. Forehand from Martinez is made it. So that's a great shot from Martinez because the return from Djokovic was very, very deep. That silenced the Cockatoos. And we're going to go over to the Margaret Court Arena for... No, it's not... Is it... Which court are you on there, Mike?
It's one of them.
I'm on John Cain Arena.
Muller. John Cain, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Listen, I will tell you, it's not just the Cockatoos who are being loud, it's Alexei Popyrin as well. He is up 2-1 in a fifth set right now with Alexander Muller. There's not been a lot of drama in terms of the tennis in this fifth set. Alexander Muller did have one break chance in Popyrin's opening service game of the fifth. But Alexei is just surly right now. He has had, in this last 3 games, he has had an argument with Fergus Murphy, who is our chair umpire. He just completed an argument with his team about where his water bottles were kept, in a fridge to the left or a fridge to the right. He was yelling at them. He's been yelling at something in the crowd that was behind Alexander Muller. He is not in a good place mentally right now, yet he has a 2-1 lead in this fifth set. Physically, Chris, because I know you're going to ask, he doesn't look great. However, if he's serving well, he's still doing fine. Right now, 60% in this fifth set, 6 of 7 on those first serve points along the way. He's just trying to just stay in it, stay competitive, take a little bit more risk. It kind of reminds me of some of those end-of-career Pete Sampras days where it was all serve, maybe take 1 or 2 cracks on the first return points and see what happens, and then go from there. But it is a lot of Alexander Muller just making Popyrin work, and he's having some easy holds mixed in there as well. Muller has chances to go to 2-all. We should also point out Casper Ruud, not surprisingly, easy finish for him, 1-2-4 over Mattia Bellucci. Boys, I think I'm going to let you guys handle it from here on out and close things down here on night number 2 at the Australian Open.
Well, thank you very much, Mike. It's been a pleasure working with you.
As always.
I suspect that both matches will end about the same time. We have Djokovic serving at 1-2. Serves out wide and has an easy volley, Djokovic. Beautiful serve.
And you notice the return is a long way back behind the baseline. It's almost like the go-to serve, isn't it? The sliding one out wide on the deuce side. And the return is a good 5-6 metres behind the baseline.
Then why doesn't Martinez try the shot round the net if he's pushed that far wide? Probably it's as good a risk as anything. Served by Djokovic, chipped back by Martinez and thundered into the corner by Djokovic. And he's putting his finger to his ear as if to say, come on guys, that was a pretty impressive forehand.
That's right.
Problem is people get used to how well he plays the ball. Therefore I don't think he always gets the credit. That was a tremendous forehand. Serves out wide, forehand return is into the net. Djokovic serving and volleying for the second successive time in the deuce calls.
Not surprisingly, 40 love. No points given up as yet. It's a pretty scary stat of how frugal he's been on his service games.
Yeah, I mean, it's just remarkable. Djokovic serves, backhand returns off the top of the net, drops back Martinez's side, and another love game for Djokovic. Which again stretching his glutes, but stretching both of them. It's the glute med, I think, that one. One in the centre.
Centre of the rump.
Centre of the buttocks. Yes, yes. It's one of these people who's very dangerous because I don't know that much about anatomy, but I know bits and pieces. Martinez at 2-all. Serving into the net. Oh, that's not a good start. Suddenly it's gone a little quiet here. In fact, the cockatoos are making more noise than... Oh, the ball kid's just slipped. The umpire just saying, are you all right? The thing about the ball kids here is that unless he's got blood pouring out of his knees, he will say he's fine. Forehand from Martinez to the backhand of Djokovic. Forehand Martinez cross court. Djokovic forehand of Martinez. Lofted by Martinez. Djokovic will flatten this out. Defensive forehand, and Djokovic will put that away comfortably.
Djokovic is not happy, or happy with the point, but
please do not shout out when the ball is still in play, and also do not create any distraction before the service motion. Thank you very much.
Djokovic was letting the central chair umpire know what was going on.
Love 30 on the Martinez serve. Serves out wide. Off the top of the net and lands in. Not that much for the chair umpires to do these days.
Yeah, everything's electronic.
Everything's electronic. They do have to make judgments about whether a player touches the net before the ball was dead. They have to make judgments about whether the ball bounced twice. Forehand from Martinez to the forehand of Djokovic off the top of the net. A slice from Martinez. A slice from Djokovic. Forehand from Martinez up the backhand wing. Djokovic cross court. Volley from Martinez is good.
Great move to the net. Great backhand volley. Not an easy one to do.
15-30.
Great depth and penetration through the court. Really good movement forward there from Martinez. He has to try to get in as much as he can. He's not going to beat Djokovic from the back of the court.
15-30 on the Martinez serve. Serves down the centre. Forehand return is just wide. Martinez has got himself back from love 30 to 30-all. Alexei Popyrin has held serve for 3-2 final set against Alexander Müller. Martinez from the president's box end serves too long. Now what will Djokovic do with this second serve? Martinez has tended to kick them. Make the ball rise high. This one does. Oh, it's too long.
It's accumulation of pressure from Djokovic's return of serves.
And he's been standing in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just forcing the server to come up with a better serve. The returner is a long way back. You don't have to be as accurate with that second serve. Like what happened there with Djokovic moving forward and getting closer inside the court. Just threatens the serve.
Breakpoint Djokovic, this to lead 3-2, third set. Martinez serves, forehand return is deep, forehand from Martinez, backhand Djokovic, Martinez forehand cross court. Djokovic is there, goes on the backhand wing, Martinez is there, Djokovic with his two-hander, a slice from Martinez, a two-hander from Djokovic cross court, backhand from Martinez, forehand Djokovic cross court, Martinez could hit this one, no, Djokovic gets it back, lofted by Martinez, long, and Djokovic breaks, phenomenal defending. And when you watch point like that, Mark, you say, 38? Really?
Yeah, that's vintage.
He was doing that at 28.
Yeah, that's vintage Djokovic there. So hard to get the ball past the guy. Just defends the court so well on stretch. not only just gets the ball back, he's able to do something with the shot. He's able to put it in an uncomfortable position. Oh, just watching Djokovic there. He's getting a little carbohydrate gels as well, so he's ready to go on his next service game. Got a lovely little message here from Elaine, who lives in Italy. She's currently enjoying a coffee after my Italian class for immigrants here in Canzo, near Lake Como in northern Italy.
Okay. I think we had that one earlier.
Oh, we did we?
But I'm delighted to have it again because, yeah, that was great, that one.
All I'm reading is Prosecco, Lake Como,
yes,
breakfast.
Yes,
oh my
you saw the word Prosecco and thought, right, okay. Keep your messages coming to, well, you can either use the Ask the Booth form on the ozopen.com website, or you can email us aoradio@tennis.com.au. I can tell you that in the 6th game of the 5th set of the Popyrin Muller match, Alexei Popyrin was love 30 up on the Muller serve, but it's 30 all at the moment. And, well, what I can see on the screen here, Popyrin looks to be moving okay. He's in another long rally. He's just hit a forehand trying to wrong foot Muller, and it's gone into the net. And Popyrin takes his cap off. He's looking very, very tired.
It's very hard emotionally as well and mentally, being so close to winning the match, and then got to just get rid of that baggage and reset for the final set.
Yes, he was a break-up for most of the 4th set, was Popyrin. Lost it on the tie-break. Djokovic then. 2 sets to love up. 3-2 in the 3rd. With a break. Serves out wide. Misses it. Second serve. Djokovic to the backhand of Pedro Martinez, which is netted. Backhand, that is.
Surely he can't go for another service game without dropping a point.
He's just been phenomenal on serve. Although, one could ask also the question, has Martinez been doing enough on the return of serve?
Yeah, if things aren't working, he's been very consistently standing a long way back. Maybe he has to just mix things up a little bit here. Go even further back on the return of serve with his court positioning, or do the opposite, get well inside the court, or take some time away.
And we'll have a look at the stats in a second, but the problem is I've got my stat screen used for the Muller-Popyrin match. That's a lovely wrong-footing backhand by Djokovic, and again he moves to 40 love. Muller has held for 3-all, so 3-all 5th set. Maximum of 6 games plus a 1st-to-10 tie-break. Djokovic bouncing the ball, and it lands on his foot and rolls away, and instead of asking a ball kid to pick it up, he goes and picks it up himself, which is good to see. Djokovic, residence box end, 40 love. Serves again, an ace. So
I'm stunned by that.
He's had 3 service games in this 3rd set and has yet to drop a point on serve.
It's not like he's serving at 300 kilometers per hour or anything like that. Like that serve was 187 k's an hour. Very well placed.
And he's just stretching his legs. He did say that the reason he didn't play a warm-up tournament, which he planned to, I don't like calling them warm-up tournaments, they're tournaments in their own right, but he was going to play one in the run-up to the Australian Open. He said he had a setback, but he wouldn't say what the setback was. Clearly a form of injury, or maybe an injury that he thought was clear that came back. Forehand from Djokovic up the backhand wing is a clean winner. And it's quite possible that Djokovic will just stroll ahead. He could be a winner in 7 points here. 4-2, not 15 up.
The way he's gone about this match, this has been his warm-up match for the Aussie Open. And that's good body management as well for Djokovic, realising that, making sure that his body is in the best condition it can be for a 2-week tournament, for a Grand Slam.
Second return from Djokovic to the backhand of Martinez. Oh, it's a great shot down the line, but Djokovic is there. Drop shot Martinez has to be good and isn't. Doesn't even clear the net. Right, Mark, because Popyrin is held for 4-3, I can go back to the stats for this match. Djokovic has indeed dropped just 4 points on serve. His first serve percentage in is 79% for 41 out of 52. So of the 41 points he's played on his first serve, he's won 38 of them, and he's only dropped 1 of the 11 on second serve. And no double faults, 12 aces. That's just phenomenal serving. Backhand from Djokovic up the centre of the court, forehand from Martinez. Now Martinez goes up the backhand wing, but it's way long, 2 meters beyond the baseline. And it's now love 40. And you can see that the best efforts from Pedro Martinez have got him absolutely nowhere.
You've got to feel for him in this situation here. Doesn't have too many more tricks in his bag.
As Martinez serves and volleys, plays a drop volley. Djokovic is there, goes down the line, cut off by Martinez. That's good reading by the Spaniard. Serve and volley.
15-14.
Djokovic read the drop volley. Martinez read the down the line pass. Martinez, 15-40. Still 2 points for the double break. Martinez serves, backhand return, just clears the net. Drop shot by Martinez. Djokovic will get there. He'll go cross court and a winner! Oh, that is unbelievable. Except it's not, because it's Djokovic.
Yeah, no, that is amazing foot speed to get to that shot. Not only get there, but they have the racket control to just knife it cross court. It was so low. Oh, that is great work from Djokovic.
Popyrin is again love 30 on the Muller serve. In fact, make that love 40, because Muller has put a volley long. Now, is this the moment where Alexei Popyrin defies the calf problem, whatever the calf problem is? We weren't watching when he had the treatment.
3 points here. Sleeve to have a good swing at this return of serve, Popyrin.
Muller serving out wide. He's missed the first serve. Second serve from the Frenchman. To the forehand of Popyrin. Backhand from Muller is off the frame and long, and Popyrin has broken and will serve for the match.
Oh, that's great work from Popyrin.
Question is, what shape will he be in for the next round, right, if he were to win this?
Got a couple of days off, hopefully. Seems to be moving quite well, so might have just been a little bit of stiffness or potential cramping in the calf. Seems to be moving pretty well. It's amazing how good the body feels when you're in front and you start winning. Now the crowd starting to cheer a little here for Djokovic, who's going to potentially try to serve out this match. And the way the stats have been going on the Djokovic serve, could be potentially seeing a love game. Or could this be the one game where it does drop serve?
Djokovic serving for the match. Serves to the backhand of Martinez. The return goes long on the backhand. We're taking a gamble on Djokovic winning this one before the Popyrin Muller match ends. I have a feeling that could have a little bit of duration in it. As Djokovic serves into the net.
Popyrin serving, and it's love 15.
Yes.
That's the first point on serve.
Popyrin at 5-3. Djokovic 3 points away from victory. Serves. Catches the top of the net on the way through on the second serve. He hasn't had a double fault yet. As close as he's come to one. Second serve from Djokovic. To the backhand of Martinez. Backhand Djokovic. Martinez with his two-hander to the forehand of Djokovic. That's a miss hit by Djokovic, and that's a 5th point off against his serve. And do you know what happened during that rally? A feather floated down. Do you remember the
famous
final?
Yeah, the slow motion footage.
Andy Murray was a set-up against Djokovic, and in the second set tie-break, Murray broke off his service motion to remove a feather, and the match turned. Djokovic ended up winning it. Djokovic looking for the ace down the tee, misses it.
Poppering's at 15-30 on serve with his serve.
Djokovic ready to serve, but then there was a bang in the distance. Serves the forehand of Martinez. Martinez hooks this wide.
13-15.
Martinez has really struggled on the return of serves.
Yes, he's playing a rather special server, but you still expect him to, second serve return like that. That's a real opportunity. The match has hit the 2-hour mark. We've been saying that Djokovic's chances depended on him getting through his matches, the first 4 rounds in not much over 2 hours. Well, this won't be much more than 2 hours as he serves another ace.
Unfortunately, Poppering's at 15-40. 2 break points to Muller.
Thank you.
Djokovic, match point at 2 hours on the match clock. This has been a phenomenal serving display from the 10 times champion, and he finishes on an ace. What an amazing serving display. We thought there might be doubts about him. There are still questions about his fitness. A lot of tape on his right shoulder. He's been stretching his glute muscles a fair bit, but he was moving extremely well. He was happy. He was enjoying himself. He's applauding the crowd now. And this guy is going to be a factor. Novak Djokovic through to the second round, and in a way that makes people say, don't count him out just yet. Mark Holowati?
Yeah, well, the way he served today, well, if he can get close to serving like that for the remainder of these matches, he's definitely going to be dangerous. He's, tonight's performance, he moves really well around the court. Return serve sensationally off the backhand side. It's just good to see him back here at Melbourne in centre court and performing like that as well.
Well, Alexander Muller has broken back, so he will be serving at 4-5. We will stay with the interview with Djokovic because I think that could be quite interesting. Applause for Pedro Martinez as he leaves the court.
Just got footage of Popper in there, just getting a bit of treatment on his left quad muscle from the trainer at the change of ends.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that, but we're about to have an interview with Wally Mazur interviewing Novak Djokovic. Djokovic hasn't got his shirt on at the moment. I suspect he'll put a shirt on before doing the interview. He's taking his time, is Djokovic. On a fresh green t-shirt. Wally Mazur waiting on court. Djokovic now putting on his green tracksuit top. This first point of the 10th game of the final set is on between Muller and Popperin. And Muller has won it. Lead by 15 love. We'll keep across that one as much as we can, and as soon as this interview is over, we will go to that match, which is the last match of the day. Here is Djokovic now walking over to meet Wally Mazur for the post-match on-court interview.
Well, Novak, welcome back. Your 21st appearance at the Australian Open and your first official match of 2026. You must be pretty pleased with your ball striking. You can't take anybody lightly inside the top 100.
Bog se javi, svima želim sretan Krstodan. Great to be back once again, and definitely my favorite court, court that has given me so much. I try to give it back as much as I could in the last 20 plus years, and hopefully you guys enjoy the tennis tonight. Thank you for coming up.
Novak, I'm sure you're well aware of it, but I just want to inform the crowd, this is Novak's 100th win at the Australian Open. It matches his achievements at Wimbledon. I've got paper here, Novak, because it's like your curriculum vitae in tennis is so enormous, I need a paper. He's at 102 wins at Wimbledon, 101 wins at Roland Garros. You are a record breaker at breaking records. That is an extraordinary achievement.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, what can I say? I like the sound of it. You know, Centurion is pretty nice. Nice feeling to be a Centurion also in these numbers. And look, I always give my best whenever I'm on the court. Obviously, history making is a great motivation, and particularly in the last, 5-10 years of my career. Once I got myself in a position that I could, eventually create history, obviously I was even more inspired to play the best tennis, and that's what I've done. And I was very fortunate early on in my career to encounter some people that taught me and guided me to play the long shot, so to say, with my career. Not to burn out too quickly. Take care of my body, of my mind, and try to have as long as a career as possible. So I'm blessed to be still playing, honestly, at this level. Making another win tonight here is obviously a dream come true. So thank you all for witnessing.
So Novak, I'm hoping we're going to get some vision, just a little timeline of your efforts here at Melbourne Park. So if we can roll some vision, this is Novak back in 2005. You've gotten through qualifying and you're taking on Marat Safin, who goes on to win. You got some recollections of that moment?
Absolutely, I have recollections of that moment. Also this moment, that was the first trophy in 2008. But 2005, I colored my hair for the first and only time in my life, just before the match with Marat. And of course, the first call I received after the match, which was a blowout obviously for Marat. But for me, the first time, main draw experience, the first call I received was my mother. She asked me, what the hell are you thinking about, coloring your hair? So it was a unique experience. Obviously now, rolling back the years, obviously the longest and best finals I was ever part of with the greatest rival, Nadal, obviously. It feels good commenting, actually.
Novak, you said you've taken care of your mind and your body. You've certainly taken care of your body. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
What's that, like 1% body fat?
I wish I could bring back that body, to be honest,
Don't we all?
Not for the beach, not for the looks, but for the functionality on the court. I think it served me well. I mean, I'm happy with my body so far. Although, things are different 15 years later, but nevertheless, can I keep on speaking? Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm speaking about my body, so I get excited, you know what I mean?
I'm getting excited.
No. Oh, actually, thank you, but no. And speaking of which, did I say I like my body? Okay.
But Novak, tennis has given you so much, but you've put everything that you've got to become the best player that you can possibly be. It's such an achievement. Is there any time for reflection? Do you ever sit down and think, how did I get here? How did I manage all of this?
Yes and no. Yes, it does come more often to my mind, I think, in the last couple of years, as the end is nearer than the beginning, obviously, and lots of thoughts running through my mind. But no, because I don't allow myself to really hang out with those thoughts for too long, because I just feel, as long as I'm playing at a high level, I don't have time. The life of a tennis player is a constant journey. You have every single week there's a new competition. Obviously, I'm not playing as much as I used to, but once the season starts, your mind is racing, and there's always a next challenge. You're done with this week. What's the next week, next tournament, next competition? How do I get ready for it? So you really don't allow yourself to really reflect too much. And yeah, hopefully when I put my racket aside, you know, sipping some nice cocktail on the beach, and then I'll reflect on everything.
Well, given what you achieved last year, 4 semi-finals in the majors, and it took the very best players in the world to beat you. You're a little unlucky here with injury, but you know you obviously pushed Sinner at the French Open. You were there or thereabouts in all of the slams, and obviously that's what's important to you. Yeah. How are you feeling coming into this Australian Open?
It always feels good at the beginning of the tournament, you know. Let's see how I progress. I mean, tonight's performance was definitely great. You know, I cannot complain about anything. I served very well, and obviously it's always a challenge to kickstart the competition and the tournament in a right way with the right note, and sending the right signal, not just to yourself but to all the opponents, you know, watching you play. So. You know, now I have a couple of days without a match, recover my body. I'm using every hour that I can to get my body recovered and in shape for the next challenge. So, you know, let's hope for the best.
Well, mate, congratulations on tonight, and we look forward to you progressing through the event. Thank you.
That was Novak Djokovic, clearly enjoying himself. Right, we're not going to dwell much on Djokovic because there's one more match left, and that's reaching the sharp end. So we're going to go over to the Margaret Court, the John Cain Arena. Margaret Court's long since finished. That's empty at the moment, as Alexander Müller is serving at 5-6 final set against Alexei Popyrin. Forehand from Popyrin to the backhand of Müller. Forehand Popyrin. It's 15-love to Müller at the moment. A slice from Popyrin. Forehand from Müller. Drop shot. Popyrin will get there. Makes Müller play it. Müller has a big gap to find. Has he found it? He has. He caught the back edge of the line.
And Müller is just pulling Popyrin all around the court.
But Popyrin looks to be moving very well. If this is a guy who had treatment for a calf problem, I wish my calf problems had been allowed me to move like that.
Yeah, and he was also getting a rub down on his left thigh as well, his quad.
Mind you, he hasn't played for a while, has he? Or he's coming back off a long absence. An ace from Müller, and 3 points away from a final set tiebreak, which is first to 10.
And then when you look at Müller, he's looking very, very fresh.
He's held his nerve as well. Popyrin served for the match at 5-3 in the fifth set. It was broken to 15. Müller serves out to the top of the net. Retaken first serve, too long. Well, he's been doing a fair bit of serving and volleying from what little I've seen. Whether that's his style or whether that is always double faulted, or whether that's just to make Popyrin run more.
40-15. Müller's at 40-15. 2 points to take it to a tiebreaker.
(40-15), 5-6, final set. Now, the etiquette in tennis is that the time between first and second serve counts as part of the point. So really, they shouldn't be cheering like that. Forehand return from Popyrin, chopped back by Müller. Forehand from Popyrin, chopped from Müller. Forehand Popyrin into the net.
It was a good return from Popyrin. He ran around and just gave that forehand everything he had. Müller just bunting it back with 2 slice forehands, getting the job done, and now we are at the tiebreaker. As you mentioned, Chris, first to 10.
This is the John Cain Arena. I say it provides the best atmospheres. Well, it provides a great atmosphere in week 1. I mean, we've had some great atmospheres in the Rod Laver. Final set tiebreak, first to 10. Popyrin serves. Backhand return is just into the net.
The crowd are just going to do everything they can to help Popyrin get over the line here.
1-0. It's a carnival atmosphere for Australia's number 2 player. Muller serves, backhand return. Muller's at the net, backhand volley, beautifully put away.
And Muller has just kept his levels so even all throughout this match. Especially after being almost on the out with Popperin serving for the match. He's just been sensational with his composure.
And he was so quickly into the net then that he didn't really have time for his split step. Served, came in, backhand volley. Muller serves. Catches the top of the net. Retaken first serve. 1-1. Final set tiebreak. Muller serves. Backhand return. Muller with a forehand cross court. Popperin cross court. No, Popperin slips, but he's still in this rally. Big forehand netted from Popperin. He's clearly going for his shots, Popperin. He doesn't fancy himself to stick in these long rallies.
Yeah, he must be running out of petrol, that's for sure.
And he's now down on his haunches, is Popperin. If he's got a calf muscle problem, that will be hurting.
Well, I felt like he was almost going to go to try to call the trainer in.
I'm not sure if you're allowed to do it a second time for the same injury, are you?
No, I don't think so, no.
I mean, it's a victory of sorts for Popperin, the fact that he's managed to play through this final set. 52 minutes it's taken so far. Popperin at 1-2, serves into the net. Second serve from Popperin. Forehand return is chipped forehand from Popperin. Is long, by a long way. And he's so angry with himself. He's hitting his left hand with his racket.
And he's been struggling with the, when Muller goes with the forehand slice with no pace, that's the ball he's missing, and that's where he's yelling, Popperin's yelling at his box every time he does that slice. It's that no pace ball.
And Muller leading by 3 points to 1. Popperin, John Cain Arena goes quiet. He serves. Use court. An ace out what? Oh no, it's called wide. I thought that was an ace. Must have been very, very close. Second serve from Popperin. He really needs this point. He's already one mini breakdown. Forehand return is into the net. Good serve from Popperin. He went for a big second serve. He's smiling his Popperin, but I think that's just to stave off the cramp. Keep relaxed. Stay as calm as you can.
It's a big, big moment right here. Muller with 2 points on his serve. 3-2 up in the 5th set.
Muller serves into the net. Big test for him as well. They're calling it very much from the Popperin perspective because he's the home player. Muller serves down the centre. A stretched return. Taken on the drive volley by Muller. Backhand from Popperin. Netted. Oh, he had the gap. Yes, he did have a chance. There was a gap there because it wasn't a convincing drive volley by Muller.
Well, when you had time to, Popperin with that, he'd be bitterly disappointed that ball didn't even get over the net. Understand there's fatigue, there's tension. Boy, oh boy, if he at least had made Muller volley, it would have been interesting.
The changing ends at 4-2. 4-2 to Muller. He has one more of his serves to come. The John Cain Arena is pretty full. There are a few empty seats, but not that many. Given that it's 4 minutes to midnight. And a lot of these people will have to work tomorrow. Muller serves. Defensive return. Forehand from Muller into the corner. What a great drive volley from Muller.
5-2. And again, set up with a fantastic first serve, and that's not an easy drive volley to do. Boy, oh boy.
He's held his nerve very well.
Yeah. Don't forget, this is a 10-point tiebreaker, not a traditional 1st to 7. The 5-2 kind of feels like a big lead, but it's a long way to go.
Popperin at 2-5. Just a 1 mini break though. Pressure on his serve. He goes too long. I think he was looking to serve and volley then. It was certainly a way in. Second serve from the Australian. Kicks the serve to the backhand of Muller. Backhand from Popyrin is long.
6-2. Ouch. It's got to hurt. Popyrin right there. Wow, it's a good return from Muller. Took that backhand so early inside the baseline. Just took a lot of time away from Popyrin. Big moment from Popyrin. 2-6. One more point on serve.
Popyrin serves, pushed back by Muller, very deep, slice from Popyrin, backhand from Muller, a slice from Popyrin, a lot of air in that one, forehand from Muller, a slice from Popyrin, forehand from Muller to the forehand wing, Popyrin is there but goes long, good use of the court from Muller.
He looks in so much control. Oh, you've got to feel for Popyrin here. It was like a lifetime ago when he was serving for the match. He's just got to work so hard. He just get at least 1 point.
Muller serves onto the service line, no, just too long. The ball sent back from Popyrin and Muller just takes it and serves the second serve with the same ball. Backhand return off the top of the net, drops back Popyrin inside. And this is going very clearly the Frenchman's way.
Yeah, you've got to admire his composure. He's had to deal with a lot of the fans in Popyrin's favour. Just shut them out.
And he's not waiting for them to be quiet, he's just serving. Backhand return from Popyrin is a metre beyond the baseline. And it's 9-2, 7 match points for Alexandre Muller. The first two will be on the Popyrin serve. Three hours, 52 minutes on the match clock. Popyrin has put up a brave performance, but it looks like it's about to end here, except he has served an ace. And they will change ends at 3-9.
That's one way to save off one of those 7 match points from Popyrin. Big first serve up the tee. Wouldn't you love another one hit right here? Be able to tap into their mind and their thought process in this situation.
Second match points for Alexander Muller. Popyrin at 3-9. Serves down the centre into the net. 207 kilometres, but it missed its target. Second serve now for the Frenchman. Popyrin serves, back and return, into the net. Well, he went for a big serve to Popyrin, into the body. Still, the balance of probabilities with the Frenchman. But 2 match points have been saved.
Yeah, and Popyrin's taking care of his business. He's won his 2 points on his serve.
Still 5 more for the Frenchman.
Sounds like too many, doesn't it?
At least 3 of which will be on his own serve. 9-4, third match point. Muller serves, backhand return, backhand Muller cross court, backhand from Popyrin, backhand up the forehand wing. Popyrin goes to the forehand of Muller, cross court. Popyrin goes to the backhand of Muller, onto the baseline of Muller. The rally continues up the line by Muller. He's at the net, backhand volley winner. He raises both arms, and it's fitting that he should win on the backhand volley because he's used the volley so well in the latter stages of this match. As the Frenchman, he's weathered the storm. The home crowd, he did not let them get into his head, and he's won on a final set tiebreak, 10 points to 4.
Wow, that's a fantastic performance there from Muller. Just such composure, and that's in the 5th set. They've been out there for almost 3+ hours. Oh, it's amazing work. He just looks so composed at the business end of that final set. You got a feel for Popper and
everybody. Good morning.
that opportunity to serve for the match, but unfortunately didn't capitalise.
And you probably heard Fergus Murphy, the umpire, saying there, "Thank you, everybody. Good morning," because it is the morning now, 2 minutes past midnight. Alexei Popyrin getting a warm round of applause. He will be very disappointed, especially having led the fourth set with a break for most of it. He was broke a back for 4-all. Let's hear briefly from the victorious Frenchman. Who is striding out to the centre of the court. Waiting for the on-court interview.
Well, Alexander,
with Jim Courier.
This was a match that it was so intense. You were down a break of serve in the fourth. You were down 5-2 in that four-set tiebreaker. You forced your way into a fifth. You were down a break again in the fifth set, and yet you're standing here a winner. How did you turn this match around?
I don't know. It was not easy. Alexei was serving so good during all the match, so I just tried to play my games, trying to be focused on my serving games. It was not easy. The crowd was for him full time, but yeah, I'm very happy about the win.
You have a major in France, like they have one here at Roland Garros. You get to feel the crowd behind you. What was it like to play with the crowd going so big for him tonight?
I like it. I like it. Now, you know, sometimes when we play in France, it's sometimes you have a little bit more pressure because everybody are supporting you. But yeah, the atmosphere was amazing tonight. So thank you so much.
It was a difficult match, I'm sure, emotionally, but also physically. Almost 4 hours of play. How did your body hold up in the night?
I think I'm a little bit tired, but I saw Alexei had some cramps, so it gave me some power during the last hour.
Okay. All right, and you have now advanced to the second round. You get a chance to play someone that you have beaten before in Sasha Zverev, a finalist last year. What will be important for you to have success against him here?
First, I will try to recover because it was a great battle today. And I have my plan for this match. We'll do my best and we'll see.
Well, good luck. Congratulations. That was one heck of a fight tonight. Well done.
Yes, matches like this make players like Alexander Müller grow.
Yeah, most definitely. And he knows he's playing a player that he has beaten before, so that's a good sign. And if he plays anywhere near a similar level that he did tonight, he's going to push Zverev. Zverev will have to be on his game.
That match lasted 3 hours and 53 minutes. And that concludes day 2 at the Australian Open 2026. My thanks to Mark Holowati, to all the backroom team and all the other commentators. Join us at 10 o'clock, which is just under 10 hours from now, for the hour-long look forward to the day 3 action, and then the action itself begins at 11, just under 11 hours from now. From me, Chris Bowers, from all of us in Melbourne, have a very good night or day wherever you are in the world.
Thank you.